day without umbrella.
Welcome in. It is 6 minutes past the hour, and you have joined a brand new day and a brand new show. If you're listening live, we thank you for being with us today. Got a lot to talk about. World's crazier than ever. We'll break that down as only we can. Plus, your phone calls are always part of the options this hour. They'll be unscreened, which I know a lot of you are entertained by. 866-WE-BE-BIG. At any moment, we could go to those. But right now, the Good Time Gang is settling in and ready to go. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms.
Hello.
What's up, my man? No, here we go again. Ain't no telling. And what you thinking about now?
He ain't chasing red bugs around again.
Hey, you know, that's the first thing I was going to send.
Sent y'all something.
First thing I was going to send you.
Greg, we know that. We got to that yesterday.
I think we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah, but we started out yesterday.
He's got a speech ready, so just be ready.
Go ahead, Greg. Get your speech out of the way.
You can't see chiggers.
But is that not amazing?
God, it made me itch looking at it.
Yeah, Helmsy.
That was our speaker that sits in a shed,
so
not around grass at all.
So that was the, what do we call them?
Clover mites.
Yeah.
Or what was the other name? Something mites. Clover mites, and then there was another one.
And people throughout the day started sending us emails. Apparently there's all kind of little mites that look that way.
Yeah,
but just to update, because some of you going, well, we don't know what the heck you're talking about. Yesterday, Helmsy discovered something on a bench there at the tennis courts at JSU that he first thought was chiggers, and then he quickly realized it was some type of mite. And so then all that kind of started playing out. Y'all helped us a little bit. Yes. And so yesterday afternoon, Helmsy sent us a location shot of you at the tennis courts again, and proof that those are little red bugs.
I had not seen them there yet.
Did they bite you?
I don't know. And here's what's funny is a couple of the girls wanted to hit yesterday. You know, we're
bugs
done.
Are all over the place.
They were. They're done, and they're
Call
wrapping up
Cooks
with
or
finals. And they were. And so one of them said, "Can we get the speaker out and play some music?" And I said, "Yeah, of course." I said, "Y'all keep hitting. I'll go do it." So when I went in there, I looked down and I'm like, "Well, they're crawling all over this
You got an
speaker.
infestation of some kind."
But here's what's funny is that's like 75, 80 yards from that bench that I saw.
They're all over the place.
So yeah. So is this just
they're
something
all over the Pete?
Good night. Get a spray bucket out.
But so I said, "Hey, Dar, come here a minute." I wanted her to see, I wanted to see if I had superpower eyesight. I said, "Do you see what's walking around on?" She goes, "What is that?" And I said, "I don't. Some mite." And she goes,
"You say Greg said
will
it was
they hurt?" I said, "Will they hurt us?" And I said, "No, they're not going to hurt us."
Oh, they could kill you.
I said,
Greg.
Anyway, I had to take a video and send you because they're running everywhere.
Oh yeah, that was legit.
Made me itch.
Yeah,
me too.
But I just, when we talked yesterday, I was just saying, because growing up, every summer I battled the red bug / chigger.
Right.
I mean, I'd always get him at some point, and I've never seen one.
Well,
seen
you quickly were adamant that that's not what it was.
Yeah.
Of course, now Helms, he went from legally blind to superpower eyesight.
Yeah, and then
so
to
he may have saw something.
I mean, it really is remarkable what you've been able to do in your life.
I know.
Go from legally blind to what you're doing now.
Very fortunate ride I've been on.
You know, having a dad that went to the eye doctor yesterday, I actually told the eye doctor, I've got a coworker that was legally blind and now he can see.
Yep.
Yeah.
He said, "You're kidding me."
He said, "Bring him up here.
He said, "Can I talk to him?"
Sure, we need to study this guy.
But back to this, Helms. I mean, does nobody spray around there? I mean, I don't know what you can spray.
I don't.
That's the
probably
first
nobody
thing.
cared. I'm talking about nobody noticed it.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's part of it. I don't think they've always.
You do
been
have
there.
to be legally blind.
It'd be like if you're sitting outside and there's flies flying around. I mean,
you went to
it's
flies.
just part of it.
I think it's probably this time of year they come out. Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
They're hatching.
And so because I've never
they love
seen
speakers.
them. Never seen them.
That's
in that,
weird.
I love watching tennis.
Yeah, I've never seen them in that area. And it was odd for them to be near that bench where it was at.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to get me a little spray can and spray them every once in a while when I see them.
I don't know.
I keep wash spray because you never know.
Yeah.
But,
ain't nothing like a good old bebop.
Yeah. Helms at rickandbubba.com. Give a concoction to get rid of them.
No, I don't need that anyway.
So there's your update. And the update for us was that you sent video of, this is exactly what I'm seeing. And so there you go. I was I went up to Huntsville yesterday, took Dad to the eye doctor, and you eye doctors, you doctors in general, anytime you have a late afternoon appointment, you know what's coming.
You're gonna get bumped.
It's just life.
They're behind by then.
You know, if you've seen, and we talked to the eye doctor, I think he had like 54 on the books, and I think by the time the day was over and we were there late, 48 or 49 he had seen. There was a couple of cancellations. So if they're just 30 seconds to a minute, you know, late on every one of them, by the end of the day, you're 45, 50 minutes late, hour and a half sitting in the lobby waiting.
I bet that was fun.
You know, and look,
who don't love
we
that?
We got to cut up. Dad and I would talk. I love Dad to tell me stories about growing up and different things, just he was talking about Paw, his dad. That's what I called him. How hard nosed he was. That age, you know, that life that they were just like no nonsense, era. You know. And he told me what he'd be doing. He'd be jingling his change in his pocket, walking up and down the hall, asking if the doctor's left.
So, come on,
let's go.
Let's get it up. Come on.
But great doctor, great staff. It's just
they
were just behind. So we got to sit there and hang out.
You'd like to see them pick it up a little bit.
Yeah. I know that would, if I was in a situation like that and I was the staff, it'd drive me crazy to know somebody's been sitting there that long. But you know, there's tougher things, I guess, in life.
There are.
We just sat there. The TV. Kind of the choices in the waiting room.
It's always like, what was that show where they travel around the world and eat weird food?
Yeah.
It's always something.
I know.
Let me tell you something. If you're gonna make people wait, you need to have them some entertainment in the little area.
Yeah.
You really do.
Well, there's all about eyesight and, you know, how you can signs that your eyes are going bad and stuff. And by the time I left, I felt like I had bad eyes.
Yeah, you can't see.
I'm like, good night.
Now, how y'all gonna get home?
Right. I mean, now what are we doing?
Neither one of you can see.
Like Dad. But again, he did it again. I met the nicest guy that checked us in, and we started talking and stuff. And I was telling him, this man is bizarre. But that you're looking at here, and he's the only blind man that gives me directions when I'm driving.
Well, he's got.
And I've told y'all before, I've waved my hand in front of his eyes to see if he's pulling a good one on me, and he can really see.
Yeah.
Yesterday it happened again. We're going through downtown Huntsville trying to get there, and he's asked if I've taken a ride at a certain street, and I was like, yes, sir, we're there now. And he's like, yeah, you know, I used to work. A block over, I would walk this, you know, because he's not always been this way.
It's all in his. He's got the map still in his
head. His
head.
memory is something else, man. And so I'm like, he said, yeah. So I mean, have you passed that church there on the left? And I look at him, I'm like, that's what we're doing now.
You're messing with me.
Can you really see? You know,
catch him over and read.
Yeah. You know, 2 red lights up. It's going to be right there on the right. Yes, sir. I know. I can. How you doing?
The GPS told me the same thing.
Yeah. That's what I'm. You know, and then like on the way home, it sent us back another way because traffic was bad. Yeah. And the little maps is talking out loud. You know, 2 red lights up. You'll take a left onto Clinton Avenue. Clinton Avenue. What are you going this way for? I'm like, no, traffic. Dad, how do you know what? So you going around? So you going Parkway, huh? So I'm like,
you're kind of out of your way there, son.
Again, Dad, can you really be honest? Can you see? But no, I saw the eye exam. He cannot.
Okay,
but
so you proved it.
Hey, his memory is something else. Because he didn't always used to be this way, and he could see.
In his mind.
Yep, and he tells me stories of that all the time. But good day with him. Good afternoon.
Yeah,
it was fun.
Spend a lot of time.
Yeah,
together.
you know, and you just got to enjoy that and go. You know, this is happening for a reason. So let's hang out.
Yeah.
Not that we don't do that a lot.
Make the best of it.
I love quizzing him about growing up.
Oh, yeah.
I asked him about Calvin Parker and the UFO experience in Pascagoula. Yeah, he did. He was telling me.
I bet that's a big story.
Yeah, because he was, grown man. Here I'm a little baby. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free, confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty-canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com mypillow.com/Bubba. Are you somebody who likes deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So they give you a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba today to save up to 30% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. Good time gang settling in. We are live. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. And we're running through some of the stories of the day, some of the personal updates Got a lot to hit today, and we look forward to your participation. You're always welcome to call 866-WE-BE-BIG. Some more business. I did this yesterday, and it helped Helmsy because he remembered what day we had the Regions Tradition broadcast, which is next Wednesday. But Friday's your deadline for Fix Mama's Mouth to get Mama's information in and registered at rickandbubba.com under contest. The next week, the top 3 will hit the website, and then we'll allow you to vote. And then the day after Mother's Day, which is on Monday, of course, Dr. Dudney will be in to announce the winner. So that's kind of how that's going to work. So if you've been thinking about it and you're like, oh, man, I got time. Well, not really. You need to kind of go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and right there all the instructions on how to enter your mother correctly so she has the best chance of being selected as the top 3, and then y'all are voting. So there you go on that.
Come on.
Quick question. We were talking about eyes, and my dad going to an eye doctor yesterday. I actually got an email yesterday, Helmsy, about your female glasses you found on the tennis court.
Looking good.
And you thought if you all didn't hear this late in the show, what was it, last week or week? I can't remember when it was. That you thought that they had the name of the young lady on the inside of the glasses, but it was actually the color of the glasses.
It was, yeah.
And
we actually had somebody in here in the golden ticket seats that worked at an eye doctor's office, and she's like, honey, I hate to break it to you, that's not the woman's name.
It was actually a bless your heart.
You thought you had
it was a bless your heart. This is the actual. This is
he was Googling them.
Yeah, he was, and looked up a lady on Instagram that had the same name.
Yes,
and messaged her, and she's probably thinking, what is this creeper doing?
Who's this idiot? I don't even wear glasses.
2 questions: did you find the original owner, and do you still have them?
No, I did not find the original owner.
Okay. Have you given them back? Have you put them back on the court too?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to leave them out in the storm.
Basically.
No, I haven't stolen them. I've let people know.
Somebody can't see out there somewhere. Missing a pair of glasses.
They keep going back to the tennis court and going, I promise you, this is the last. This is the last place I had them.
This is where I had
Well, if they keep going back out there and they're out there,
all I see is red bugs.
But
there's red bugs all over.
There's red bugs everywhere, but I can't find my
Suddenly
glasses.
I can see red bugs.
I emailed who I was supposed to email and say, hey, listen, found some glasses. People leave stuff all the time. This is not a, we got a little lost and found thing. And boy, people leave a hoodie. I mean, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I could start a hoodie and hat,
Yeah, lost and found.
Yep. But I've done all I need to do there, and
so you still have.
Listen, have an outlet here to where I can announce, hey, if you're missing glasses in Jacksonville, I have them.
I think they're officially yours. You give so many days, nobody claimed them. I think they're yours.
Well, I was going to ask that.
Except the fact they're women.
If you exhaust efforts of going.
They're not women's glasses.
No, they are.
They're not women's glasses? They're women's glasses.
Yeah, yes, they are, my friend. Look, if
I wanted his face when he said that.
How long does it take before you officially go, okay?
Oh, I think it's over now. Nobody's
Have you? Let me ask you a question. Have you put a sign up at the tennis court that says I found some glasses?
No.
Here's what I wish.
It has to be a big
not
sign.
Going that far. They won't be able to see it.
I wished he'd be wearing them and somebody go, hey. First of all, those are female.
Right.
Second of all, they're mine.
Most people don't talk like that, Greg.
Oh, well.
They wouldn't say that about the female part.
It's the chick glasses.
I'm sorry, I'm transitioning.
Okay. All right. So you still
They're
have
in my
them.
car. Actually wore them yesterday on the way home.
I wish I'd pass you. I wish I'd be coming down 77. You were coming down.
And also think about this: the truck he drives, blacked out, manly looking truck. And you pass him, he's got female glasses on.
And I took him.
Good, though.
I took him on the Miami trip.
Oh my goodness, you're traveling.
And the girls, every time I put them on, they called me professor. They would not call me coach. So when I had the glasses on,
I thought you'd call you ma'am.
And
I called you something.
They're not as much of a butthole as y'all.
Well, you're wearing women's glasses.
Yeah, they don't. They're
Nobody
more.
Made you wear women's
they're
glasses.
just like I've got a pair of Oakleys that.
So you expect us not to acknowledge you're wearing women's glasses?
No, I didn't say that, but I think we've acknowledged that already multiple times. But when you sit them next to my Oakleys that I have, they look very similar in color because they're brown, and they've got that design or whatever. And so there's not a whole lot of difference when I put those on and these, other than one of them's corrective lens and one of them's sunglasses.
And one's women's.
And
That's a big
All right.
part
Anyway,
of it.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I'm
No, I
sorry,
just
that's
like
a
this.
huge deciding factor. I mean,
Well, here's the deal. I am so comfortable in my own skin. I really don't care.
Okay. All right.
And
we'll go with it
so
then.
I just kind of go with it, and I never think anything of it until you guys start getting on me about it.
Okay.
And I wish that I'd like to return them because I
You
think
would.
somebody'd like to see probably. They don't want to have, these are expensive
They've
glasses.
moved on.
Don't know if you've price corrective lenses. They're expensive. They like them.
are.
They do.
They really
They
like
are
them.
very in love with them. The
So I'm
ones I
afraid
wear
this person
cost
has
me a
probably
lot.
gone out and you never wear them for some reason.
When I drive.
And so I'd like to see them. They probably need them.
But you have an eye doctor's appointment.
But by now they've made other arrangements. Just keep them.
Probably.
Yeah, probably so. I guess so.
probably. I'm gonna keep
They
'em in
keep
my car.
wandering around
Hey,
the
great
court.
news. They're yours.
I'm gonna keep them in my car for the moment that it happens when somebody comes up and says, "Hey, coach, do you happen to see any glasses around here?" I'm like,
It's been
got 'em.
about 3 months ago.
Right. And I
I
left
was looking
them here,
at some red bugs.
and I came back like 30 minutes later, and they were gone.
I think the bigger part of that story was the fact that I put them on and realized, wow, my eyesight has diminished over the last few years, slowly but surely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do it.
That was the biggest thing that come out of this. So.
All right, so there's your update.
Hey, do y'all ever, I just want to ask this, do y'all ever want QFTAs again?
Yeah, of course.
Because they have been stacking
Well, you got to let us
Bring 'em
know.
on.
Let's go.
And I know sometimes y'all don't like them.
Now, I know you've
and-
portrayed that,
and-
but we're good with them. Let's roll.
Do you want to do it now?
We got about a minute and a half before the break. Let's go.
What's the most expensive mistake you've ever made at work?
At work.
At work?
For the company. Now, this is an Alabama Power,
Yeah,
probably
'cause-
for you, Greg.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say that because of being here. I don't.
I don't really think
Yeah.
so.
Expensive. I've lost stuff that costs money.
This is what I want. Or
Yeah.
like wrecked a car.
Oh
or
yeah. Oh, you
something
and that
like
truck. You got stories about that
No,
truck.
I've they had these things you use to crimp wire.
Mhm.
Pretty expensive, and I left it on the back of the truck and drove off.
Okay.
Never found it.
All right.
Now, when I was younger, when I was working at Food World, and I was a bagger, but we'd had to go get the buggies and bring them in, and then we didn't have them fancy things like they have at Walmart,
Yeah.
where they drive themselves. So I got too many buggies at one time and was coming downhill, lost control, and crashed into a car with people in it.
Oh my
A real nice car, dented it up really bad.
So that's what I did.
Oh! I got one. I wrecked the station van.
Okay, see that's a expensive mistake.
Yeah. It looked really good from the outside, like most station vans do. But it was crap on the inside.
Sure.
But on the outside, it was pretty.
It's shining like
Oh,
new
you
money.
kidding me? The signage on it.
Were you not looking and running somebody?
I can't remember. I was turning left. It was at the intersection of the
Was
studio.
it your fault?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think so. It was two were turning, and it was just a weird little thing. But yeah, how about this? I mean, we had cops come and
Oh,
and
you had to ride it
everything.
up. What
The,
about
the
you,
manager, the manager actually ran out of the studio to the intersection.
Thought, oh, you okay? What are you doing? You tried to make up and say it was the other person's fault.
you know me,
We
I get
immediately
on.
start pointing out. I didn't see him. What were they doing?
Didn't have a blinker on.
Couldn't have been. It's a terrible moment in my career.
I'm gonna go get my woman's glasses.
yeah,
and
do that.
Wear them the next
I do that.
segment
You need
for
to wear them
everybody
all
to
the
see.
time. I think you got to wear them all the time.
Yeah.
I'm going to get them.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a fast protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Folks, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now in advance before an emergency strikes. In all kinds of emergencies, supplies should be ready to grab and go right away. Secure those supplies at this website, preparewithbubba.com. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply, they're experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, protected by heavy-duty 4-layer packaging. These kits last up to 25 years. They're sealed inside rugged handled buckets, and they're made to grab quickly. Go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 per kit. They ship fast and free in unmarked boxes. Once again, you can save $50 per kit at preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the kickoff hour. We are hanging out together, getting ready for the day. Good Time Gang Live. Speedy, Helmsy, Greg, Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show today. I would just tease one thing. You don't want to miss today's show and a story that Adler will bring to air today. and on his personal life, which is going to be gold. So be standing by for that today. I have this little piece of audio, and then I want to do some more QFTAs if you don't mind, and just see. I haven't done this in a long time. Tell me if y'all know what's happening here. If y'all want to play along, take a listen.
What is happening? Oh my God, please get away.
What do you think he's talking about?
Somebody's in a car, first of all, driving down the road.
Sounds
Okay.
like that, yeah.
All
All right,
right.
play it again.
Huh?
Sounds
Oh,
like
it
Arnold
again?
Schwarzenegger.
Oh yeah, I got the way. How you doing? Okay.
By the way,
let's
he
see
has
here.
a funny commercial out right now.
Oh, I know
my
it.
God, please get away.
I feel like there is it's a complete guess. This is where my mind goes. I feel like this guy's driving, and he sees an animal about to attack another animal.
Oh, okay,
And
great.
he's telling the
Play it
one
one
animal
more time.
he wants to.
One more time. Okay.
What is happening? Oh my God, please get away.
Either that or somebody's
Somebody's
in distress, getting maybe robbed or something, and he's, I don't know.
All right, well, Helmsy, you're
He
really
doesn't sound very emotional.
right.
He's kinda
He doesn't.
monotone.
He doesn't.
You got one thing right. He's in the car.
Okay.
It's obvious because you can hear it, but you're good observation there. And he's on his way to work. Okay, and I will play all of it here.
A
for you
clown
now.
ran up to his
Oh
car.
my God, please get away. Hi, buddy.
We were looking at a bunch of zebras eating grass on the side of the off-ramp. The cars on the off-ramp pulled over by the guardrail and lined up really close to kind of make a makeshift fence to keep them from coming up onto the off-ramp.
I've only ever seen them in a zoo, so that was a first.
Must be a joke.
They just started hanging out in the grass in somebody's yard over here across the street.
I called, so I found the missing zebras. They're in my yard. Not sure what to do.
Can
Who
you
has
imagine?
zebras?
Can you imagine that? 4 zebras escaped from a trailer and ran down the highway near Seattle on Sunday. And video got to social media. They were captured, but the 4th was still missing yesterday when this story was printed.
We got one rogue.
But, all right, so just think about where you live, what you do, and you're just riding down the road and maybe a horse, a donkey. Okay, I got that. But a zebra? 3 zebras, excuse me. 3 zebras. Just
You
eating
don't
grass.
normally don't see zebras.
No, you wonder where okay, what am I doing here?
Seemed like there was one in the field up there by Jacksonville on Carpenter's Lane.
Greg.
Oh, really?
Yep. Seemed like it was
From
like,
that place?
No, it was just out there with.
Where'd it come
It's
from?
like, I don't know. Somebody had it. I know I saw a zebra one time out in that pasture.
Man, you ever see a zebra just on some of these safari?
Get ate up.
Oh man, they just fight
Well,
for
they'll
their
get
life.
ate up.
They'll kick too,
Yeah, they will.
and every now and then they'll land one.
Yeah, but boy, it usually doesn't turn out well.
It
for 'em.
doesn't. It doesn't.
I'm always intrigued traveling where we do every
Mm-hmm.
day. And there'll be these farms, and some of them don't even have that much property. They may have 20 acres.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you'll look up one day and it'll be filled with cattle, or it'll be filled with steers, or it'll be filled with a couple of horses. And I'm like, where did y'all come from? I hadn't
Right.
seen y'all out here in 3 or 4 weeks. And then all of a sudden they're gone.
You know where you cross 431 if you're heading towards Jacksonville and Alexandria.
Yes.
Here we go.
Right there where you cross. If you look behind that store up on and look at the fence, that it used to be full of buffaloes.
Wow.
What?
Yes, they had a bunch of buffaloes in there. I hadn't seen them in years.
Well, you know,
You
our,
could tell they put this nice
Yeah.
fence to keep them in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened, but either they're in a different part of the pasture and I can't see them. But I mean, a good
Okay,
many, not
so
a
that's-
good many buffaloes.
Really?
all right, so that's what so yesterday I'm coming back. Our payphone. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Our
yeah,
payphone.
yeah.
All right.
The mystery phone.
that property there.
Yeah.
That's
Would
They're
y'all
gonna
just
have
like
a little
would-
rodeo out
Would y'all
there
just
down
like to do a JSU podcast?
so this has nothing to do with
on the
that.
road to Jayville.
So that may be why I saw what I saw, because there's a bunch of Longhorns out there yesterday,
oh yeah, they'll be there. I've seen them out there.
and I was like,
They don't
well,
stay there.
I had okay. Where are you going?
I don't know.
Why are they there and then a month
right.
later gone, and then all of a sudden they're back again? Like
I know.
it was fun to watch yesterday. I was
I
like,
have
well, how
seen them
about
out
that?
there.
There's some Longhorns.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if that's what you're supposed to call them.
But they had some longhorns.
Yeah,
I'll
they
tell you
did.
that.
y'all
Yeah.
finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, I was just wondering. The rest of the country would like to join in.
There's a lot of people that conversation had nothing to do with Jacksonville.
It started
all.
with the animals, seeing weird animals.
Right.
And that's
and
an
I
intersection.
said that I saw a zebra in Jacksonville. I did say that.
That's that turn right there on 77.
See, there we go.
Where there's a payphone that doesn't
Yeah.
work. It's just there.
Exactly. And I always want to stop there and just pick it up, knowing it doesn't work. I want to stop.
Yeah.
But there was a
Payphone,
bunch of Longhorns out there yesterday,
That
and
is-
I'm
that
like,
is
where did
wild.
y'all come from?
And they said, no.
They
Hey,
said,
nice glasses.
they
Yeah,
said,
he said,
they
"Hey."
said, "Hey, where'd you get those woman glasses?"
That's good. All right, go ahead with your question.
How many unread texts do you have right now?
Ooh, no, I'm good at that.
Yeah, I'm too.
None.
Okay, good. See, I knew that there's people.
One.
Amanda's like this.
One.
Amanda will have like it was probably sent this morning though.
No, I'll I usually clear them.
Yeah, Amanda. I'll look up. Amanda will have
Sometimes.
65 unread.
Really?
And she'll have 200 emails, and I'm like,
Now I got a lot of
babe,
emails.
what are you doing? And she's like, no. She goes, I see them.
I got a lot of
I just, and I'm like, yeah, but you haven't acknowledged
that
it,
way.
responded it. Like, what in the world?
Yeah.
Well, I know
Drives
what
me
she's
crazy.
going through. You go, hey, I'll get to that, and then you get busy, and all of a sudden it's filled up.
That's why
I
I've
never
got
got back.
Yeah.
I
Can't do
a lot.
that.
Have you ever done this? Try to answer somebody's text and be sharp. You know, hey, I'm coming, get right back to you, and then you look later and you didn't hit send.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
have
sitting
done
there.
that. Yeah.
I've also used that as an excuse for not responding to people I should have.
That's a good point, but I actually have done that a lot. Really, I'm making
As
note of
real
that.
as could be.
Right.
But
Oh, you know what? I meant to send you. I thought I hit send.
yeah,
Hey, and I'll tell you this
I have
too.
done that.
Every now and then, and I don't know how it happens. Every now and then, somebody will go, "Hey, man, just following up on a text I sent the other day," and I'm thinking, I never saw that. But then I'll look back and I'm like, no, they did send it.
Yeah.
Where? How
You
did I
ignored
miss
them.
that? How did I miss that?
You ignored them.
No, I don't know how it happened. That's weird. All right,
What
go
is
ahead.
your favorite type of soup?
My favorite type of soup.
You go in a place today and you have to order soup. What soup
Boy,
are
I
you
wish I could
choosing?
say gumbo, but I can't. It's not a soup.
Oh, yeah.
Is it? Is that in the soup?
I'm taking
category?
gumbo and chili out.
Okay, because I like
That's
both
not
of
fair.
those.
Let's see.
Taco soup. You ever had that?
Yes.
I like
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
I like soup in general.
I
You know
like
what
a
I like
good
to do?
vegetable soup.
I used to not, but I do now.
Do you like just
With
straight tomato
cornbread.
soup?
Yes.
No, I do not.
I love a good tomato basil.
Well, like
don't
with
like tomato soup.
like with a grilled cheese sandwich.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Dip it in there, and let it run and around and play a little
I'm
bit.
out on that.
Okay.
I'm
I
not
know it's
doing
something
that.
you and tomatoes, y'all don't get along.
Yeah, we're a little.
I
weird.
like a good tortilla soup.
Listen, there was this soup, and it's made
Go
somewhere.
chicken noodle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Chicken
some good
noodles
stuff.
good.
There's some soup you can buy it, and you concentrate. You add water
Yeah.
to it, and it's a vegetable soup at Barron's,
Okay.
and it's like made in Alabama, and you used to find it on the shelf like at Publix where they have local stuff. Can't find it anymore, and it was really good.
Mad about it.
Add a little chicken to it, because you know how I am.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'll do this. I'll get a can of Progresso chicken noodle,
Mm-hmm.
and then like if we've cooked chicken or had some left over from something, then I'll take that chicken and add it to it. Give it more chicken. That's good.
Ooh.
Huh.
I'm hungry now.
Did you
That sounded good.
Did you learn how to swim in a natural environment like a lake or river,
No,
or
I was drowning.
or in
Straight up.
in like a pool, YMCA or
I
something
learned
like
in
that?
the river. My grandparents had a place on the river, and my grandmother. Not only did she make you swim, and she also you were going to water ski whether you wanted to or not.
Yeah.
So
I was skipping along the edge of the pool, and my sister was supposed to be watching me, and they were playing alligator charge, and that's where
Wasn't watching.
there's one alligator. There's one
Yeah,
person
yeah.
that's in the pool, and the others try to get to the other side, and one of them jumped in and clipped me.
I took you in.
and then I fell to the bottom, and nobody. And all of a sudden,
It always works.
I started moving my arms. I said, "Hey, hold on now," and I got back up to the top. But I had not. I was skipping along at the time, and then that's kind of how I learned to swim.
And I also learned more in a pool. I could
Well, she
swim
had
a little
really
bit.
been watching me.
But I would jump in the water, and I could swim good under the water,
Uh-huh.
but I couldn't swim very good on top of the
Right.
water. So I'd stay under the water until I got to the side.
Yeah.
We grew up on the river, so Mom made sure early that she took us like to the I think it was the YMCA
Oh, yeah.
where we had to learn
Right.
to swim because she didn't want
No,
That
too much
happened.
access to
Yeah,
water.
yeah.
Yep.
What about when they take
now,
these
I-
babies and teach them how to swim?
I
Have you
know.
seen that?
It's
They fall on their
crazy.
face and they're like,
Yes. Yeah. Oh,
just
yeah.
toss them in. All of a sudden,
I
they
don't
get
know.
used to
They'll be
it.
on their back doing
I
this.
know.
We had our boys at the YMCA early. They have classes for that stuff like that. The three. Now my sister has a little bit different version of because she didn't want to get in trouble of the story I
She
just
said
told.
you jumped.
No, she says I wasn't as in duress as I just described,
okay.
but I remember it that way.
Well, yeah, you were traumatized.
Have y'all ever had a dog chew up something real expensive?
Pair of shoes.
I've had.
I mean, I don't know if that's real expensive, but nowadays, heck, a pair of shoes costs
It
$150.
wasn't that it
depends
was,
on the shoes.
It wasn't
I guess.
life-changing money, but I had one chew my check up.
Oh,
The mail I'd gotten the mail, set it down.
oh gosh, that's awful.
And they got it and chewed it up.
That's some
Yeah.
expensive.
It wasn't like
Couch
a huge
pillows.
check.
Well, they probably gave you another check.
Oh yeah, I called him. I said,
So-
I know y'all ain't gonna believe when I tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you who it was, Calitrin. It was
He's
an
really
endorsement
coming,
check.
Mr. Button?
Because I had to call Elizabeth and said, look, I know you're gonna think I'm making this up, but my check got chewed up. And they said, all right, we'll send you another.
That's funny.
I've had electronic cords of certain things been chewed up, by dogs.
Well,
and,
Millie
and-
chewed up, or my garage door wouldn't go up. She chewed all the wire. Luckily, I just spliced them back together.
We had a chocolate lab when Tyler was real young, called Yoo-Hoo. And he,
Chocolate theme, I get it.
Yep. Let him name it. And he chewed through the AC unit outside.
That's fine.
Because it kept making noises, and came home one day and the air conditioning unit didn't work.
And that's a bad day.
Yeah, it is. Go ahead.
What a hassle.
Maybe one more.
Would you rather go to sleep an hour early every night or get an extra hour of sleep every morning? You're getting the same sleep.
Well, that's the same thing.
Yeah, I know. But would you rather? It's like saying you're a morning person or not.
I'd rather get the extra.
I'd rather go to sleep early.
No. I'd rather get the extra in the morning. No, not even close.
Okay.
So you'd
I
rather
like
go to bed
stay-
later.
I wish I could stay. I like at night.
I know.
But I just, in my current situation, I pass out before.
Yeah.
But
As
if
I
I
get-
could get to stay up a little
I
longer,
wish
yeah.
I could
But
stay
are you
up.
tired trying to stay up?
If we didn't have this, what would be your target time you'd go to bed every night?
10.
10.
That's what I
Yeah.
would. That's exactly
10
what I would
o'clock.
say.
Or 10:30, I'd watch the news.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I went to bed at 9:40 last night, so I almost hit that mark.
How about
8:45 for me.
Yeah. Still got up though. Here we are.
that? Here we are.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, it is 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. I am Speedy alongside Greg and Helms. We are the Good Time Gang as well. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the hour. Very, very interesting show today. Don't miss. And we'll tease it this way. Adler says, "Hey, I got a story for you guys today, so be looking for that." This is, speaking of stories, where we're based out of in the Southeast. We are very well versed on tornadoes and severe weather outbreaks. They can pop up from anywhere. And so we can understand that, but out in Nebraska and Oklahoma, Iowa, I mean, it's just flat land. You could see them coming here. Everything's so mountainous and everything. Sometimes it's hard to really see the tornadoes behind trees, all that kind of stuff. They just pop up. But this lady here in Nebraska survived one of the tornadoes that came through that we've been talking about this past weekend. Rick was in Nebraska with Rich Wingo and talked about the severe weather and being detoured to Kansas City and trying to get in and all the video that came from that. She describes surviving the tornado and says, "I held on to the dryer. That's what saved me." The Nebraska woman says after surviving the tornado, buried alive, she's down under all the debris, and neighbors are walking around checking on everybody after everything is gone, and she just starts screaming, "I'm down here, I'm fine." Somehow, I don't know, but I'm down here. And her neighbors were checking on her and heard her, and she was buried alive during the deadly tornado outbreak on Friday. She said she started watching TV and she realized, hey, things aren't looking good. The news anchor was like, "There's a tornado coming your way." And so she took shelter in the basement, which she admitted to not always doing, but she did this time. and the lights started flashing while she was talking on the phone to her daughter. So she walked over to the laundry area to get a flashlight, and then suddenly everything went crazy and
buried.
Debris everywhere. She said, I guess it was a direct hit to my house. I'm like, oh, my gosh. And she said, I put my flashlight or my phone light on, and then it was like the wind was forcing her back to the dryer, and she just held on and got through it, but was buried alive. And there's pictures here of the dryer that saved her life of hanging on to it. That is just a bizarre.
That is a nightmare.
I know, Greg, you had a close call to your house, actually had roof damage, and trees were down in the backyard. Is that the closest you've ever been to anything like that, or have you actually been in something?
That one time when we used to live in Oxford, when we first got married, one time I thought the house was fixing to lift off the ground. But now I wasn't home for this last one. But but yeah, as far as close and damaged, yeah, that'd be the closest.
How about you, Helms?
No.
Nothing.
No, I've been fortunate every time that we've had basements, and so there was a time when Amanda and I lived in an apartment where we had to get off the second floor and go to like the club, which it wasn't much safer, but
right.
And then we lived in a house out in McCalla that was one level, no basement. And there were a couple of times where we may have, had to get like in the center room or whatever. But nothing ever.
No direct hit of any kind like that. Yeah.
I know my mom and dad had a direct hit. They were living in a trailer when they first got married over where on the river and it flipped their trailer. And Mom says that's why as a kid, anytime there was any kind of storm coming up, we'd all have to go to the basement because of what they experienced. But I've been fortunate, never had to deal
I remember
with
when we was a kid, we'd get in the hall in the middle of the house. We'd all be in there.
Yeah.
I hated that. That was scary.
Yeah. Well, we've had some close calls as far as just getting down in the basement, getting you a safe place, Everybody's got four-wheeler helmets on, that kind of thing. No direct hit. I guess it goes back to my childhood living on the Gulf Coast. It was more hurricane-related, and we had some pine trees broke off and thrown into our roof like a dart, sticking out. That's really been the only damage. Debris everywhere, cleanup. It was but never, oh, my gosh, we're flattened or the house took a direct hit. And I know Bubba is getting through it here. He's living it. But this lady is lucky to be alive, and she's like, I couldn't care less about my house or anything like that. I just can't believe I survived it.
I guarantee you, buried up.
And that's one thing about the basement that I always think about sometimes. Even I know it's a safe place, but it's like, okay, what if all the debris is on top of us? How we get out of this thing?
That ain't good.
And so she starts hollering and screaming. She hears voices, and it's her neighbors screaming, "Are you okay?" Because obviously she couldn't see.
Get me out.
From the bottom, she couldn't see, but from the top, all it is just a pile of house and stuff.
I remember we would always have to go to the basement. It wasn't like a finished out basement. Like it was a full blown dirty basement.
Right.
Okay. And I'd always be frustrated because Dad got to go see what was going on.
Oh, yeah. My dad was
you know what I mean?
And I do it now. When my kids were growing up, I was always with my head out the door.
Well, why does Dad get to go check it out? Why can't we? And Mom would be very serious about, hey, y'all are in this corner and you stay in this area and don't get up. And, of course, we respected them enough to do that. But I was like, how come Dad gets to kind of wander around and see what's going on?
Dads get a pass. They get to go open the door and stick their head out and look and try to hit my dad. So I'm trying to hear it.
Yeah. But some of these, and Helmsy, you brought it up yesterday, some of these folks that I want to record on my phone and the tornado's going down the road, go on and get in.
Yeah, you people are getting too close.
You really are.
Might want to make a different
It's not worth that. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us next for the main show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, Bubba, today, Black History Month begins in America for the month of February. Here's a doozy. Oregon have you seen this? Oregon has decided, Bubba, that they will decriminalize all drugs.
Yeah, wasn't that a vote on election night?
Yeah.
Didn't we talk about that? Just all drugs.
Well, you can
all
look
drugs.
at you can look at the city.
Did I say all drugs?
Yeah, you can look at the city of Portland and realize, well, there's no issue here.
Right.
No.
Right.
Well,
this would be a good call for them, I think.
Yeah. So here we go. Oregon law to decriminalize all drugs, going into effect, and they're going to offer for drug addicts rehab instead of prison. Now,
how long do you keep offering that? You know what I'm saying? How many rounds do they get?
Well, Greg, let me bring up an obvious, and we all know this because we help a lot of ministries that do this. And what's the thing you always hear? Well, when we get a bed available, we'll get you in. We have a waiting list.
It's really gonna get big.
Are we acting like we can just no problem? If somebody's got a drug problem, no issue here. We're just gonna have beds everywhere for rehab. There's supply and demand already. Just the system that we have now. What do you hear from rehab facilities all the time?
Yeah,
what the most fun? Every time you go to a banquet, what's the fundraiser usually say? We need to build more beds. We need to have more rooms. I mean, that's sad, but it's a sad reality. Now you're going to say, go out, drugs are, hey, get all you want, but don't worry if you get addicted to them, because nobody ever really does. When you get addicted to these, we're not going to put you in jail for the crimes you've committed trying to get the money for the drugs. What we're going to do is we're just going to put you in rehab.
But if you are committing crimes to get your drug habit, or let's say you're operating an automobile under the influence, that's still a crime, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But just having it. So I got I got a box full of Percocets back here, and that's okay, even though it wasn't prescribed for you, or fentanyl or any of that other stuff. That's,
It's
well, if they let fentanyl out, the problem will take care of itself.
Well, here we go. We have the executive director of Mental Health and Addiction Association of Oregon. Here it is: the passage of Measure 110, the first of its kind, that, as we said, decriminalizes the possession of all illegal drugs, including but not limited to heroin, cocaine, meth. And the oxycodone, is it oxycodone?
Oxycodone.
It says codone, but maybe that's how they say it. I don't know.
Oxycodone?
That's what I would say, oxycodone, but they spell it with O-N-E. But anyway, you know what we're talking about, the painkillers. So there we go.
It's going to be a lovely place to live.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have a warehouse full of cocaine now. It's okay.
I guess, yeah. Is there a limit on how much?
But you can't.
When you're considered a dealer?
You can't drive your car under the influence still, or
well, it's really odd.
The thing is, because they're so addictive, a lot of people are not addicted now because it's illegal to get in on the ground floor.
Right.
So you're never addicted because you don't start it. But now, with it being so easily and readily available, you're going to have I think, a skyrocketing number of people addicted.
And let me ask you this: am I crazy here? So, all right, if it's only people using and possessing, like you're still dealing drugs, you're going
if you're dealing drugs and you have possession of it for some reason, that you can be fined $100.
But we're not going to put drug dealers in jail anymore.
It says those in possession.
If the drugs are not illegal, how can you put a drug dealer in jail?
I don't know why you're giving.
You just said they weren't illegal.
Well,
it's decriminalized. It's not.
Yeah.
It's still illegal. It's decriminalized. So, you don't get thrown in prison. You get a fine instead.
You have to go to a rehab.
Yeah. It'd be like a speeding ticket. You get a.
Got it.
I'm not.
You broke the law, but you're not locked up.
What am I trying to say? What's the word?
It's not a felon.
Not salit. Here's think of the word now. When you write a ticket, what is it? Citation.
Here's exactly what it is.
Is that what you?
If you're caught
hung up on citation,
okay.
Who are you thanking?
Two-block.
Nobody gave it to you. Who are you thanking?
Myself.
Good job.
I thank you, Self.
Way to go, Self.
Usually somebody else gives it to me. It's so it's habit to go thank you.
Yeah, to Adler's point.
Sounds like Adler studied this. What are you doing?
Well,
you moving?
I was actually about to read the next line that was going to tell us those in possession will be fined $100, Bubba's word, a citation, that will be dropped if you agree to treatment.
Okay, gotcha.
That's how it's set up.
So what if I don't
We're just
agree?
not going to send people to jail for drugs anymore.
What if I don't agree to treatment and I have 1,000 citations?
Well, at $100, honestly, if I'm a drug addict or I like drugs, $100 citation if I don't have to go into rehab.
Isn't that just the cost of doing business?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
So You know what I'll do? Then I'll rob people for my $100 citation.
Right.
And then
like a half for everything.
like I do for the drugs that I can't afford that I'm now addicted to. So anyway, Oregon's going to ride that. We'll see how that goes. And if it works, and we'll all come back and say, hey, that worked great. Trump has announced new attorneys to lead the impeachment defense. Are we still trying to impeach someone who's no longer president?
Yeah, that's that'll be interesting. That'll be a civics lesson for everybody. Let me ask you this: what does Trump care at this point? I'd say impeach me, do it twice. Who cares?
Okay, now you know who you're talking about, right? Do you understand who you're talking about?
Yeah, but I mean, what does he care?
But he does care.
But they're going to vote to remove him from office.
Yeah. But find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Six minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. I meant to tell Tom about this. As we start a brand new hour, we got a lot to do. Kickoff hour's behind us. We got an action-packed show today. You can be part of it at the number I just gave you. This hour starts with the national anthem. Here we go. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new show. The Rick and Bubba show is ready to continue the radio revolution. Thanks for being with us. We got a lot to cover on the program today. Eddie Van Adler, a story from the weekend that we delayed because he had to kind of get it together. It will be a chance to chuckle, but also an important public service announcement as well as we try to help others through our own mishaps. So that'll be happening on the show today. We'll take your phone calls today. We've got a guest on the program today. We just partnered with the Association for Mature American Citizens. This is kind of a conservative alternative to AARP. And if you wanted to know more about that, Rebecca Weber, the CEO, will be with us today. I thought you were signaling me, Bubba. Sorry. I was looking going, I hope I'm not saying something wrong. We also will jump inside what's going on here at the studios. Also, a hilarious video out there today. If you enjoy watching the Health, Wealth, and Prosperity folks out there kind of stumble on themselves, that we got one of those today involving one of our favorites, Jesse Duplantis. So that's coming up on the program today too, Greg. You will absolutely love it. Speedy, Greg, and Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience for you. For all of you that are spending time with us today. And we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba.
What about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
came out in a dream. Ow. Yeah. Earth, wind, and fire. Serpentine fire. So, Bubba, how do?
Good, sir. How do you?
Well, there's times when you look up.
There's another way to answer that question, but I'm not going
I
to
was about to say, let's just keep moving. Let me tell you, if you ever want to know where you really are, just look at what actually is happening. And so, and you've noticed this. I know you've picked up on this, and we certainly feel it. If you just kind of look, we have Speedy, the head producer here, and he lays out, the stories that we should consider on the day. And certainly we can veer off that, and I have this too, by the way. And we can veer off of that, or we can do our own things. People have stories, in their own lives that won't be on the show prep. Adler throws us some videos. Speedy sends him some videos. Adler's finds videos, and really, it's like we come in and it's a buffet of things to discuss.
Smorgasbord.
See if you think that we are aging. Today, we'll talk to the Association for Mature American Citizens. Doctors reveal how to reduce your risk of getting dementia.
Yeah.
Woman, 101. So, do you think, Speedy, is there a theme here? I mean, you can feel... It went from every story was about fat people to now all things are about getting old.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Do you think that's a coincidence? Do you think
fat old people?
Do you think that's
There's no such thing.
Is that bringing illumination to our current state?
Yeah.
So
I know y'all love medical breakthroughs, so that was one of the stories.
Yeah.
The other
Could
one,
you throw a snake in there?
The other one I thought was pretty comical. The airlines couldn't figure out the 101 deal. So
I saw that.
They thought she was a child.
Yeah, that is funny.
And
we had that yesterday and we didn't do it. But I saw that.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
I think one of the most interesting
then.
stories, college sports is just, we all love that.
Yeah, man.
Great story out today about financing in the SEC and the amount of fundraising going on. I thought was very intriguing.
Did you see the
blown away by how much money?
Did you see the UAB story yesterday?
Yeah. Where they joined the
I
union.
can't quite understand it.
The UAB football program has joined the union.
Well,
I didn't know there was a union.
Yeah, they're trying to unionize.
Okay. All right.
All the college players, which that's funny that they're wanting to do that.
Yeah.
But,
and for UAB to be the lead, I mean, just it's so interesting. Also, the tornado aftermath out in the plains, still getting stories. One today from a Nebraska tornado survivor, and of course, I was really close to those storms. Bubba, when you see the term, "I was buried alive."
Yeah, well, I sent y'all a couple of reels yesterday, the footage of this outbreak in the Midwest over the weekend.
Yep.
Just some incredible video.
Yeah.
And numerous states, numerous tornadoes, but so many people videoed these things and put them online, and so many security cameras caught them, and it's just amazing footage.
Yep. Yeah, that's
things we normally don't get to see. I mean, we see more now because everybody's armed and ready.
Everybody's got something to go with. So we'll look at some of that today, and we'll also I've got something in house I need to discuss with y'all about our how we continue to try to live with others in an office building. I've got a new dilemma in front of me, and I just want to ask you how y'all think I should handle it.
Oh no!
So we got that too. So we'll come back 15 minutes past the hour. We'll get to your phone calls as part of that today. As promised, we'll unpack those and jump right in. And we look forward to spending some more time together today. If you want to find out what's going on this week, check rickandbubba.com. You can go look at upcoming events and start planning to be part of things that are going on near you. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's all. But
well, that hurt.
But remember we talked about the fighting all the way to the ring.
Yeah.
Anytime anybody says anything about him, he responds all the time.
Yeah. Well, I understand that at some point, but at this point, why fight that battle?
Oh, I agree with you.
I think I'd almost say I'm not going to have any defense attorneys. Y'all just do whatever you want to do.
Right.
I don't care. I'll be on the golf course.
Right.
Vote on.
So
really, I mean,
he has 2 attorneys. They will lead his impeachment defense team. The Senate trial is set to begin. Trump is the first president to be impeached twice. His legal team would be led by, he tells who
he's probably the first president, too, that the opposing party was promising to impeach him before he's ever sworn in.
Right. And this party for all of us will begin February the 8th.
Mm-hmm. Just in time for for Valentine's Day. Not Thanksgiving, Valentine's.
Citation.
Yes. And a citation.
And a citation to
I
go.
knew it was named after an airplane. I just can't
Right.
remember.
There you go. Now, this is another one, and I'm trying to get the news source on this one. I don't know that it's reliable, but if you guys, producers, if y'all want to check me on this one. And this is another one in the Your America. So Antony Blinken is the new Secretary of State.
Okay.
And is an activist for the LGBTQ movement. And as Secretary of State, according to this story that I'm looking at here, but I don't see what the source is because it was sent to me, and I'm looking. Oh, it's Breitbart. Okay, I got it. Now I can see it. So Breitbart is reporting this. Secretary of State Antony Blinken orders LGBTQ flags flown at U.S. embassies and will name a special envoy for gay rights. So we're going to have at our embassies, the rainbow flag will be flown there, according to our new Secretary of State, Antony Blinken.
Well, that'll be positive
You
in
think
some
that's
places.
Well, Breitbart is, I don't, Rick, does that really surprise you?
No, it doesn't, but I'm just...
You know, we eliminated...
Can you just put any flag on an embassy? You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be a process of...
Right. Now, maybe this is just what I want to do, and now there'll be a process. But you remember we lit the White House.
Yeah, we did.
In the rainbow colors.
Yeah. Sure did.
So this isn't that big a stretch.
Yeah, I guess.
15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So many people tied to DB
This is
Cooper.
not even me bringing it up now. I mean, I can't get away from it. It seems like every time I think we finally tied a bow on it, here comes another one.
They had a documentary on HBO about it not too long ago.
I know.
There's some good documentaries on it.
I had a buddy that wanted me to get the app just so I could watch it.
Yeah. It didn't solve anything. I watched some of it.
Sheridan Peterson, who was one of the chief suspects, I guess why this has come back up, he died January the 8th in Northern California. And he claimed at the time of the skyjacking he was living in a mud hut in Nepal working on a protest novel about his experiences in Vietnam. But he also had done interviews where he said, and his quote was, the FBI had a good reason to suspect me, but he's now died at age 94.
And, of course, we want this deathbed confession, and we don't get it.
Dadgummit.
I know.
Well,
Sorry, Bo.
And some people have tried to make this his. By the way, look at the drawing compared to this picture at that time. The FBI had a good reason to suspect me. I mean, that's some people are saying that's a veiled confession.
All right, I guess I haven't. Maybe I've lost interest in it. I don't know, because I just love the D.B. Cooper story. Have we discussed Sheridan Peterson before?
No.
He is the guy who was a trained jumper, and he also, get this, he worked for Boeing, I think it was, the company who made it, and he actually took a picture for a publication of him in a suit jumping out the back of the airplane before the D.B. Cooper thing happened. Isn't that strange?
Boy.
Isn't that a little weird? Don't you think?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Well, if your mama, I know it can be uncomfortable. If your mama has always put herself last, y'all don't worry about me and my teeth. I'm over here. I don't want to be a bother. And you'd love to give mama a new smile. Boy, Dr. Dudney and his team, they've been granting this gift for years on the show. If you want to enter your mama to be considered to be one of the finalists, and then the people will vote, the deadline to get all of mama's information in is this Friday. So you need to get that done. Go to contest@rickandbubba.com, and maybe your mama will win this year's Fix Mama's Mouth from Dudney and the gang. So you mentioned this SEC story, Bubba, and talking about the most reliant on donations. Is that
I love business. I love knowing how these things work, and it's very interesting to me. Matt Stahl from AL.com had a story yesterday, and it's based on the NCAA revenues and expense reports, which is public knowledge. SEC programs, athletic programs, brought in $782 million in contributions alone last year. That's almost $1 billion in donations from the 15 member schools.
Yeah.
The donations made up 27.5% of the total $2.8 billion that the current 15 member schools made in revenue, according to the NCAA's revenue and expense report. The only one that is not on there is Vanderbilt, because it is a private school. But that would even raise the number higher, of course.
Right, yeah.
Think about that, $2.8 billion. And a quarter of that is made up from donations. That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Well, you may wonder who tops the list.
I bet I can guess.
Who loves their team the most that they will dig in their wallet and give money?
I bet I can guess.
That would be Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Texas A&M reported $115.4 million in athletic contributions last year alone.
Good night.
So that's not surprising.
No.
They'd like to see a little
knowing
better
the background. Yeah, I started to say return on investment.
Yeah,
I need to have that conversation.
That's when everybody gets upset.
It was the only SEC school to hit triple digits. And then the list behind them goes Texas is second with, I don't see their number here. Georgia ranked, on this one it says combined. Georgia ranked second with donations as 36.1 of the Bulldogs total. Texas was third at 33.2. Crimson Tide, Alabama's donations, made up 21.4% of its revenue. Auburn's contributions made up 21.2%, which made them 12th on the list. So Alabama and Auburn are 11th and 12th on the list as far as percentage.
Yeah, percent. Yeah, I was confused. There's one graph that we have that's total contributions, no matter where they come from.
Right.
And then there's the ones that the most percentage is these donations.
Total contributions, you have Texas A&M, Texas, Georgia, then Tennessee, Oklahoma, LSU, Florida, Alabama, Auburn, Kentucky, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Arkansas, Missouri, and then the Bulldogs of Mississippi State. They brought in 21 million, I believe, total. Yeah, 21.1. So you range from 21.1 to $115.4 million in contributions to the athletic department. That's pretty substantial.
It is, and it kind of
eye-popping, isn't it?
Well, it kind of shows you again when you look at this, when you get down to money, and you see the success that Saban had at Alabama, it really shows how valuable he was again, because Alabama really is middle of the pack toward the end of the pack as far as money available,
right?
Compared to who they play. So when you get into that thing that money equals wins,
it's not necessarily the same. Now, as far as results with football specific contributions. According to this, they show Georgia at the top of the list.
Yeah. Well, this was one of those things. I remember hearing this When you just get to football only, you got
the numbers here. You just got all kind of ways.
Football. So you see Alabama at number 3,
right?
And but one of the things that has been said by some of the the pundits and all this is that when it gets into an arms race where you can buy players and all that, they said that the Alabamas will have a hard time keeping up with those in Texas and Georgia because their base is not able to produce as much money as what these other schools have access to.
So Texas A&M and Texas, you understand that, a lot of oil money, all of that. Where is the Georgia money coming from? Is it simply based on size of the state and Atlanta, or how and where is that coming from?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but that's a good question. But there's a lot of wealth there apparently, or in their alumni. But here's the question I know that really frustrates Aggie people, because we go on and on about Aggie money.
Yeah,
but they don't win. So I mean,
you're not getting Aggie return.
Why can't Texas A&M in football win? Why are they not winning like they should? Didn't y'all think Jimbo Fisher was a good coach? It seemed like he was.
Yeah.
Didn't y'all think
plenty of money?
Didn't y'all think he had plenty of money?
Well, he had the pedigree. He had won a national championship before. He had been at some top schools as an assistant when they won national championships. So I don't know. What do you think?
I think it just shows you how hard it is to actually do this.
It is. Yeah. And do you think, too, I don't know the inner workings of Texas A&M at all. I don't know anything about College Station, nothing other than, going to a game one time. So I know sometimes when we have these kind of discussions, the people on the inside will say, oh, we know what the problem is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't see it. It's not as simple as coaches and players and money. It's the administration, it's the athletic department, and I'm not saying that's the problem.
But here's the thing: we've heard that about Auburn for years, and they won a national title.
Right.
So, and look what had to happen for them. They had to have this unbelievable once-in-a-lifetime player come along.
Everything fell in place.
I mean, it takes things like that.
It does.
I was going to ask y'all about that.
That's why you have to respect, to your point, Helmsy, you got to really respect the ones who pull it off.
Yeah.
Because I think we don't understand how hard it is.
You got to be good and lucky on the field. And have all this working for you. I mean, you talking about
moving
moving
keep people
parts.
healthy.
Yeah.
There's just so many things that play in all of sports, but football especially when you're talking about how rough it is and injury-wise.
Injuries. I think the Kentucky basketball fans will say amen to this. I know some of us think the Wild Wild West will make it easier to win, and you're right on one season. It will make it harder to have longevity.
Yeah.
Because in the days when you got players and you developed them and they stayed in your program for 4 years, you could develop long-term winning.
And
but when they can come and go, you might have an all-star team one year and do pretty well, and the next year you can't put it together.
Everybody left. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You think about the example when we use Auburn and Cam Newton. If he don't have that stature, he probably doesn't survive that season the way he played.
Well, go back and look.
And he even played hurt a lot of times.
Well, and my son was on the team. You realize Clemson misses an extra point in overtime. Kentucky has them beat.
Mississippi State drops a pick six.
Right.
Greg and I saw it.
Yeah. There were several games that year when it was like a miracle.
Yes.
And they finally got to rolling and started dominating some people, but they were about 4 games. Alabama.
Alabama's
drilling
bad.
Yeah. Of course, that was a legitimate comeback, so you got to give them credit for that. But, But that ball rolling out of bounds was huge. That started the whole thing. Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, Rick Burgess. Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in. We want to welcome everyone to the Marconi award-winning Rick and Bubba show.
Now, when did we get that?
Well, we didn't. I just want to see what it would sound like.
That's
We're never going to get
never.
that. But I just wanted to do it one time. That sounded kind of cool, didn't it?
You know what, Bubba?
Huh?
You and I.
That's an award for radio station.
So, I mean, you might as well. We'll never get it, but it's you know what? We might as well say this too. Hey, welcome to the show. Bubba and I have learned to flap our arms and fly today. So, see how that sounds. But we, Bubba and I, sometimes Bubba and I have to have a reality check on who we are and where we stand in the industry, and we had it today. So we come on the air with an attitude. We're ready to fight today.
If we had a Marconi award, which we're not, I think we would put it on the shelf. We'll build a shelf for it right there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no doubt.
You can see it in every
no
shelf.
Doubt, no doubt. As a matter of fact, every now and then, if I got down, I'd say, Bubba, move over to your right a little bit so I could see it.
Let's see if we can buy one on eBay from somebody that's hard up.
I bet we could.
You buy Super Bowl rings. Why can't you buy Marconi?
No, straight up, I bet we could.
Yeah, I
you
bet
think there's not some down this radio goob out there that has one?
Yes.
He'd sell it to us in a minute.
Do you remember?
That's a great idea.
Do you remember John Perry, who used to be over the TV part of the show when we were on Turner South? Mm-hmm. And John was he was a sure enough he was like a big deal in TV. Mm-hmm. And he had won all these Emmy Awards. Do you remember that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And he was saying, we were talking about awards or something. He said, there's no real big, it's no big deal.
You think Smiley would sell us his? I just saw Ricky Smiley got one. You think he'd sell us one his?
Yeah, maybe so.
Well, we could ask him.
That's the one we're after.
He's probably got several.
You see, that's the one we're after. Network radio host of the year.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mm-hmm. But you hear what I saw, though? I saw some stations that are probably down on their luck that won one for a station. And what if we just started, Speedy, look at this list. Mm-hmm. I think we should start a bit on the show that we call stations that may be down on the luck and say, hey, we see that y'all want a Marconi. Would y'all sell it to us?
I don't
Ricky
know.
Smiley's still too successful.
Yeah.
He's not going to give his up.
Wait, Adler, put that back up.
We got to find somebody that's going downhill.
Yeah, I don't think Atlanta or Chicago's probably hurting. Orlando, Santa Rosa, California. Sugarloaf Key, Florida might be a target. I think we might could swoop in on them.
Because see, if you just had a Marconi, they'd never see what was on it. We could even change the plate on what it said.
Right.
We go to one of these small market down there in the luck. If we can find an AM standalone, we're gonna get one. and we just say, would y'all like to sell your Marconi? We change the plate on the front of it where it says Small Market Station of the Year, and we just put awarded to Rick and Bubba.
If you make too much about it, the NAB would probably swoop in. But if we just pick one up on eBay that somebody
we need that Delilah one.
Look at Cadiz, Kentucky. I bet you they'll sell theirs.
Yeah, but we need that network syndicated personality.
No. Listen, we just simply changed the plate.
Okay,
you had Delilah, Ricky Smiley.
You're not gonna get Delilah. She ain't gonna give that up. She's not giving that award up.
She's probably had so many. She might.
Is Delilah down and out?
This is what I was going to say. This is what I was going to say with the Emmys. Do you remember John Perry saying they're really no big deal? I've got like 12 of them. Yeah. And we were joking him about it, and he brought one to us, and we used it as a doorstop. Mm-hmm. Do you remember that?
He sure did.
And we broke it, and he said, who cares?
I've got a Dove
I think
award.
I've got it. I think I've got it in there. Mm-hmm. I think I've got John Perry's Emmy somewhere.
Well, I've got the Dove Award that Matt gave us from Third Day. I've got it. You want me to get it in here?
Dove Award winning.
Let's get us some awards.
You're doing well if you're just giving awards. Yeah, take that one.
So really, and in my mind, I'll go off sometimes. Go, yeah, that's a Dove Award.
Over by my Grammy.
Do you remember how Susan Lucci used to make fun of the fact that everybody had those daytime Emmys but her?
Yeah.
I remember a skit on Saturday Night Live where the maintenance man come in, Rick, and he had them hanging on his belt. And Susan Lucci's like, and he's like, no big deal. She goes, oh yeah, it's a big deal. Funny. So yeah, we have a marketing award. The studio won an award, and then this was some kind of rib eating award.
Dreamland gave us that's a good looking slab of ribs on that award. By the way,
it is.
That's a good one.
I wonder.
Well, we got new items there right now. When I say new, one of them is new. We're doing the Tea Glass Collectible Series. The third one is now out, and it's a summer theme with Bubba and I on his pontoon, dragging the rest of the guys on inner tubes. If you're catching those themed tea glasses and collecting those for the 30th anniversary and the final year of the show, the third one is now available while the supplies last, and they are going quick. We also did a great throwback shirt, which is out. A lot of you asked about that logo that you see if you're watching on YouTube or you watch our YouTube videos right over my left shoulder. We now have that in a blue, and it's a throwback shirt to one of the original logos. That's available, and as you just saw if you're watching on YouTube, we do have the 30th anniversary 3 Decades of Radio Gold shirt too. Those are all new items in the store, and a biggie is yet to come. One that we thought was gone forever. Not there yet, but it is in production as we speak. I told you later on today we'll talk to Rebecca Weber, CEO of the Association for Mature American Citizens, AMAC. They're now sponsoring the show, and it's so good to know that there is a choice. And you'll hear an in-depth interview about everything they do coming up a little bit later on. But amac.us/Bubba. Go right now, get a 4-year membership for just $30. If you were like us, when you started getting into your 50s, AARP started trying to reach out to you, trying to get you to join with them. But then you kind of look at some of their political support, and you're like, I don't know if I want to be with them. But what if there was a conservative alternative? Well, there is, and that's AMAC, where you still get money-saving travel benefits for hotels, car rentals, cruises, theme park shows, events, movies, food, and dining. You get Social Security and Medicare advice for free. And you get their magazine, AMAC magazine, as well. They've got an election year special, 4-year membership, just $30. Everybody in our audience can and will love this. Now, if you would rather just go 1 year, you can for $16, and that'll include that magazine as well. So go to amac.us/Bubba or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors and stick around for that interview coming up a little bit later on. Bubba, we mentioned the SEC on our sports section today, and all the money that is raised for those athletic programs and then specifically football programs. UAB becomes the first Division I football team to join Players Association. A lot of times in our team text, if we see stories like this, somebody would just put underneath, sure. and that's what happened yesterday. So Trent Dilfer, the coach at UAB, says they're going to have a seat at the table. I wanted to make sure I help pour gasoline on something that is going to happen no matter what. I might as well use my influence to help it happen faster on behalf of our players. So what he's saying is this is going to happen. I'm just getting out ahead of it. Mm-hmm. You agree with that?
I think it's probably headed that way. This with the NIL, it's going to be funny how this is going to play out, because there's going to be some players that don't want to join this because they're better off with their own deal.
Yep.
Now, if you're rank and file in a lot of this, they're probably going to feel like, hey, we're better to get some kind of organized labor. But it will also set a limit on how much they can get.
So the team has no plans to bargain with their school at this point, but their decision to join as a complete team is symbolic of the growing momentum for players to organize. Quarterback Jacob, is it Zeno? I know that you rocked the protective life into a frenzy. I didn't know. He says the move shows the players' growing interest in having a voice in the new model for college sports. He said, in a way, we've been cheated out of money and decisions are being made behind our back. It's not really fair because we do so much for the sport, for the school, and for the conferences we play in. We at least deserve to know what's going on and what decisions are being made. It brings us to the table to be informed.
Well, Coach is going to be at the Regions Tradition next week. Maybe we can grab him for a second.
Okay.
And,
well, Bubba hit on the obvious problem. Gosh, I got to be careful with this. I'm not, and I know that unions serve a purpose and have been, and started out with something that was desperately needed. And of course, like everything, kind of like your homeowners association, we all thought we were just going to try to protect our property value, and then it's turned into, as human beings tend to do, a little burdensome.
Yeah.
And plus, I'm just, we're kind of, I like free agency. I like to be able to, like Bubba said, if I'm a star on the team, I don't know that I want to, to be making the same as I want to be able to go out there and take and cut my own thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It does limit you if you're the stars of the team. I'm not sure you're. Do you want to be in this? I'm with you.
Listen,
if you're rank and file, you want to be in it.
If you're the NCAA at this point, and this thing has turned into the Wild Wild West, you're probably wanting them to unionize because then they will have to live under their bargaining agreement.
Their own rules, yeah.
See, and there are no rules.
It brings a little order.
It does.
It does, and that's why I don't.
It seems
I don't
like
understand. I want to know. I want to hear from Coach on this.
Yeah,
because I want to hear the mindset.
Yeah,
because I'm in Rick's camp here. I want order. By the way, as a coach myself,
that's why I say you're a
I
coach,
want and need order. Okay,
Yeah.
But if I'm trying to take a program and compete with Power Fours of the world, then you've just limited yourself on what you can do.
So you're saying it even limits the coach?
Yes, 100%.
Ability to go out and find those studs.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I didn't think about that.
I've got there are basketball players right now at the mid-major level that have entered the portal this week because they at mid-majors, okay, that have been offered $300,000 to go other places.
Mm-hmm.
If this is the case we're doing here, then you really can't do that. You can't really have somebody out there working for you.
Yeah,
everybody's under the same umbrella. So I don't. That's why I want to hear from Coach on this.
Yeah.
I want to hear why he's doing this, why he's being so out front and getting I'm the first team and all that. How's that create an advantage for him? Because he's a guy. He's an innovator. He's doing things different. Like I see him doing things. I think, okay, that's a great idea.
Yeah, he's aggressive.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah. And so what is it that I'm not seeing here that he evidently is?
And he was on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. You can catch that archive. And he said, unlike a lot of coaches that are having to adapt to this is the only college football he's ever known.
Yeah.
So he came in. This is his. So there's some strategy he's got. And is the strategy? I know this is coming, as he said out of his own mouth in this interview. I'm getting ahead of it. All of you are going to face this, whether you want to or not. So I can go out and pitch and say, "Oh, we're already unionized. Come to our school."
And it could be this. It could be because these conversations are going on too. There's the Power Four, and there's everybody else. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying this is what he's done, but is he going? Okay, we're in the everybody else category.
No doubt.
We're not going to win national titles, so let's get ahead of this and be the best at what our little deal that we're doing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. I don't know.
How do we best win our conference and keep going to bowl games?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
How do we put ourselves in a situation as a mid-major to get that spot into the playoff?
If you unionize, but you're not negotiating with the school, which sounds like have you really done anything?
I think he's almost setting up for what's coming. Yeah. He's not. It's not active right now.
That's what I feel like he's going to tell us.
We're building the foundation because we're going to be ready when it gets here.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think there is as my mind is working through this, if you're in his situation, which you just laid out, and he is in, this is not the best way to get, and I'm just going to use this because it was brought up, to get a Cam Newton. It's not the best way. But it may be the best way to build your best team.
Yeah.
Because you're not probably going to get Cam Newton anyway.
Probably not.
And so this may be your best way to build a better team top to bottom. You're not going to be able to go out and buy the guy that everybody's after. But can you bring enough of those other players that can turn into really good teams and for the conference you're in and try to get in that playoff now that it's 12 teams?
So
NIL is killing people like UAB. It's killing people like Jacksonville
And this
State.
may be for them a better avenue.
Yes, because when they say, well, we'll just go get somebody out of the portal, well, the problem is those kids are being offered, the ones that can win for you are being offered hundreds of thousands of dollars to come play for that school, and you can't compete with that. And UAB can't compete with that. Jacksonville State can't compete with that. South Alabama can't compete. Troy can't. I mean, so you can name any mid-major with the exception of about two, and I wouldn't consider them mid-majors, and they're usually moving to bigger conferences anyway.
And ask Jackson State, even if you get a Deion Sanders who can do it, he's not staying.
No.
And then he takes those players with him that he bought.
This is an interesting world we live in.
We'll put this article in show notes because it's an interesting read, and some of the answers we have questions we have are answered a little bit in this article. It's a long article, but it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, so you can see it in show notes today. All right, we'll come back. More of the show continuing.
You know, really, it gets back to the art form of being able to take a 2 or 3 star player and make them play like a 4 or 5.
Yep.
Or even an NIL person at that level and getting them to perform at a higher level.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where you go to order an award that has ribs on it.
I know. You got to know somebody then. What does it say?
Greg used to be in the award business.
Yeah,
Is that
we
easy
didn't
to
have
get?
ribs.
Yeah.
Read that to me, Speedy. Can you read that?
Yeah. Can I flip it around here, Ad? It says the most rib-cracking, side-splitting, knee-slapping, funny show in radio award presented to the Rick and Bubba Show by Dreamland Barbecue 2015.
That's something.
That's nice.
That is. Then they canceled with us.
Rick. Yeah. Rick, right after they gave us the award.
Then somebody took over their marketing that was mad at us.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Wouldn't speak.
Man, I thought people get over things at some point.
No. There's a lot of people mad at us.
Yeah. Well, look, that was the tough conversation Bubba and I had to have. You weren't in there. We had a real tough conversation with each other this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about who we are and the reality of it.
Oh, wow.
The show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we get into this thing now. We're talking Super Bowl right now, kind of midweek, getting you ready for that. We talked about how they would be handled at being at the Buccaneers home field. We talked COVID protocol. Now we got to get into the world of the commercials. Now we've already been told that many people have decided to sit out the Super Bowl 55 because we've been through a lot, and this is no time for comedy, and no one wants to be taken as being insensitive. Because I know, the
cancel culture is just sitting out there waiting to be offended.
Just ready to attack somebody. So we're down to what we will have, and I know with the YouTube thing or whatever, we may have to play some games here, but we're going to – Bubba, I want to say one thing, and we're not going to play this one right now because I think Speedy's already got the ones he wants to, but I want to tell you something because I know this is something that you'll be looking forward to. Now, if I tell you this, can you be patient until maybe tomorrow or whenever we find this one? Because – I'm just telling you this because I think this will excite you because this has been one of your goals.
I said let's look at a couple now. We might look at a couple later in the show, a few tomorrow. We spread them out.
But you know how you tell your kids, hey, look, just a few more miles.
I know,
we're going to stop
at Christmas morning.
We're going to stop at Buc-ee's, okay?
Right.
So and have
some brisket,
by the way.
And
have stop yet?
I haven't. I was going to this morning, but I didn't want as timely as I wanted to be.
Bubba, Lenny Kravitz will be in one.
Oh, cool. So it'll be a cool commercial.
Yeah.
Man.
So he's got a little something he'll be doing.
Stand by for cool factor.
Yeah. All right. So Speedy, I know that we've got some options that we can look at right now, and see. I don't like the fact that I'm going in, but the Super Bowl may be doing what we do every day on this program. They may be giving us such low expectations. We now think that the commercials are funny.
You're probably
true.
Right.
Yeah,
I will say this: the past few years, they haven't been.
They haven't been that great. No, they haven't.
Look, I get it. It's not going to be a home run every time. But
Well, a lot of them are good, though. I mean, they're not knee slappers like you go, wow, that changed my day. But a lot of them are good.
When's the last time since have you had a good?
I'll tell you when. I'll tell you when. Now it got old quick, but the first time I experienced it,
puppy, monkey,
yeah,
baby.
The first time he licked that guy's face and said,
puppy, monkey. Baby.
The first time that happened,
it was so weird.
Now let me tell you, it was strange and weird, and I never wanted to see it again. But that first time, it slayed me.
We couldn't believe it.
It slayed me the first time I saw it. Huh?
Puppy, monkey, baby.
Named an intern after it.
We sure did, didn't we?
Yeah.
Who
thinks of that? Who comes up with that?
I don't know, but I love them for it.
Somebody smoking pot.
All right, so do we want to take a gander? What do you think, Speedy?
To me,
I mean, Squarespace presents 9 to 5 with Dolly Parton. I guess they're trying to reinvent the 9 to 5.
That looks like Puppy Monkey.
And I can play this. I'm ready for this one, and Adler can jump in at any time. But here it is. Take a listen or watch.
Got to keep them. Office.
Working 5 to 9, you've got passion and a vision, 'cause it's hustling time, a whole new way to make a living. Gonna change your life, do something that gives it meaning with a website that is worthy of your dreaming. 5 to
Wow.
I didn't stay with that very long.
You got secondhand?
Well, and I'll tell you, and I've been warning about this. Like I'm almost like a meteorologist.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what our obsession with Dolly Parton is, but she's becoming
the latest thing.
She's becoming Patti LaBelle. Okay, I mean,
Rick, I like Dolly.
I know, but Bubba, what is this? What is this? It's like we've become. At one time, I kid you not, I was counting nearly 10 different documentaries and articles all about Dolly Parton. When did we? And I'm not anti-Dolly Parton. Nobody understand me. I just don't understand the new obsession.
I know. You're right. It's like she's back in the spotlight.
She's Patti LaBelle. 10 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba's show, we're back. Thank you for being with us. All right, so we got Adler's story coming up next hour. It's a public service announcement, Adler, too, for others. Now, look, don't be down, buddy. I mean, we've all been in this situation.
I'm anticipating this.
We'll unpack it and we'll shed some light on something people need to watch out for.
Yep.
And we'll talk about what happened to Adler on Friday. So that's coming up next. So, Bubba, are you familiar with Jesse Duplantis?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So, Jesse's kind of he's in that health, wealth, and prosperity world. And hey, don't get mad at me because I got a little bling. And so Jesse. The funny thing is, sometimes I think God just sits back and laughs and says, "Hey, watch this." So Jesse Duplantis, and I don't know how old this video is. I just know that people were commenting on it yesterday, and people that I follow pulled me in on it, and I saw them laughing, pastors and stuff. So when I first saw it and I saw everybody's reaction, I thought, well, everybody is just saying, because these are all powerful men of God, they know what the Scripture's context is. And they're just pointing out that Jesse picked a bad scripture for what he's trying to do. What I didn't know, for the Speedies and the Andy Blanks out there, that he would look to his wife and want her to expand on it. Baby, read them what it says in the Amplified. And then when she explains the scripture, he realizes what he's done, and then he tries to get on his feet. Go, well, but it don't matter. I mean, here's the bottom line. He's gonna try to tell people to quit giving him a hard time about how wealthy he is. Don't be jealous of my. Don't be jealous of my jet. Don't be jealous of my
bling
house.
bling.
Yeah, I got a little bling.
Listen, Rick, I get caught in his videos. I can't get out of him and Kenneth Copeland.
Hey, I would not use him as my Bible teacher, but he is entertaining.
Oh, he is that.
So anyway, he is going to say that Scripture has something to say about all y'all that don't like my wealth. But what he doesn't realize, I guess he doesn't. I don't know why he wouldn't. He chooses Psalm 49, and he starts in 16. Well, what happens here, it's God reassuring those that wonder why evil people are prospering that they're going to get theirs, that they're not going to take any of this. They're not going to take any of this to hell with them. And so Jesse thinks he only uses the first part of the verse. God's telling y'all not to worry about what I got.
Yeah,
but he's saying don't worry about these evil people because I'm gonna get them. They're getting their reward now, but none of this is going to hell with them. So he picks. He's basically saying he's evil.
He just didn't realize he was saying.
So he's exposed himself.
Yeah. So
can I be excused?
Yeah. So
do I have to watch this?
Watch this. Watch this.
Let me give you a prime example why I don't care what people think about me, about what I have. Now look at me.
Greg.
I am a very blessed man. Me and Kathy are very blessed. I mean, spiritually, physically, and financially. I've had more people criticize me over that jet. They still can't get over it. Criticize me over my house. They didn't pay for it. I paid for it. Do you understand what I say? All these different things.
They paid you.
But let me tell you why. That's water on a duck's back to me. And I'm going to give you a scripture. And it's Psalms 49.
Guys.
Verse 16. Be not thou afraid when one is made rich, when the glory of his house is increased.
Guys.
Read that. Pull that up in the Amplified.
Here's what goes
Verse
down.
16 of Psalms chapter 49, if you can do that. Let me read it while she's getting it. Be not thou afraid. Be not thou afraid when one is made rich, when the glory of his house is increased. Read that.
Well, it's amplified, says it, be not afraid when an ungodly one is made rich.
That's true.
When the wealth and glory of his house are increased, and goes on, for when he dies, he will carry nothing away.
I
His
understand.
glory will not descend after
See,
him.
God don't care if someone's ungodly to be rich or godly to be rich. It doesn't make any difference.
Wait a minute, I didn't hear that.
whatsoever at all. You see what I'm saying?
What a
So
pivot.
when people criticize me, I just say, well, I'm going to occupy till I come.
Unbelievable.
Well, honey, it actually says the ungodly. Don't they be upset when the ungodly are wealthy, because they're going to get theirs. They ain't going to take it with them. Their glory will descend with them down into the verse right before that is talking about hell. So,
Guys.
but here's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. See?
Well, but the thing you have to. Well, I hope everybody takes note of this. If this man claims to be a teacher of the Bible, how can he be so uninformed about Scripture that he would not know not to pick that verse about himself? I would.
That's very telling.
I would really take note of that.
Yeah.
Did
you get yourself in that
Did you
pickle.
see when the wife pulled up the Amplified and said, "Well, what about she just?" Well, yeah, I mean, he don't care whether you godly or not. Okay, well, that's not the point you made a minute ago. And by the way, this thing about he paid for his house, I think the people sent him the donations.
These donations, you didn't pay for it.
Yeah, and so
Listen, have you ever seen him when he talks
look
about?
at me.
when
Look
he went
at
to
me.
heaven?
I like
that was the weirdest part to me. Look at me. Look at me.
Well, he wants us to. He's about to point his finger at us and get us all back in line.
Rick, he's been to heaven, had a tour, saw his mansion.
He's already been there.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
What?
So he's the Apostle Paul now.
yeah.
Who
You
was
oughta hear him
breaking
tell
up?
that story.
Who was taken up in the third heaven?
Yeah.
So it,
Thanks a lot of
Gracious
himself.
alive.
Yeah, but I mean, y'all got a little bling. I got a little bling.
You talking about all my chandeliers?
Yeah, some of y'all can't get over my jet, get over my house. Y'all didn't pay for it. Matter of fact, I got a little verse for you.
See, how did his face look when he realized it was going back? Because I had to turn away.
And of all
I'd be
people,
honest
his
with you.
wife.
How
Don't
did
you know
he-
when he went off there? Dang, honey.
Honey, when I tell you to amplify it now.
What are you talking about?
See, that's what I'm saying.
I said read what I just said.
She threw in a little word he wasn't ready for, the ungodly.
Yeah. Do you want to go back?
I'm going to look now.
Increased. Read that.
Oh, I
Read
can't
that,
look.
Rick.
Well, it's amplified, says it, be not afraid when an ungodly one is made rich.
That's true.
When the wealth and glory of his house are increased, and goes on, for when he dies, he will carry nothing away.
yeah,
His
I understand.
glory will not descend
See,
after him.
God don't care if someone's ungodly to be rich or godly to be rich. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever.
What is he talking about?
He's rambling, Greg.
One of my favorite parts about this is the way he acts once he's done reading the scripture.
Oh yeah.
Like,
See
that?
You see that?
Right, read that.
Read that.
Yeah, read that, honey.
Okay, I will.
And don't he talked over he talked over her, but the rest of the verse says when he descends into.
So he got out of that. God, if you're godly or ungodly, he don't care.
Hey,
By the way,
don't
sir, if that's the case, then what you just said, we don't know which one you are.
Amen.
It's not an indicator. So why are you acting like it is an indicator? Because what he says,
I'm
his
wealthy
wealth
because-
and his health is an indicator of his great faith.
Yes.
And then he turns around and says, well, it's really not. Now, which one is it?
Yep.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Now, are there wealthy people throughout Scripture and throughout ministry? Yes, absolutely. Not every wealth is not an indicator of anything, but that's not what you said. No, it's what you do with it, but that's not what you said. You've always.
What was the verse again? 14.
Yeah, read Psalm 49.
49.
And then it started at verse 16. And if you want to read the ones before it, it'll help. But
Read that.
But read 16. Read it on.
Read that.
And you can read it for yourself. I mean, it is talking about when you see wicked people with all this wealth, understand that's all the glory they're ever going to get because they ain't taking it to hell with them.
He don't care if it's godly or
Well,
ungodly.
I mean, see?
Look at me. Look at me.
Everybody look at me. Jesse, I would say maybe you need to listen. Now, keep in mind, he's supposed to know the Bible so well he'd have never put himself in that trap.
Yeah.
Woo! Top of the hour, Adler with an update.
Oh, no.
Coming up after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, she's becoming Patty
I
LaBelle.
almost met Dolly one time at June Jam, but just barely missed her. Yep. So close.
I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yeah, that's too easy, my friend.
No, I mean,
Yeah, right.
So you looked and it's just fading away.
Yeah,
Like an eclipse.
But
came off stage the opposite direction.
Greg, back to this again.
turn it down.
Hey, listen, everything now, tonight. So-and-so, Dolly Parton.
I know.
You know, a tribute to Dolly Parton.
I'm not being mean.
Hey, have you seen the latest article in so-and-so Southern? Every Southern magazine on the planet. Hey, we've got an inside interview with Dolly Parton. Netflix documentary, Dolly Parton. Hey, have you seen that Dolly Parton thing? Hey, got a special on tonight on ABC. Guess what it is? Dolly Parton. I mean, she's become Patti LaBelle.
Yeah. The life of Dolly Parton. Coat of many colors. Let me say this. How old is Dolly?
70s. Got to be in her 70s.
Yeah.
Did you notice, and I'm not, I mean, it happens, and I'm glad that at least she's using her voice, but, you know, as we get elderly, our voice changes, and it sounds like I'm elderly. She's singing, and it sounds like she's elderly while she's singing. Do you hear it? Do you know it's on
75.
Wow.
75.
Hey, Greg. I did.
You know.
I wasn't going to say it.
Key, you know.
I wasn't going to say it.
You know, hey, honey. You know,
Greg,
we know.
Greg at RickandBubba.com.
I'm just saying that y'all noticed
you don't
that
have
during
to
the
act
last
it out.
song.
Working 5.
But
exactly.
What I'm talking about.
Hey, little boy, you working 9 to 5?
Let's Greg.
Y'all be nice.
It
doesn't cost you to be nice.
No, I mean she's still an entertainer. At least she's using her real voice and not hiding behind the auto tune.
Let's go back to this, okay? Greg, don't do
Bring me a sweater. Working.
Greg, going back to this again.
You don't have to keep doing it after we pointed out that it's probably bad taste.
Would you like some cookies? None.
Greg, but go back to this again. We all know Dolly Parton and have liked her for a very long time.
Yes.
But what's this?
Talented songwriter.
What's this new? Greg, but
prolific songwriter.
But what
made some jack off of it?
But what's this new obsession with her?
Oh, I know.
It's new.
She's on every special.
I think I can.
I blame Reese Witherspoon on
and
this.
you're right. Rick 2020 is going to do a story on her.
I think I can explain some of the national interest in Dolly. Is that she is considered an icon in country music, the flyover people, the Trump folks, if you will.
Easy.
And she does not align politically with all of those views. And I think that they are pushing her to say, okay, we know you love Donald and we know that you loved conservative values and you love Dolly, but listen to what Dolly has to say on some of these topics.
That's a good word.
You're
that's
right.
Good.
That's just my personal take.
I agree with that.
That was well said, Bubba.
And
I'm not saying good or bad, but I think
you're just trying to explain it.
I think that some of the national media and spotlight is being used to try to sway some good old country music folks off of their political positions.
Because she is.
Yeah, because when you hear these same views from, say, Tim McGraw and Faith Hill, it doesn't resonate as much as Dolly. Right. Because they do. I got news for you.
I mean, Dolly was raised in Smoky Mountains, right?
Hey, Tim's got a lot to say.
Yeah.
And Dolly has a very spiritual past, but she has some of her ideas are a little more mod right now on some topics that we deal with.
Well, she's in I'm afraid, because of the faith base that is there, I'm afraid she's doing what you see too much of these days. We have decided that for some reason, I don't know how we know this, we've decided God has evolved outside of his own revelation about himself. We think God's evolved on certain things. Now, he hasn't said that. We're saying that for him, which I'm sure he appreciates.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good one. Do we have another one?
We do. This one is. I know we don't like lengthy commercials, but this is what they're pushing out.
Should I come back for this one?
Yeah, but here's a little bit of taste of the Cheetos commercial, Rick.
Just give me
just a little bit of it.
Okay.
It's come true, working for two.
I'm sorry. Y'all hear the voice? Did you hear it?
My bad, Rick. That's a miscue on me.
Well, I thought she was doing another one the way she is now. She's in everything. I thought she was doing 2 of them.
What's that thing you do with your hands when you do it?
I don't know. It's like she's cold.
15 minutes past the hour. So, Bubba, we've all been talking about it. The big tech. It's the new phrase now, big tech. Now, remember, if the word big is associated with any group of people, it's negative if they're conservative. Nothing wrong with it if they're far leftist. Well, they can be big, monopoly, dominating, as long as they're saying the things the left loves.
Yeah, we've heard big media, big pharma.
Big pharma, big oil.
Big oil.
Oh,
you got all that
big
stuff.
Oil.
So Ron DeSantis, the governor in Florida, is basically starting a campaign that we had talked about needed to be done on the federal level, and that is he's saying he's going to take on the big tech cartel.
Yeah, so he's we got a number of things that he said yesterday. You know, the more I hear from this guy, as of now, the more I like him because I think he's willing to fight and he's willing to push back and say, no, this is not good. This isn't going to happen. And in Florida, we're not just going to sit here and let things go on with the pandemic. We're not just going to sit here and let this go on with the votes. We're not just going to sit here and let this go on with big tech. So here's just a little clip of about a 9-minute discussion he had yesterday. So here's a little bit of it right here. And here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, it was Friday. We were all headed out into the weekend, and I was the last one out. I was headed to catch a jet plane. So I noticed that Adler had his door shut in his little studio. He has, if those of you that don't watch on YouTube, you may not know, he has a studio. He's kind of locked away from the rest of us. His microphone, everything's in there.
An isolation.
So all I was doing the, hey, man, see you later. Well, I'll go, and I thought, well, I don't want to interrupt him, so I just knock on the window just to wave by.
Right. Yeah.
And so when I did, this man looked so like he was under duress that I needed to catch the plane. I got in my truck, and it bothered me so much the way his face looked. I called back, and it went to the voicemail, and I said, hey, man, are you okay? I said, you looked upset. You looked like you were in duress. I know you couldn't talk to me, but if you need me, man, I'm about to get down here and get settled at the terminal waiting to get on the plane. Call me. Call me back.
Call me.
And so, Adler, what was going on?
All right. I used to think I was a smart person.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. You did?
I used to think I was intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
I used to think I could be a spy or a secret agent of some kind.
This is good.
I used to think I had a good head on my shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Street smart, yeah. All
Savvy.
that.
Now, is this when you used to pretend you were an animal, or after that?
All throughout that.
Okay.
All throughout that time.
He could have used that skill.
I am gonna feel so stupid this entire story.
You're gonna help others.
This entire story.
We've all done things out in the show that everybody found out about, and we're like, well, maybe it helps somebody else. I did something stupid.
I almost got scammed so hard on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot stress to you guys how badly I got almost scammed. I was in a bad place. I was in a weird spot. I had actually paid a ticket last week, so I was already in this mode of like having to go to a clerk's office and pay money to make a problem go away, and then being surprised by more problems.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing. I was in this mode, and so on Friday. At like 9:30, I get a voicemail on my phone. It says, it's a very serious sounding person. Hey, Mr. Adler, this is a officer with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department.
Oh, my goodness.
And we need you to call us.
Wow.
So I call them, and they don't pick up. And now the show's over. I'm so relieved. I've got so many things I have to do. I have to pick up my kids later. I have to go to the barn and help my parents set up for a wedding at the barn at Shady Lane.
Yep.
We got 250 seats we got to put out.
Everybody's talking about it.
Yeah.
The barn at Shady Lane.
So I'm sitting there and they call me back. After I called them back, I'm like, hey, I'm trying to figure this out. They called me back. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm like trying to edit the podcast. By the way, if you were wondering why the podcast was late on Friday, it's because I was getting in the process of being scammed.
Okay. Oh, got it.
How is going on?
Duly noted.
Gosh.
Duly noted.
And so on this phone, a person who called themselves Lieutenant Anderson Smith.
Okay. It's a two-namer.
I'm a Jefferson County sheriff. He sounded real good. great Southern accent, and serious, even tone, not like pushy, really just like these are the facts. He tells me that I signed a summons months ago, and he's given me dates, specific dates. I'm like, whoa, what? Also, while trying to edit the show, I don't think it's that big of a deal. And he said, you didn't appear for jury duty last month.
This is good.
So it's the jury duty scam, everybody. If you're listening, it's a jury duty scam.
Pay attention, people. We're trying to help at someone else's issue.
And what didn't help is that years ago, I got summons for jury duty years ago. And on the letter, it says you can have a warrant. If you don't show up for this, it actually says you can have a warrant on the letter. I took care of that by calling them and saying, hey, I'm an essential worker. You remember when the lockdowns happened? I have paperwork that says I didn't get locked down. I'm also an essential worker. I cannot come to jury duty because of my job.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got out of it years ago. And also, I get like 10 packages a day at my house. I mean, I'm signing for things maybe, I don't know, once every 3-4 months.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
Occasionally you got to sign for stuff. And I usually have a kid on my hip, and it's just, life's crazy.
So all
You
this
guys
is going
know
through your
this.
mind.
All that's going
Yeah.
through my mind. And so I was just in a very, they got me good. It was just like all these things come together in my mind, like, oh, I missed my jury duty. I thought I took care of it. Did I sign it? I don't even know. I guess I have to take care of this with some money, just like that ticket that I took care of on Tuesday of last week.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's a jury duty scam, everybody. If you're listening to this program, there's a jury duty scam going on. And this is actually, I did a bunch of research this weekend. It's happening across the country.
Okay.
So it's not just a Jefferson County thing. I don't know if this is a local operation who spoke to me, but there are instances of it happening everywhere. WSFA did a story on another local woman that it happened to 2 months ago.
Okay.
But Utah, California, it's happening all over the country.
But this guy sounds real professional.
Oh my goodness, he sounds so good. He sounded so good. He's like, I need you to write this down. MCOO-54. All right, now read that back to me. I'm like trying to edit. I'm like, okay, let me. All right, I'll read it back to you, man. What is this all about? So I have 2 outstanding warrants, is what the guy on the phone tells me.
Oh my God.
For a failure to appear for the jury duty, and because I signed that official summons, I'm more liable or something.
Yeah,
you know, they're throwing all this stuff at me.
So what did they want?
I can be. They're telling me I can be pursued civilly or criminally, and what direction you want to take this depends on how I proceed now. Lieutenant Anderson Smith tells me he is my CCO. That's my constant contact officer. Meaning,
details.
I can't hold, mute, or end this call because that will enact the criminal proceedings, and I will be held in jail for 30 days until my court date.
I bet you stopped editing then.
Wow.
This is, and I believe this. Y'all,
So at this point, you're still believing.
Guys, I thought I was going to jail for an hour on Friday. I thought I was going to jail for an hour on Friday because I'm so stupid.
Why didn't you ask one of us?
You were gone.
Everybody was gone,
Yeah.
Bubba. Rick,
I would have called somebody.
if I end
He couldn't end the call.
I have a CCO. He's my constant contact officer.
Yeah.
I like how you called it CCO.
You know, they have initials for everything they're throwing at you.
So he's scaring you now with all these things. If you don't do this, blah, 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 blah,
So
blah.
what do they want you to do? Send them money? Bottom line, give them a credit card?
Yes, Bubba. But I'm
That should be-
but it's not a lot of time to fill on the air, so I'm just. I thought I was going to jail for an hour, so I thought I could tell the story in pieces.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, y'all, I'm freaking out. I have now I put him in my AirPod, and he's like, the guy on the phone is like, because of this situation, you have to tell me when you are en route. You have to be en route right now, otherwise we'll go criminal with this. The civil proceedings, proceedings have to be followed to a T. Otherwise, the criminal proceedings appear. I said, well, let me speak to a police officer in person. Like, what? This is crazy. And he says, no, because of your 2 outstanding warrants, they have to arrest you on the spot. And I don't know how things work. I'm used to being pushed around by the law, though, and I'm used to judges telling me, no, this is wrong, you're wrong, give us money, or you'll go to jail. That's not the first time I've heard that in my life.
You were trained.
Okay?
You were trained.
I've had to give money to certain people in order to avoid jail time in my life in the past, so this isn't really out of the question.
There you go. Yeah, I got it. I got it.
So also, because this quote trial that I was supposed to serve on jury duty is a murder trial and the trial is still going on, there's a gag order going on, so I'm not allowed to talk to anybody, is what they're telling me in this jury duty scam. Again, if you're listening, there's a jury duty scam going around.
Watch
if anybody
out.
wants
and
to
they
know.
they knew everything about you, correct?
They knew my name, they knew my address, they knew my middle name, they knew my full name, they knew that. They knew a lot about me. Yes, they knew my address.
Can I read the text you sent to me when you did start engaging me on it, and then we'll come back. Rick, don't tell anyone I'm under a gag order. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to tell you that what was going on. It's insane. I'm having to go up there now, or they're going to arrest me.
Oh,
no.
Yes, guys, I thought I was
So
going to
he
be
thought
arrested for such a long time.
So look, I'm sitting at the Birmingham airport going, man, what's going on? All right, we'll come back.
And I mean, the gag order, I'm not allowed to talk to anybody.
Rick, I'm having a gag order. I shouldn't have told you what was going on. Don't tell anybody.
First they get Trump, now me? What's going on? I thought this was America.
We'll come back. We have actual recordings of the call. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's why in Florida we're going to take action. We're going to take aim at those companies and pull back the veil and make sure these guys don't continue to find loopholes and gray areas to live above the law. Under our proposal, if a technology company deplatforms a candidate for elected office in Florida during an election, a company will face a daily fine of $100,000 until the candidate's access to the platform is restored. Again, any Floridian can deplatform any candidate they choose. You simply unsubscribe, and it's a right that I believe belongs with the citizen. Further, if a technology company promotes a candidate for office against another, the value of that free promotion must be recorded as a political campaign contribution enforced by the Florida Elections Commission. And lastly, if a technology company uses their content and user-related algorithms to suppress or prioritize the access of any content related to a political candidate or cause on the ballot, that company will also face daily fines.
So he's trying to get aggressive. He said, we're going to try to see if we can't push back a little bit.
Well, I think what he is doing, Rick, is jumping ahead based on what we've seen, anticipating what they will try to do. Now, the lingo here that he's using is that you have to be a legitimate candidate for political office in Florida, and then that they can't take you off of their platform. Once you're an official candidate, they have to let your voice be heard.
Or be fined.
Right, or be fined. And that mirrors very closely what goes on with broadcast. You know, they have to sell to all qualified candidates at the lowest rate, all that kind of stuff. And you could see where if you had two candidates in a hotly contested race in Florida, one of them may be conservative, one of them may be more liberal. If the tech companies take the conservative off their platform, it leaves a big hole competition-wise. So they're saying you're not going to be able to manipulate elections that way. That if people don't want to hear what they've got to say, they can unfollow them, they can drop the platform, blah, blah, blah. So that, and he's also insisting that they have transparency on how these tech companies will decide to take somebody off their platform. In other words, he wants predetermined guidelines that are published and available to the public so they know ahead of time what they're up against. A full disclosure on that. He also wants to protect all Floridians against a company that could, or these platforms that could go out and decide they don't like your company because of your political position, and they could take your websites down, stop your email, or stop your payment processing ability. He said you could be, in a business like a flower business, and somebody come in and think that you're not serving everybody that they want you to serve, and they could cut off your website, your email, your ability to process payments, basically decapitate you in a month because they don't think you agree with them. And he said that's just not right.
Right, and he's trying to be aggressive about it. And Bubba made the point, and this is what has to be dealt with these big tech companies. And you see DeSantis trying to say, well, we're going to find a way to make this happen if they're not, if the federal government isn't going to it. And some of you have said this before. You've been listening to us on various radio stations or platforms or whatever it may be, and you would hear a Joe Biden ad. And I remember people saying, "Hey, man, y'all got Joe Biden ads playing when y'all go to the break, man. I can't believe y'all letting that go on." Well, we have no choice. You can't deny the Biden campaign access to these platforms if they're a willing payer. And
in the broadcast world.
That's what I'm talking about. Right. In the broadcast world. So that's what we're talking about. The big tech companies are doing what we're not allowed to do, and we're saying, well, they should be under the same scrutiny that we're under, meaning you can't deny access to the platform to both political ideals and let the people decide if they want to turn the commercial off or who they want to vote for or not vote for.
Right.
You don't decide for them what they have access to.
Yeah, you don't want to squeeze a candidate because you don't agree with them. And like
21 minutes past the hour, Adler gets scammed. The jury duty scam is out there. Beware. And so at this point, Adler thinks he's under a gag order. He thinks he's going to be arrested. He's basically having to decide whether he will be civilly charged or criminally charged with not showing up for jury duty. And then what happens next, Adler?
All right, so they text me my warrants. And they're like, "Do you see that? It's a did not appear a warrant. Did failure to appear. You got an FTA -4959."
Do you have it? Can you show it to us?
I can't show it. It has my full name on there and my address.
Well, everybody else has already got it.
Right. Scammers already got it, so I might as well
it's
show
on the
it.
dark web.
Yeah. It is embarrassingly bad. But they texted it to me, and I'm in a panic, and I looked at it real small and real quick, and they're also saying like, repeat those numbers back to me and all this stuff.
Well, that's all part of it. They're trying to get you, and get you in a place where you're so frantic you're not even really paying attention.
Exactly, and I feel so stupid. I felt so stupid all weekend, and I still feel stupid.
No, don't feel. You're helping others,
and I'm trying to help others. But I also felt like I had been kidnapped for an hour because I kind of did.
I do think, by the way, I think you can feel stupid and help others.
That's right.
Okay, yeah, all right.
I certainly do it all the time.
They both can exist.
Yeah.
Two birds, one stone.
That's right. I've done it for 30 years.
2 lines and no waiting.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, and again, because the quote-unquote jury duty case is still going on, I can't talk to anyone. I cannot speak to anybody about this because there's a gag order.
Let's be honest. You had violated the gag order with me.
I accidentally violated the gag order, and then I texted you, "Hey, there's a gag order. Don't tell anybody this is going on."
Now, here's what your love Wingo says. Everything all right? I said, I can't tell you about it.
That is hilarious. So
we prayed for you, though.
We thank you so much for praying for me because at that point I thought I was going to go to jail, not see my kids for 30 days.
For the gag order, though, I had to tell Wingo this one's unspoken.
Yeah.
That is
Adler,
hilarious.
did you think about getting representation to help you with this?
You couldn't.
If I do that, that would take it to the criminal.
No, I think the Constitution allows you to have legal counsel.
Sure. Yeah, frantic. You're right.
You're so frantic.
I'm just so frantic and stupid. I forgot that this was America. I forgot. Y'all, I've watched so many hours of like cop watch videos and I've watched Cops, the show Cops, a million times, and you see when people like fight a police officer or you know, they just make the situation so much worse. So I think the combination of those things, and like I said, I was in a bad place mentally with stress and everything after the show, just like trying to take care of this so that I could move on with my life.
Oh, your face when I saw you, like I say, you looked rough.
I 100% thought I was going to go to jail if I didn't do everything what this guy said on the line.
You wanted it resolved.
Exactly. So while staying on the phone, I go to the bank because they say that I have to effectuate my bond I have to pay a bond.
Oh boy.
That's the scam. That's the money scam.
There it is.
I have to pay a bond. I will be reimbursed, but I have to pay the bond.
Of course you will.
I haven't had to go through the bonding process enough times in my life to know truly how it works. I've only been through it a couple times.
Right.
So like,
it's been a while. Bondsmen do bond.
It's been a while.
I will be seated in silent.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna give so many pointers right here, but I wish I'm not going to.
I'm now headed to the bank with this fake Officer Smith on my phone call.
You left here?
Yes.
Good night.
Greg, yes. I cannot tell you how badly
You just want to go to jail, Greg?
I didn't know it got to
You
the point
wanted
he
to
was
go to
actually
jail?
driving.
I drive to the bank.
But he's got a gag order.
I'm on the phone with the guy in my ear when I go to the bank. The guy is reminding me, hey, there's a gag order. You can't talk to anybody about this, so you need to say that you're getting this money out just for personal reasons. I go into the bank and say, let me get some money out, and I say, it's for personal reasons.
You didn't go in.
You went in the bank?
I went into the bank, yes. Yes.
With
I'm
an AirPod in?
Because I'm stupid, and I'm being held captive by jury duty scammers. And they emotionally have locked me in, and I feel so stupid, and I feel so dumb.
Yeah, we got that point.
Okay.
Wow. So how much did you get out?
So this entire time, they're telling me that I need to go to the courthouse. At this point,
get the money, go to the courthouse.
Get the money, go to the courthouse. At this point, no. Okay, what it was there? I'll have to go to my bond kiosk or something. They're using very vague terms. I'll have to go to the bond kiosk to pay it, and then once I pay it, then I can show up at the courthouse because the bond has been paid, so the warrants will be pending instead of active.
And then you can tell your CCO.
And then I can tell my CCO
and lift the gag order.
Yeah, to lift the gag order. Y'all, it's so elaborate.
Picture him in that bank asking for the money out.
I have no problem
didn't
with
have
it.
any idea he left here when he got money.
I've pictured it in 4D.
I wish I didn't know.
And I feel so stupid. I feel like such an idiot. Y'all can forever say for the rest of the show.
No, we're not.
I don't know if Adler's right about this, whatever we're talking about. He did fall for the jury duty scam.
Okay.
And I'll say that's a great point. Forget what I'm saying right now. Like I will hold this
It's not
over
going to
my
be your scarlet letter.
own head for the rest of my
Not
life.
going to be your scarlet letter.
So
somebody get me a red J.
They on the phone. I've cash now. I have a ton of cash.
You
in
have
my
the
pocket,
cash?
in my pocket.
Are you
and
giving this man or this sheriff's deputy play-by-play that I've got the money?
The CCO, or you been in touch with him?
I'm in.
Well, you
in
can't
touch
leave
with
him, Bubba. If you put him on mute or put him on hold,
I'll be arrested.
They got you.
So you've had him on the phone for how long?
I've been on the phone for 30 minutes at this point.
Are your everyday earbuds hot?
This is like the movie Speed, right?
It's like
you can't take your foot off the gas or the bus blows.
Yes, exactly.
Correct.
Something about him in that giant van going to get money. I know. I don't know what it is. Why it makes it better.
So
Adler, how much did you get out?
I got a lot of money. Let me tell you this.
How much?
Let me tell you something.
How much?
I kind of don't want to say because that will tell you how much money I have in my bank account total, Bubba. Like it's
well, you didn't have to say
an embarrassingly large amount of money.
You had to empty it.
It's an embarrassingly large amount of money.
Well, yeah. If I'm going to scam you, I'm going for the big.
You just flash us and let us know how much it is.
I don't want to tell you that information either because it's an embarrassingly large. It's so embarrassing. There's one thing that I have to keep to myself, and I'm going to keep that to myself.
So that's that little smidget of dignity that's still
yes.
Well, I got to tell you this, Adler. If it was that amount of money and it happened to me, I just have to say you just gonna have to come get me.
Yeah. Let me see what day of the month it is.
Hey, CCO, let me tell you where I'm at.
Here's how they get you on
arrest
that.
me the first week
is it so large that the bank officials are looking at you weird? Like, what do you need with this money?
No, let's answer that. I know we're joking around.
Yes.
How do they not over ask? How do they not make the mistake of over asking?
Frankly, it was very easy for me to say I need that cash. It's for personal reasons.
No, I'm talking about how does the
why you need the
scammer
cash.
know not to exceed what you have?
So what they do is they throw a huge number at you. And then they say, if you can't do that, we can file a hardship for you. And so the gigantic number, they actually cut in half, which was still a gigantic number.
But then you go, oh, okay, good.
So they're just fishing. They're fishing for it.
If you say, all I have is $50, they'll say, well, we'll see if that hardship can be approved. Oh, your hardship has been approved. That's what they did on the line.
When we come back, we gotta know how this finally. How did you finally have the wake up that you're like, hey, this is a scam? We'll do it next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
he said too, if they engage in promoting one candidate over the other in their search engines and their stories, they can also be fined and also can be held some other penalties too. But I think this is cutting edge legislation for him that we haven't seen anywhere else in the country and may very well become a model for what they're wanting to do. Look, we're all for freedom and we're all for capitalism, and we want businesses to be able to make their own decisions as best they can. But we're in a situation now where these tech companies are way, way powerful compared to everybody else. And there's only about 5 or 6 of them that are making all these decisions. And it's only 5 or 6 guys making all these decisions. Most of them have bad haircuts and strange piercings.
Boy, they do.
And they are now the keeper of the First Amendment in our country, and that is not the way it was set up to be.
So when you also, Greg, he pulled out something out of our a lot of our dads used to use this one. I know ours did. He said calling out journalists, he was calling out the journalists that defend big tech and the censorship of the Hunter Biden story. He said, you're trying to tell me if there was hacked information that could damage me, you wouldn't print it and you wouldn't make it available on these platforms? He said, give me a break. And then he said, you can whiz on my leg, but don't tell me it's right.
Yeah, which is one of my favorite quotes.
So he said, they pick and choose.
Yeah, they're all for getting the information out if it's damaging to people they don't agree with, but they will sit on a story or kill a story if they think it will hurt their candidate or their political position. And Rick, again, I compare this to, we got to go back to the forerunners of this, the phone company. The phone company does not cut the cell phone off of a customer that they don't agree with their politics. They're neutral. And that's what a lot of people think these people ought to be, is neutral on their platform. Or if they're going to be a publisher and decide who gets through and who doesn't, they have to be open to litigation over that. And right now they're protected in that Section 230 law.
Yeah, and that's the thing that eventually has got to be addressed now. I know I'm probably might as well go bang my head against a tree now because probably going to have a hard time getting that addressed under this administration. But it's good that DeSantis is saying, well, I'm going to use the influence that I do have as the governor of this state and see what I can do at least here.
Yeah, I think Florida probably can get more done at the state level than you can the national level right now, for sure.
Yeah. So it's interesting.
And so he's getting ahead of this. That's the key, too. He's looking ahead to go, how we know what tech has done in the past, but what could they do in the future? How could they take away Floridians' choice in these elections? And I think he's being very, very forward-thinking on this, and I think very wise.
And aggressive, which I love. So, yeah, you're right. Because remember, we've told you this for the last several years on the program. The modern-day version of the Democratic Party and the far left, there's one thing you are not allowed, and they want to allow everything. They want to allow everything under the sun except disagreement with them. Right. That is not allowed.
That is the one evil.
That is not allowed.
And now they'll come get you and try to hush you up.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're hearing Adler using his buyraycon.com /Bubba everyday earbuds. As you can tell, the battery life is phenomenal. 32 hours battery life, 8 hours of playtime. They're perfect for all-day listening. 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, awareness mode, which will help Mom for Mother's Day. What a great gift for Mom. She can just get isolated, listen to what she wants to listen to, the daily Rick and Bubba archives or Rick and Bubba University, and she can just relax and not be disturbed. If she needs the awareness mode, that's there too. The big audio brands, they'll charge for earbuds that are not any better than Raycon. Raycon's is good and better than most, and about half the price. And then we get you an additional 20% off and free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com /Bubba. I love the emails you guys send about their durability and how wonderful they are. Keep those coming. Buyraycon.com /Bubba. You'll also see tens of thousands of other 5-star reviews too. So 20% off on top of the great price and free shipping. Buyraycon.com /Bubba. A great idea for Mother's Day. Adler's telling us a story. It's called the jury duty scam. He has been scammed by someone claiming to be an arresting officer because he did not come in for a summons for jury duty. He's gone to his bank to get money, and then we're looking for these scams. If you'll pay attention, they hope that you'll be so confused and frantic and stressed that you kind of stop paying attention. That's worked so far, but Adler will tell us what happens next.
All right, so yeah, the old bait and switch. At this point, I have, in order to not pursue this case criminally, I'm trying to pursue it civilly. I have to pay my bond, and I will be.
Of course, you're going to get that back.
I'll be reimbursed.
Of
course.
With
that for that bond. So. They've been telling me the courthouse this entire time, and then on the phone, as he goes, all right, now tell me when you're back in your car at the bank. Y'all, it was like a hostage situation. It was like a hostage situation.
It sounds like.
I feel so violated, and I feel so stupid.
And at never point did you fall in love with your captor?
Almost.
Okay, go ahead.
I made fun of Mountain Brook Police today on the air. Come on, man, not Jefferson County Police. I said that to him.
You tried to see if you could lighten it up?
And he gave like a half chuckle, which made me think he knew even what the show was. So that was another thing, too. Like, I totally dropped my guard with this guy who I thought was a Jefferson County police officer. Again,
CCOC.
Yes. Again, this is a national scam, so the guy might not have even been local, but his southern accent sounded great. He could have been out of Atlanta. You never know. Anyways, so now they give me he goes, all right, and this is where you have to pay the bond. And he gives me an address, and it's Winn-Dixie.
Winn-Dixie.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right.
That's what I said. I go, Winn-Dixie? And he goes, yeah, sir, yes. We have a bond kiosk there through this bond kiosk. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Winn-Dixie.
Exactly. It's a Coinstar. Yeah. They want you to go to the Coinstar kiosk, and that's how they scam you. I go, what are you talking about? He goes, since the COVID pandemic, the government partnership with Coinstar. They have a partnership with Coinstar because of the COVID lockdowns to avoid exposure. People can now pay their bonds through Coinstar. I'm like, now I know it's a scam. I have my gun. I go to Winn-Dixie.
You walk in Winn-Dixie with your gun out?
I'm expecting to be robbed, but
you really will get arrested.
But I also think I might be arrested. I'm still in this.
So
I'm still
you
in
weren't
this
going
zone.
to Winn-Dixie just to go, okay, I'm going to get to the bottom of this for scammers everywhere.
I'm like, I'm either being scammed or I'm going to be robbed right now, but I truthfully, or I'm going to be arrested for not showing up for jury duty.
And not good to be holding a gun.
I'm still not
100%.
Right. But it is good to be holding a gun when you're being robbed.
Yes, yes. As long as the police are not showing up.
You'll never take me to Gold Star alive.
So I go, and he goes, all right, now as you get to the kiosk, and I'm like looking around,
so
watching my back. I go all the way.
Store?
I wanted to find out what
you're in Winn-Dixie.
I go to the Winn-Dixie.
The beef people.
I go. Still on the AirPods, and they're still holding me ransom.
And you're concealed carrying.
And I'm concealed carrying. Yes. And I'm concealed carrying right now. And he goes,
this is your constant contact.
This is your constant officer, Lieutenant Anderson Smith. I will walk you through this process.
CCO, Bubba.
Yeah. I'll walk you through this process. He goes, click deposits, click Bitcoin. And I go, Bitcoin, and that's the scam. I figured it out. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And so now I keep them on the phone. I know it's a scam. I keep them on the phone, and I rush back here to get them recorded.
Okay.
I want to record as much of them as I can.
Even though you feel like an idiot, are you somewhat relieved?
Yes.
Okay.
I still feel so stupid, though.
You think I got to get back to the bank, put that money back in.
And so here is the audio, if you guys want it.
Of getting back to the studio.
I got back to the studio.
How did you keep them going?
I was just asking questions.
Okay.
By the way, at one point when I was almost not following through and I almost didn't go to Winn-Dixie, by the way, they called me from the Sheriff's County number. I know they really didn't call me from the the Jefferson County Sheriff's number, but what it looked like on my phone. So they go, all right, we're going to call you right now. You just need to immediately transfer over. And so the number that showed up is the Jefferson County number.
Wow.
That showed up on my phone. So these guys have a pretty good technical ability in their hacking network, wherever they are, wherever they're doing it from, they're pretty good. Because the number that showed up on my phone, I Googled, and it was the Jefferson County number. So anyways, that's how good these guys are, and I feel so stupid falling for this jury duty scam, but now I know it's a scam, and I run here to the studio, back to the studio to record as much of the conversation as possible, and here it is if you guys want it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is this Lieutenant Smith?
Yes, sir, this is Lieutenant Anderson Smith.
Okay, and you, I'm just trying to go through what I'm supposed to do here, and just to make sure that I'm legally doing the right thing.
Yes, sir, and I've gone through everything step-by-step instruction due to the federal guidelines and procedures of civil processing. However, you have had a problem with that time and time again throughout the procedure, sir. I'm trying to help you alleviate your warrants, get the order rectified so you can get your name cleared and receive your reimbursement of your fine amount. I'm not sure exactly what the next problem is, sir, but I have verified with you that you are, in fact, in contact with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office.
I'm following through. I'm doing what you guys want me to do. I'm not trying to pursue this. I'm not trying to pursue this criminally. I'm trying to pursue this civilly. So I'm going to do what you tell me to do, but I just want to make sure and clarify.
Yes, sir. You're in good hands, Mr. Adler. Okay, you can go ahead and report in front of that bonding kiosk, sir. I will give you a step-by-step instruction on how to navigate through it so that we can get your warrant dismissal receipt.
Okay. Before I walk in, am I going to be feeding cash into this machine?
Yes, sir. You're going to be affecting your fine amount in cash. It does not accept credit, debit, or any cashier's check.
Okay. And you have also said that you cannot email me. You cannot email me a email of the warrants. They texted me the warrant.
Yes, sir. I don't have that on my file, sir, so you're going to have to get that from the clerk of court. So once you've undergone the handwritten analysis test and arrived here safely, sir, we can't have that generated to you through email.
Okay, and because this murder case is still going on, I'm not allowed to talk to anybody, and I'm not even allowed to call a lawyer right now. Is that correct?
I cannot deny you legal representation, sir. However, you are under a federal gag suppression order that you've made the courts aware that you understand.
That's a really good answer.
Once the order is rectified, your two warrants are alleviated, you will no longer be under that federal gag suppression order. Okay? Now, Mr. Adler, I'm not going to answer any more questions until you are undergoing civil processing. Okay? We need to get you inside. You do have $1,000 cash on you, sir. You are sitting in a parking lot with 2 active warrants. So if you want to alleviate the warrants civilly, go ahead and make your way inside of that location. Make me aware whenever you arrive in front of the kiosk.
I'm a little bit confused as to why the warrant, the warrant that you texted me, the warrant came from a 407 area code number. Can you tell me why that is?
Yes, sir. Those are generated from a federal back office number with the clerk of courts. So they're not going to provide you with their personal mobile number. Those are generated from a federal back office for your security and your safety, as well as the departments. All right.
Dirty scam. Because this case is still going on, I'm not allowed to get legal counsel.
I've already notified you of what's going on with the federal gag suppression order, Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
I'm asking for clarification, Mr. Anderson.
You are under a federal gag suppression order because that case is still going on, and you still have 2 active warrants. Okay. Once you have that order rectified, they will be alleviated. You will no longer be up under that federal gag suppression order.
Okay, and so I spoke to your captain.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Adler. Mr. Adler, I'm going to go ahead and transfer this back to my captain, sir, okay? Because you asked for me to get back on the line, and we're still not moving any further with civil processing. Well, so I'm going to go ahead and transfer you back to my captain.
Okay, Mr. Adler, this is Captain Walker back with you.
He just handed him the phone.
It seems like we're still having a problem here.
And what's your first name again?
Sir, I'm not stating anything else. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and dispatch officers to your last home location.
All right, so I'm just really still really confused.
I can't explain it any more clear. So what I'm going to do, sir, I'm going to simply just take the process criminally.
So I'm going to take the process criminally.
I'd have said bring it on.
And so if you guys want it, there's 3 more minutes on this call.
Yeah. So do you ever let them know in this call, hey, I know what y'all are doing?
I do.
Okay, good. I got to hear that.
Okay, yeah.
I got to hear that.
If anybody's wondering, there's a jury duty scam going on, and and many stupid people are falling prey to it all across the country.
The second guy.
The second guy was not as good of an actor.
He was not as good.
And they got to fix that Winn-Dixie thing.
Rick and Bubba.
Chuck in Cincinnati. Chuck's got 30 seconds on the program. Chucky, go ahead, buddy. How are you?
Chuck. Hey, guys.
Hey, Chuck.
Hey, man, we lived in the South for about 20 years. I shave my beard usually on Valentine's Day for my wife.
Yes.
I'm in Ohio now. It's about 9 degrees up here Sunday.
Yes.
And so every year she's like, you're going to shave? I'm like, no, I cannot shave at 9 degrees. Yeah. So we have to have this little argument every year. And I do have the Santa beard as well.
So the length, because, Sherry's not talking about a beard being gray. She's talking about a long gray beard. Is that what you have?
I can just about get it in my mouth. I usually
try. Yeah.
Don't be eating your beard.
Yeah, don't be doing that. Yeah.
That's
so
nasty.
And probably one of the things that
beard eating.
And probably it was one of those things that Sherry's making clear too. Your body type will lean Santa. If you don't, there's different combinations of the whole Santa look. It's not just your beard turning gray. It's got to get long. Let yourself go a little bit. She was just saying that's not usually the desired look. And so just careful. Because I said, I think I'll make a great Santa. Gray beard, let it get long. And she just kind of said, this is easy if we're going to go Santa.
Easy, old Chris Green.
Watch out there, Chris. Let's go to Beth in Birmingham. We were just talking about this in the break. Beth, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to get your take on the Mike Lindell interview last night on Newsmax, and then he came back out for a second interview. I just could not believe it.
Well, Bubba told me about it. Helms has chimed in. I didn't see it, but I get the idea of what happened.
I didn't see it either. I just read the story.
Right, but I get an idea of how it went. You did see it, Helms?
I did. Watched it this morning. Very uncomfortable.
Secondhand
embarrassment.
Yeah,
at its finest.
Speedy's blood red in there looking at his face right now.
Speedy could not finish it. He even warned me this morning. He said, "Helms, I don't know if you should watch that or not."
Well, it's
probably need to look at it in the whole context.
Yeah. Well, what it is, it looks like that Newsmax was going to give Mike an opportunity, which I think we should talk about, is the fact that he's being canceled. Just what DeSantis just talked about, and the big tech's trying to deny access to people from Mike Lindell and now even his company, MyPillow, and that should concern all of us. So I think they were wanting to concentrate on that.
That's exactly what they
and even do a boycott on his outstanding products of saying, hey, we need to get behind people like Mike Lindell because the left is trying to cancel him, even his business, which should be non-political, Yeah. And then from what I gathered, it turned more into going back to the Dominion voting machines and all of that, and they kind of felt like that wasn't the topic they were on. And one guy gets up and walks off, and because they couldn't get him on topic on the cancellation and the that kind of thing. So it's I understand that he's probably obviously still got some passion about the election. I would say this to people that we all care about and love that may be in the same camp. It's over. Mm-hmm. That's over. Now, I'm not saying it was okay. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's nothing you can do about that until the next vote, and let's keep working to make sure if you think something happened, there's not opportunity for it to happen again. But as of today, if I had a business that was being canceled and denied access to people, I probably would land there because I can do something about that. Mm-hmm. Because another platform gives me access to their platform, like we do with his great products, and tell the people how he's being treated And if that motivates you to continue, well, ultimately you need to support these companies because they have good products, which he does.
He does.
But you will probably also go, I like his product and I don't like the way he's being treated. So I'm a lot of times this causes people to even support companies even more. So that's probably, if I could give advice, that's the route I would go, because the other is over. There's nothing you can do about it.
He had a great opportunity yesterday with Governor DeSantis coming out and saying what he did and proposing what he did to get on board with that and stay in that lane, and it would have been beautiful.
Well, look at
concerning.
The food company Goya, what was it?
Goya.
And their business boomed. But like you said, people started supporting them because they felt like they were being done wrong.
Boycott.
Yeah, and now people though inside that company are telling their guy, look, don't get too rowdy because they'll cancel us. But if they do, you still have other platforms like we're not going to cancel Mike. Mike can sell his products here all he wants to.
It's a good product.
Yeah, and it is. But
I love to sleep.
It just
snuggle up that thing.
I use his product more than I do any other product on the planet.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
I didn't see the interview, so I don't know. Really.
I spend a third of my day with his product.
Yeah, just like this. Rick and Bubba.
That's a good point.
Rick and Bubba. Did y'all see the interview? We didn't.
I didn't miss it.
I straight up, we didn't see it. But I understand.
It's 9 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba show. Adler is taking us through the jury duty scam, which is a national scam that's going on, hopefully helping some of you out there. He realizes he's being scammed now, and he's begun to record the nasty scammers, these people we all, would just love to get our hands on, and some of the horrible things they do to people. And Adler realizes this now. He's recording the conversation, and it's starting to fall apart. So tell us where we go next, Adler.
And so now I get back to the studio after being almost scammed. I was so close to sending these people a lot of money and never seeing it ever again. They were hang up as soon as they get the money. It's via Bitcoin is how they're going to do it, and you can transfer money from Bitcoin wallet to Bitcoin wallet, and it's untraceable.
Let me ask you this: if he doesn't say Bitcoins, are you still in on this?
I could have been, possibly. If they had a better looking Dropbox or something like that, it would have been crazy. I'm going to go. So now I run back to the studio, and I'm basically just trying to get them to talk as much as I possibly can, trying to get them to recap their scam. And here's the end of the call.
Sir, what I'm going to do now is dispatch out officers to your last known location. Now, once they get to you, sir, I need you to make sure you don't have any weapons, any metal, or anything, and when they get in front of you, sir, simply just place your hands behind your head, and you will go through the process of being arrested. And we do have one non-compliant going through the civil processing. This is Captain Walker. I'm trying to get him to alleviate his warrants, but simply he keeps asking questions. Two officers dispatched to Winn-Dixie, Jefferson County, Alabama. Mr. Adler.
Yes.
Okay. What I just did there, sir, I dispatched two officers. You did stay for the quarter-mile line. Why can't we just send an officer to you? Simply, sir, because you do have active warrants. Now, you stated that you did want one, so I sent them. And now, sir, you're going to see why officers cannot be dispatched to a person with active warrants. Okay? Because simply they have a duty to do. Once they see you, sir, run your name, run your social or things of that nature, sir, they will see that you have active warrants, and they have a duty to do here. So you can explain anything you want, explain to them that you did not sign the summons. Of course, you might not have, sir, but we don't know that, sir. Simply, we have a job to do. With receiving that signed summons, sir, they are under the impression that you did receive it. So simply, we're just trying to get you to undergo your civil processing so you can inform them that you did not receive the form. We can put in a forgery claim on your behalf. Once we put that forgery claim in, sir, we'll notify the judge.
I don't
give you another court date.
I don't know if I signed it.
And you will be on your way back home.
I don't know if I signed it or not. I truthfully do not know.
Okay, sir. So if you don't know that you signed it or not, sir, simply you just undergo your signature analysis test. If you alleviate your warrants, you will not be arrested. If you did sign it, simply that $5,000 would turn into your bond amount. You will be fingerprinted, but you won't be
Forgot
booked
about that
for
one.
hours. You would simply go back to the front, and we will give you another court date to tell the judge why you did not appear at court.
Pay us, and you won't go to jail. Is the whole scam? Pay us.
Of the civil process.
I do, and just was one last.
Okay, sir. So
as
there
one
should
last
not
question.
So there shouldn't be any more questions, sir, because you continue to state for recorded monitored line.
That's big. A recorded monitored line. That's very big. They think that gives them some cred here.
But the process and actions that you're showing, sir, are different.
No, I'm
Now, before the officers get there, I do have a chance to call them off.
Oh, we can call
Now,
them off.
I'm not going to call them off if you keep questioning me. If you're not going through the civil process, sir, I'm simply just going to let them show up, run your name, and simply, sir, you will be arrested due to the active citations on your file.
Okay. And so there's no other way for me to be able to verify. Like, I can't call the Jefferson County. I can't call the Jefferson County phone number myself. You're telling me that I can't do that.
And, sir, and I already stated for recorded monitor line, the reason being due to the fact that you are on a constant line of communication, sir.
That's a big part of it. So big. I'm going to try to scoot forward here without missing anything. They have you're going to hear like fake police chatter on a radio. They have a police chatter like sound effect that they play too. Yeah.
Officers to your last known location, sir. That is why we simply tell you, once we do get in contact, sir.
I'm going to scoot forward here. And we'll keep this line going.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Simply, we're just going to go through criminally because you're stating that you want to go through criminally, sir.
No. We're going to keep this line of communication open.
We do have 10-4.
That's fine. Oh, wow.
Mr. Adler?
Yes.
So what I'm going to do now, sir, I'm just going to end the call. Stay for the recorded monitor line, your first name, last name, today's date. And just stay in place, sir. If you choose to move around, sir, we already have your location pinned. So we'll simply just hit you with fleeing and eluding. Now, I've terminated civil process on due to the questioning. So I need you to state your first and last name and today's date and time.
So I can't call you on another phone. We can keep this line of communication open. Just let me call you on another phone.
Sir,
I'm just trying to get him to talk.
Sir, I told you you were under a suppression gag. First of all, and we're calling you from Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, sir.
Which they were.
Confirmed for the recorded monitor line that you were talking to Jefferson County Sheriff, correct?
No, I have not confirmed that.
So
the number looked good though.
So you didn't go through the process
number was
of looking
good.
up the number, looking up the sheriff's office address, and staying for the recorded monitor line that you do see that this is Jefferson County Sheriff's Department.
No, I don't. I have not confirmed that yet.
To the fact that I was already coming to the line, sir.
Okay.
Now we do have to respect, the public and acts, sir. Simply due to the fact that some people feel more comfortable talking to another person.
This is when it all comes apart. So this is not a scam, is what you're saying?
Now, sir, state for the recorded monitor line your first and last name, today's date. If you feel like it's a scam, sir, I already told you, sir, we're just going to go through criminally.
I do feel like this is a scam. I do feel like it's a scam, so that's why I'm.
It's a scam, sir.
Yeah.
State your first and last name, today's date, and time, sir. That's all you have to do today, sir, if you feel like it's a scam. Simple.
Okay, I feel like it's a scam, yeah.
Okay, state your first, last name, and today's date, sir.
My first name is Go. So there's the end of the call there. So they hung up after that. After I told them my first and last name.
Yes, I love it.
So
you know what? A lot of the
your middle
listeners,
name in there too. I
a
think.
lot of the listeners are saying they didn't know that you also were a martial arts artist. They didn't know what they were getting into.
No, they didn't.
No,
There's a jury duty scam going around,
They're
people.
lucky.
First Trump, now me. You never know when the law is going to come after you.
That's right. That's right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to.
If a Newsmax anchor gets up and walks off, it's getting rough.
Yeah, that's evidently. You might want to get on another topic.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why, I mean, it'd be like me.
Mike could laugh.
Hey, listen. Every now and then, just for fun, I'll mention the playoff game of 1980 when we denied the team the 2-point conversion.
Rick, you still mad about that?
The official was out of position.
Yeah.
And
you thought you denied it.
And
the referee said you did.
Referee said we did not deny this person, and we know that we did. And even the guy who ran the ball years later said, "I know that you did." But what if every time you interviewed me, I said, "Now let me tell you what happened in 1980," and I kept talking about it, and I wanted it to be overturned? Would you not say, Rick, that's a waste of your time?
Right.
That's probably not going to happen.
That's not going to be overturned. So you better learn to live with things that happen in life sometimes that are not fair.
Rick, there's several hanging curveballs I want back that there's no way I can go back and get them.
Yeah, or somebody may say, Rick, I'm sorry, you think he didn't get it. You're wrong. He actually did. Okay. But no matter which one is the truth, me harping on it is not going to change the score of that game, ever.
No.
So we can talk about it and laugh about it, or, hey, man, that really bothered me at the time. But if that's all I ever want to talk about, you'd probably stop interviewing me, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to Cindy in Anniston. Cindy, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
I'm so disappointed in you guys.
Oh, wow.
The Dominion system, voting system issue is not over, and it won't be over until we delete Dominion voting systems from our voting system. That's the way that the election was stolen. And people like Mike Lindell, who have put millions of dollars of their own money into proving that, should be supported. And I'm so disappointed in you guys for not backing him up.
No, we do back him. We do back. I don't.
No, you're saying it's over. It's not over.
Cindy,
and
no,
when,
Cindy,
and when
Cindy, Cindy, if you want to say that in the future we need to be sure that these things cannot mess up elections in future elections.
I'm very skittish about the Dominion voting.
Yeah,
system.
I'm 100% with you and 100% with anybody else. But to say that the election that just happened is going to be overturned and that's going to happen, I don't think that's the best use of our energy. That's all I'm saying.
You need to listen to what Mike Lindell has to say, because that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is, we need to get the Dominion voting system out of our voting. We need to go back to paper ballots, hand-counting paper ballots. He's fighting for that, and that's the reason that he's being canceled.
Yeah, well,
I think that's a good advice.
Yeah, me too. And him being canceled, we've said absolutely that's right.
You guys are being heavily misunderstood when you say it's over. It is not over.
No, Trump. This election, Trump is not going to be the president. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, Biden is the president. He's the sworn-in president. He is going to be the president for 4 years or till he's unable to carry on his duties.
You're not saying you shouldn't look at what happened.
No, I'm not saying we don't look at what happened and try to correct it.
That part is over now. Do we want to look forward and be sure our elections are secure? Absolutely, and we need to be about that right now.
Yeah, so why don't you do this so we don't misunderstand you? Clarify to us what you mean by it's not over.
What I mean by it's not over is we need to do anything and everything we can within the law peacefully to make sure that we get Dominion out of our voting system and that we find out what happened so that we can have legal, free, and fair elections go forward.
Oh, well, yeah.
We've said that since day one.
Well, that doesn't mean it's not over. So when you say it's not over, it sounds like you mean that Trump is going to be somehow
brought back in
as president. So as long as you clarify.
I'm not some stupid QAnon radical crazy person.
Well, thank you for clarifying.
But what you guys sound like, and honestly, I turned you guys on today. I haven't turned you on since the last time I heard you say it was over, because I don't want to hear that.
Didn't you just clarify what you meant?
Okay, but
you admit the last election is over.
You're turning us off for something you agree with us on.
I admit that this election is over, and then it was.
Well, then we don't disagree. And then,
So it shouldn't make you mad when we say it's over,
Right,
because
now-
you just said it's
now,
over.
I will say this: it has never
Right.
been proven that it was stolen. Now that we do know, but
There's some irregularities
Yeah.
we need to have the answers to.
But
there's a lot of things that just don't seem to sit well.
Yeah, and we've had people who are Republicans saying one of the reasons why that was never getting a chance to be proven is that Trump's legal team did a terrible job of presenting their case to these judges, and that's why it kept getting turned down. So whatever happened, that part is over, and that's all we mean. But making sure it doesn't happen in the future, of course, we agree with that completely.
Oh, I wish we could take Dominion apart piece by piece and look it over really good.
Yeah. So I think we just need to take away the term "it's not over" because it makes us misunderstood.
And I'd like to know something too. You know, Texas decided not to use the Dominion voting system because they said it failed 2 tests they had. See, we don't hear anything about that. How did it fail? What did it fail? And why did these other states adopt it?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour begins. Your phone calls will start the hour. The real Greg Burgess is on the phones. All 10 lines were available. 3 of them are engaged. 7 are available now. So you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Things to look for coming up this week. We get a lot of calls. What can we do about the upcoming election? And we told you that an overwhelming voter turnout is a practical thing to do. But, probably the most powerful thing we can do is pray. The National Day of Prayer is coming up Thursday all across our country. My wife, Sherry Burgess, will be speaking at the American Village for their National Prayer Breakfast coming up this Thursday morning. I think it starts at 8 a.m. local time. Find those details if you want to join Sherry by going to burgessministries.com right there under upcoming events. That same night down in the land of I-92 from themanchurch.com, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama, Lance Ingram will be speaking at their next Man Church as they go back into the curriculum as well. If you want to be there, those details are themanchurch.com under upcoming events. All right, to the phones we go. We'll go to Woody. Woody is in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Woody says, Adler, he almost fell for the same scam. And we're getting a lot of those. This scam's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Woody, go ahead.
Hey, guys. First of all, monkey grass and green acres.
Thank you for that call. Go ahead.
Been listening to you a long time. Real quick, I have a contribution to the show. I was unfortunately the guy that contributed the video of the tree huggers in North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, that was big. Wow.
Sorry to everybody for that contribution, but that was my fault.
Sure.
So where they almost got me was I was in the midst of a move. I was in my new house for about 2 or 3 days, and they called me, and so they were saying, "Is your address this?" I was like, "Yeah, I was, but I moved," and they're like. And all I could think of is I missed something in the move, but I know for sure I didn't sign anything.
Right.
Yeah. Well, they kept going at me, and they were being super aggressive, and it was the same guys, same group of people. And I just picked up the call at the second half of it, but they transferred me to another guy who was supposedly the sheriff or somebody. And he said, "This is Sheriff so-and-so, Shelby County." And I said, "Say your name again." And I wrote it down. And they kept coming at me. I was like, man, something ain't right about this. So I Googled the guy that was supposedly the sheriff, and it was an old white guy.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I'm not talking to an old white guy right now. And so I said, sir, I don't want to be disrespectful or nothing, but you don't sound like the guy in the picture.
Right.
So I don't know what you mean by that. I was like, well, you don't sound like an old white guy. And he goes, well, that's offensive, sir. And I was like, it may be, but you don't.
What happened?
Uh-oh, we got him.
What's going on?
The old white guy got him.
It went to another caller.
Scammer.
On its own.
Yep.
Hey, wow.
Wow. Here's a police officer that has some tips out there of questions, I guess, officer, that we could ask. How can you help? Anonymous?
Is that me?
Yeah, that's you, sir. Yeah. A police officer with some tips.
410. If it's me, I can't hear anything.
Hello, check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Okay, maybe it's my horrible phone.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So I'll forego my first story, let you give you advice. And that's the reason why I wanted to say anonymous.
Okay.
Is because the guy's still in business here. But he knew the sheriff, and still paid quite a bit of money to one of these scams. Now, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
The second story is I'm actually chief in South Alabama, and I got a phone call from a friend, and they said that there was the chief deputy of Houston County, which is Dothan area, and wanted to know, do they really try to get warrant money on the phone? And I said, hold on, let me call him. So I called the sheriff, and I said, hey, is your chief deputy there? And he said, he's sitting right next to me. I said, is he trying to solicit money for warrants? And he said, now, chief, we don't do that.
There you go.
And so I called my friend back, and I said, it's a scam. So, yes, people fall for it, and I'm talking about big business people fall for it. But
yeah, it's
we
elaborate.
will never, yes, like they had his phone number, he had the full chief deputy's name, they had everything. Came back to Houston County phone number, everything.
Yeah. But you've helped out because it kind of goes back to when I called one time. I believe it was, was it Apple? I can't remember about changing my ID or whatever. And their quote was, "We will never call you trying to do this kind of stuff." And you're saying this is not even part of collecting doing bond money, and you can pay us, and we won't come get you, and that
bondsmen do bond money.
Right.
The police don't do bonds.
Law enforcement will never, ever take money over the phone. It takes away from us putting handcuffs on people, and that's a lot of fun for some officers. I'd much rather send somebody, with my officers with their smiling faces to put handcuffs to somebody's on that. And there is no gag order on murder or anything else. That's just, so these are just little tips.
Wait a minute. How do we know you're not?
How do we know this is a real police
officer? How do we know you're not scamming us?
I said I was going to hold my name, but I tell you this, Rick knows. I may have gone against a certain attorney he played ball with that we go to church together, Mr. Gary Bradshaw. So,
wow!
We may be in the same. We may be in the same city.
Oh, you're dropping names, but that don't mean anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look you up.
Can we talk to your superior officer, please? Can you hand the phone?
You even had some noise in the background to begin with. It was just like the scammer.
Just like the scammer.
You're something else.
Yeah. Well, let me hand you off to my captain. He'll verify.
Hey, thank you.
And I'm headed down to Winn-Dixie in constant contact.
Hey, thanks for what you do. Thank you very much. John in Birmingham, ZZK. John, go ahead.
Hey, guys, y'all are trying to protect Adler and everything about, it's not your fault, blah, blah, blah. I just want to tell him that you're a DA.
I know, buddy. That's why I told the whole story for an hour. All right, I'm very stupid. Okay.
Yeah, I think he was up front on how stupid he was.
Yeah.
He really covered it to the point we didn't need to.
Right. Yeah, I was.
It's part of my strategy.
I was just disappointed you didn't call.
Cindy in Mississippi. Cindy, go ahead.
I know you had a gag order, a federal gag order.
Hey, Adler.
Hey.
You need to watch the movie. The Beekeeper. It's a new one with Jason Statham or Stratham. Where he's kicking butt all over the place.
Yeah, I heard it's kind of like the same.
What do you say?
It's kind of the same
thing.
It's
exactly the same thing.
Yeah,
it is.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
So he's a scammer, or he gets scammed?
No, he's a former agent or whatever, now turned beekeeper, and one of the properties he's at, and the lady that owns it was scammed, and it tells the story of what she did in reaction and then what he did in retaliation.
Okay. And there's a major PayPal scam going on too. Just people are emailing me all kinds of stuff. A lot of people are getting this PayPal scam right now too. So just watch out.
Yeah, a lot of scams.
I tell you the one, and it just happened to me in the last, I guess,
year and a half, is you get a fake invoice from like the Geek Squad at Best Buy, and it says, now if you have any problem with this, call us, because they want you to call, and then say, I didn't ask for y'all services, and then they try to get your information to clear it.
Yes.
And of course they've got some flaws too, and I even told the person, I said, when it started kind of coming apart, I said, how stupid do you think I am? And then he called me an SOB and hung up. and then one guy doing the Amazon scam had me all the way to payment until he told me to go down and get a gift card at Walgreens, and I was like, "Nah, y'all got to improve on that." That's where it came apart for you today, buddy. You had me up to that point.
I mean, geniuses are getting scammed across the country, guys.
Absolutely.
Absolute geniuses are getting really falling for it.
True.
They're really good and sophisticated.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This just came in. Should I? I mean, I can let it go.
No, go ahead, I guess. Whatever.
Trump will be back as president. Y'all are going to eat those words in a few weeks. March 4th, hopefully. Biden ain't even allowed in the White House. Military won't let him come through the doors.
Didn't we hear
All
that?
this he's doing right now isn't at the White House.
Y'all,
That is a real person sending a real email.
He has been in the White House.
Have we?
He has been having press conferences. He had a meeting with a bunch of Republicans over the amount of this last bill in the Oval Office. We got pictures. We got video.
All right, I will
Trump's
say
at Mar-a-Lago.
I will say to this person. What's the person's name?
I don't want to give it out.
All right.
You think they're kidding?
No, because we've gone back and forth with some things in the future. I just hadn't told y'all about it.
So I will say to the emailer, would he
Dustin? I'll just give his name.
I will say to Dustin.
And what date now? What's going to happen?
March 4th.
They keep moving it back. It was the inauguration.
I'm going to say this again.
Is this Pizzagate again?
I will be.
Remember that?
I will be
September?
I will be willing to do this, Dustin. Okay, this will happen. If you are right, man, that'd be great.
It would.
Okay, if you're right, I will come on the air and we will have Dustin is a winner and I'm a loser day. Okay. And we'll let Dustin call up every hour and say, Rick, you're a loser, you're wrong, and I was right, and I'll eat it and all that. Now, I will tell you this, Dustin, are you willing on March 5th, if he's not president again, to come on the show and say, I would like for y'all to know I'm wrong?
I doubt you're going to see that.
Why do I think Dustin
will always be?
Why do I think the Dustins of the world? Why do I think that when March 4th comes and goes, and if Trump's not back as president, which I'm just going to tell you that's kind of where I think it's going to happen.
Yeah,
I know that I'm really stepping out by saying that he's probably not going to return as president, but if he's not president by the 4th, and this is how all these conspiracy theory works, they'll just move it to April 4th.
Well, we've already moved it.
Yeah, April 11th, and then we'll get into June.
Yeah.
But
I'm still waiting for Pizzagate to hit in September.
I'm looking for JFK Jr.
I know he was going to show up at that. Trump was going to expose everybody that was in trafficking and all that.
It's almost as if we don't have the ability to say, I guess I was wrong about that.
I know.
Rick, you saw the video that Lisa was all fired up about the guy that was claiming hey, you had get 2 weeks worth of groceries.
Oh yeah.
Now, is this another
fuel
fat
tanks
guy
on,
with a
fat
secret
face
tank?
Yeah, and he's filming himself driving.
Hey, he was wrong.
But now he wasn't prophecy, even though he does deal in prophecy. He just has some connections with the military that he had met over the years.
Well, I had somebody email me who follows this pastor, which is fine, and they tried to say when it didn't happen. Well, he didn't say it was prophecy. I said, no, got you. You're
but
right.
He said it was going to happen.
But I would be concerned if my pastor or a pastor I followed shot a video in their truck that something was going to happen and involving the CIA and the Capitol, and that didn't happen, and that was my pastor or a pastor I followed. It would bother me. I'd be concerned about it.
Yeah.
It would probably be a new congregation kind of thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
at least I got you on probation.
Yeah.
Top your tanks off.
Yeah. So, Lynn, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead, Lynn.
Yeah, I think you should get behind Mike Lindell too. I mean,
now, Lynn,
who's not behind
Mike Lindell?
I'm not saying you're not behind him, but
I think you did. If you told me to get behind somebody, that means you think I'm not.
We love Mike Lindell.
Do you see how the English works? Wow. You see how that works out? If you tell me don't stand there, that means where I'm standing, you wish I weren't. But
go ahead with your comment.
Go ahead.
I'd love to hear it.
Okay, my comment is regardless if Trump ever gets back in there, Joe Biden does not belong in there because he did not win. He stole it. Once you prove that, you get him out of office, go from there. Have a whole new election, elect a totally different human being. I don't care, but Joe Biden did not win, and Camel Toe Harris didn't either.
Hey, Lynn, can I say this to you? You do realize the Democrats said exactly the same thing about Trump.
Yeah, they did.
So should we have taken
Lynn,
Trump out and tried somebody else?
Let me move this forward.
Sure.
Lynn, to your point.
I've never heard comma pronounced that way.
No, I haven't heard it spelled out exactly like that.
Class act.
If you, Lynn, if the election was totally manipulated, and it was stolen,
totally manipulated.
and it was stolen, they got away with it. Biden has been sworn in; he will serve as the president. Because
but why?
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. You heard them come on board with the Rick and Bubba Show not too long ago. And we're talking about the Association for Mature American Citizens, AMAC. And we wanted to know more, and I know you guys wanted to know more. So the CEO, Rebecca Weber, was kind enough to take time with us today to kind of go deeper and tell us a little more about this organization. And Rebecca, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Good morning, Rick. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, it's our pleasure. Bubba and I went through this. This is, I guess, do you remember what age it was when we started getting all the AARP stuff in the mail? What would it be, Rebecca? 55, somewhere in there?
Yeah, they get you young. They go after you before you turn 50 years old. But the good news is you can be any age to join AMAC, although a lot of our great benefits are aimed at that 50-plus audience. But, guys, I'm over the age of 50. I feel like I'm in my 30s, so I don't let age is just a number.
It is, but the point being, when they started this, and then we started researching, and we are conservative, and we saw some of the things that AARP stood for, and we just couldn't do it. And I said, well, I guess I'm out. And then we found out about you guys. There is an alternative that if you have the worldview that we have that is more conservative, but we're not dropping benefits. As a matter of fact, the benefits from AMAC in many ways are superior. So talk to everybody about the difference in the two.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that so much. First and foremost, the reason why people are joining AMAC is because we're bringing their voice to Washington. We're giving people a platform and a vehicle to get involved to save this great country. I'm sure, guys, that you've got a lot of people listening who feel very alone. They feel maybe isolated. They're wondering what is happening to this country.
Yeah.
Everything from wide open borders. We see our kids being indoctrinated in schools. Grandparents are fed up. AMAC members are joining AMAC in droves, and the reason why they're doing that is they feel like the AARP has betrayed them. This is the true David versus Goliath story. AARP, they tout 38 million members. Now, we're over 2 million members strong, and our benefits, we go toe-to-toe. I think we've got better benefits. So we offer all those great discounts on dining and travel, insurance, and so forth. But at the end of the day, do you want to put your money in the pockets of an organization that's going to support Obamacare, support bigger government, support things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which we know did not reduce inflation?
No, it didn't.
So, I just want to encourage people that you're not alone. And this is like the America within America. This is a group of like-minded people. We've got an incredible website at amac.us. Lots of ways for people to participate in the fight to preserve the country, not to mention our great magazine that goes right to your mailbox every other month. So we've got so much available for $16 a year. And Bubba, Rick, I'm not sure if we've got a discount through your organization, but through your show. But if so, let's talk about that because
we do.
We want to save people money.
Yeah, we if you go to amac.us/Bubba, be sure to put the /Bubba code there. for Rick
There
and
you go.
Bubba. You can actually get the election year special. You talked about. Look, on the show, you know this. I don't have to tell you this, Rebecca. This is all that's on everybody's mind. What's going to happen in November? So the election year special, 4 years for just $30. So 4 years for $30 right now if you go to amac.us/Bubba, and that does include the magazine.
Rebecca, I know when I was watching the evolution of your competitor there you mentioned a minute ago, when they came out in support of Obamacare, I knew they had fallen off the table. That's when I knew they had gone too far. And I'm glad that there's alternatives now to that you don't have to support that and support these left-leaning, crazy socialist candidates.
That's exactly right. And, you know, AARP, they're not listening to their members. My father, Dan Weber, was a member of AARP. And it was in 2006 when he said, there ought to be a choice. There ought to be an organization if they're going to lobby on behalf of seniors or mature Americans. Why are they supporting all these kinds of weird things? He saw the cultural shift in America, and he saw that AARP jumped right on board. They betrayed their members when they supported Obamacare. 20 to 1, their members said, no, we don't want Obamacare. We want to preserve and protect Medicare for the older folks. But AARP, they went ahead and supported Obamacare. And of course, they've done so many other things, funded Planned Parenthood, to my knowledge. If you do the research, Kimberly Strassel did an incredible job about a decade ago, really uncovering the truth behind the AARP. Today, you know, we're getting so much work done. If I can just talk for a quick minute, our members are very concerned about election integrity. So we're doing a lot of work on that front to ban ranked choice voting, which is really a very confusing way to elect people. We're working on an initiative to stop non-citizens, these illegals that are coming over, from voting in our elections. So election integrity is a #1 priority. Of course, we've got great ideas to protect and preserve your Social Security. We're looking to reduce costs on the healthcare front. We've got a lot of initiatives there. But these issues, the cultural issues, are what is really driving people today. You know, I'm a grandmother. I've got 2 beautiful young grandgirls. And just this week, I went with my daughter-in-law touring other schools because the public school system, unfortunately, and this little one is in kindergarten, is not doing right by our children. Now, when we have a president and lawmakers who target parents as domestic terrorists because they're concerned at a school board meeting, there's something wrong with that. So people listening, you know, you're on the right side of history. We only need a minority to win back this nation, but those people who believe in this country have to stand up and have to get involved. And that's why I say, when we go to Washington and the state legislatures and we say we've got hundreds of thousands of members in your state, or over 2.1 million members nationwide, these folks have to listen. So there's strength in numbers. I encourage everyone to join. You know, guys, I'm on the show this morning because I love this country, and I'm so thankful that you invited me to be on. But, you know, I'm a businesswoman first. I don't typically get behind the camera. But today, each and every one of us has got to do whatever it takes to spread the word, to speak up, to be unafraid. And if we do that, I believe that we can win back this country. So, you know, I'm just so proud to carry on my father's legacy. He loved this nation. He saw that we were going in the wrong direction. He had great foresight. Who would have thought that America would look like what it looks like today? But there's hope. There's hope in AMAC. Join AMAC, become part of the fight, and you can get involved in so many different ways. So I just so appreciate this opportunity to share that news.
Thank you, and thank you for communicating that so clearly. And if you want to find out more, you can go to amac.us/Bubba. Again, we have the election year special. You can get 4 years a membership of $30, and you get the magazine as well. Now, if you're like, I just want to weigh in 1 year, then you can do the $16 for 1 year, as Rebecca mentioned as well, and you can get that. So if you want to find the link, also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Rebecca Weber, CEO of the Association for Mature American Citizens. We do have a choice, and now more than ever, it's important that you have a voice in Washington. And thank you, Rebecca, for taking time to be with us.
God bless you. Thank you.
You too.
You too. Thank you.
All right, we'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. And again, you can find their link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors too. You know, I was thinking, you know, if you've got a lobbying group for mature American citizens and they go with Obamacare, I mean, that would be like you having a lobby that went with the wolf and you're all chickens.
Yeah.
We were basically told by this administration that we're a strain on the system. Yeah. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why let them get away with it?
Well,
That's
here's the thing, Lynn. We don't
If you
have
accept it and you let them get away with it,
Lynn,
they're going to continue.
Lynn, here's the thing. Wait, stay with Lynn. I want to hear. Lynn, let me just follow this out.
Let you talk.
Let me follow this out. There is no method, there is no instrument in our Constitution to change it at this point. We had a window, and it played out, where we have a challenge period, we have lawsuits, we have the Electoral College vote, and then the Congress accepts or denies those votes. And some people voted to deny some, but they were overruled by the majority. So now at this point, since Biden has been sworn in, he is the president and will remain the president. There's nothing to remove him for a stolen election at this point. Right? I mean, am I missing? Somebody help me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I know we've talked about this before, and we had it happen again last hour. Should I just be quiet? Should I just forget it?
Yeah, you're not going to make any headway with this. Let me give you this story about the new Secretary of Defense.
Okay.
How about that?
Right.
Lloyd Austin, new Secretary of Defense, has stripped several hundred appointees of their post. Now, these are board members, advisory board positions with the Department of Defense. They are not Pentagon employees, but they usually have valuable security clearances. The move, while it did catch several old guard Republicans like Newt Gingrich got caught up in it, he's been relieved. So far, Sean Spicer and Kellyanne Conway have not been removed. So apparently, I had no idea there was like an advisory board for the Defense Department that has hundreds of people on it. Did y'all know that?
No, I didn't know that.
So I never knew that. But anyway, he's wiped out several hundred of them right quick.
Bubba, also, Pete Buttigieg has been confirmed.
Buttigieg has
been confirmed as Transportation Secretary.
That's kind of funny because he really has no experience in that. And back in the town where he was mayor, where is it?
South Bend.
South Bend. It's known for having terrible potholes.
Serious? Are you serious? So that's known at South Bend. When you say South Bend, a lot of people go, "Ha!"
Well, the guy who ran against him, potholes was a big issue in South Bend.
I don't know. So,
oh boy.
All right.
What else you got, Rick?
Got some phone calls here. We'll take
people.
Gosh,
you stand behind
the
Mike.
growth. I know. I'm
really something else.
Let's just keep growing. Keep growing.
I know, that was good.
Luke in Alabama. Hello, Luke. Welcome to the program. How are you, buddy?
Look at that picture.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go
Loud
ahead.
and clear,
Luke. I
Luke.
would say no sometimes.
No.
Great. Okay, so Joe Biden is the president. The election is over, and we have exhausted, Trump has exhausted every legal option to prove that wrong, and that's over. But for those who do truly believe, despite all that Joe Biden stole the election, what do we do as a country moving forward from their position?
Well, here's the thing. You would hope that people who are in the position to do so could investigate Dominion Software and some of these other companies and ask the question that I ask. Why did Texas refuse to buy their system? Because they failed 2 security tests. Well, what were those? How did they operate? Why did they fail in Texas, but they were okay in other states? I mean, there's some real, just fair questions you can ask about that. The other thing is, and I mentioned this earlier, and I had, got some blowback saying that we need to do what Stacey Abrams did, and that is get out people to vote. She worked to get people out to vote. We need to do that. We need to quit assuming that people are going to know
what conservatives stand for and what conservative values are, we need to make the case to people. We need to be more vocal. We need to be teaching why what we say is true, what the history is on it, and we need to be getting people out to vote who are a lot of times just don't vote. A lot of them out in the country and stuff. They'll go, I ain't going to town today, do that. We need to be sure they vote.
Well, now,
that's all we can do, right?
"35 minutes past the hour. My stomach is on the table. I love this feeling. Waiting here for you to take and drink up." So as we work our way back, helixsleep.com/Bubba. Ever had a mattress customized for you and shipped to your door? You could. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba now, and we'll ship it to you right to your door free of charge. Their manufacturing facility right here in the United States of America, so they're not bringing stuff in from other countries and overseas. It's all done right here. They're going to ask you a few questions, a little sleep quiz. You tell them how you sleep, side, back, stomach. Maybe you're a combo. Do you want a firm mattress, a medium? You want a soft mattress? They want to know all that. They've got mattresses designed for children specifically. So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take about 2 minutes to do the sleep quiz. They'll customize the mattress. Bam, they ship it to you for free because you're part of the show. And then you sleep on it for 100 nights to make sure that you like it. If you don't, very unlikely, but if you don't, then no questions asked. They refund the money and you can return the mattress. So if you'd like to find out more, go right now to helixsleep.com/Bubba. And again, it'll come right to your door. We're going to save you 20%. helixsleep.com/Bubba, or find that same link, rickandbubba.com, under the sponsors button. Bubba, we haven't had our Biden clips today. They just pour in like a manna from heaven. This president is a comedy show's dream.
Anybody know Basement Joe?
Bubba, I haven't seen this much material be produced for shows like ours since the Clinton years. I mean, different topic, but radio gold all the same. So we're looking at a couple of things happening with the president. Let's go to we had this yesterday, but we didn't get to it. White House Correspondents Dinner. He is a loose cannon, and it sounds like he's just openly talking about that these prosecutions of his opponent are political. So,
yeah, you might as well joke about it, right?
Well, we all know it, but I didn't know you were going to say it. This is, here we go.
It's also wonderful to be back in Washington. I love being in Washington. The last time I was in D.C., I left my cocaine at the White House.
Oh. Who's this?
Luckily, the president was able to put it to good use for his State of the Union.
So that was Colin Jost of SNL. I accidentally played the clip C instead of clip A, but yeah, that is from the White House Correspondents Dinner.
Don't make the deputy get on the line.
All right, here we go.
You've had a stressful few
Adler,
days.
I got some land I'd like to say.
I've got a Nigerian prince that's trying to give me his inheritance. I was trying to take care of that. All right, wrong clip. It's just I played clip C instead of clip
I thought to myself, I tell you what, whatever they're giving Biden, he's really looking great.
Got him perked up.
I had a great stretch since the State of the Union. There he is. Boy. Well, Donald has had a few tough days lately. You might call it stormy weather.
Okay.
What the hell?
That's real. I didn't edit that. I did not edit that.
No, they have stretched that face so.
My goodness,
he can't even smile.
Let me tell you this. I know it was a mistake. But hearing how clear Colin Jost was talking,
Yeah.
and then we go to the slurring, Donald, not Colin Stormy weather.
How much retin-A did they have to put on him to get his skin that tight?
I tell you what, he was stretching.
Somebody's cranked that down.
Sounded like a balloon.
Here it is.
I had a great stretch since the State of the Union.
Yes, I see.
He did. He
Well,
stretched.
Donald's had a few tough days lately.
Yes.
You might call it stormy weather.
Y'all,
What's
wrong with this thing? What the hell?
I see him.
Greg, I muted it so we didn't hear it again.
That's what's funny.
I muted it so we didn't hear it again.
Yeah, he just wants to keep saying.
By the way, this Colin joke on 8B is a good one.
Yes.
Why am I in this
We're
tux?
supposed to hear that.
Yeah, we were supposed to hear it second or third, not first. But
Yeah,
that's my
all
bad.
right. All right, here's B. Now we're back to the host. Okay, here we go.
My weekend update co-anchor, Michael Che, was going to join me here tonight, but in solidarity with President Biden, I decided to lose all my black support.
That's funny.
Oh, that's good.
His face.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that's a good
I
one.
sure see it. That's a good one.
What the?
It didn't go over, though. Did you hear the audience was kind of like,
Oh, no, you the war.
Where are Americans? Don't you know that Democrats own black people?
Right.
Give me a little stormy weather with that voice.
Okay.
At some point, just work it in.
Stormy weather.
Oh, my goodness. All right, now we go up to... Now we go up to the twos up there, Adler.
Oh, here's that clip I messed up. If you guys
There's one
wanna hear
more.
it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Here's Colin Jost again.
Okay.
It's also wonderful to be back in Washington. I love being in Washington. The last time I was in D.C., I left my cocaine at the White House. Luckily, the president was able to put it to good use for his State of the Union.
Oh, that's good. All that's good.
What does that mean?
He did come out of there like he'd been shot out of a cannon, didn't he?
Buddy.
Our suffering.
He couldn't keep the pace up, though. Did you notice?
Like a tire crashed and burned.
All right,
come
so
down.
Bubba, would you rather go on to the fake fictional resume of Biden, or would you rather hear Nancy Pelosi nearly have a seizure when she's reminded?
Rick, once again, they're all good, but
Right.
anytime I can have Nancy Pelosi
Right.
locked up, that's a damn.
So remember, Nancy gets really upset when she thinks she has friendly press and they turn on her.
Oh.
Here's Katie Turr.
How dare you.
And is trying to correct this Biden's record job gains statement on how they're playing games with this. And I mean, Nancy Pelosi, you think this is the end? All right, here we go.
And Joe Biden is doing that, created 9 million jobs in his term in office. Donald Trump has the worst record of job loss of any president. So we just have to make sure people know.
That was a global pandemic.
He had the worst record of any president. We've had other concerns in our country. If you want to be an apologist for Donald Trump, that may be your role, but it ain't mine. And he has the worst.
Anybody can accuse me of that.
Wow. She just wants some credibility. I don't want to sit here and act like that we didn't have a worldwide pandemic that destroyed jobs everywhere.
Right. And then see these so-called job gains are being compared against
There you
the
go.
post
It works on both
pandemic
ends.
numbers,
Right.
not
You can make the
pre-pandemic.
numbers work
Right,
for you.
yeah.
Oh, look at you. You can do that.
You can sit there and be an apologist for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
2A is pretty good if you
Well,
want
we
it.
know there's a lot of them
Yeah.
there at MSNBC.
I was about to say,
a
yeah.
whole nest of them.
Yeah, MSNBC is a nest of Trump apologists. All right, here is.
I can't believe this was on NBC.
Yeah, here's NBC on Meet the Press. Here's Jonathan Martin. Here we go.
I'm curious for what Jen Psaki's reaction would have been like if she was still in the White House when she heard President Biden blurt out during a live interview that he was going to debate. Because Biden's folks don't want him to debate. They don't want to give Trump that platform and risk exposing Biden like that on national TV.
Except I was thinking if I was in my old job from 2 years ago, you also don't want him to say no because no is weak and no is fear.
Right. We know that.
Yeah.
Listen, Psaki.
How about just saying right in front of her, y'all don't want them going out there. Now, we're a little different on this. We need to remember we've been here before, and Trump went in like a line that was released on prey, and went after Biden so hard and so vicious to try to get him to look like he had lost his cognitive skills.
that it actually worked against Trump.
Yeah, it did. He was too aggressive.
So you have to be careful. Now, I do think that Biden is worse off now, obviously, than he was then. So it may not be.
Well,
I would tell Trump, you don't even need to. Just give him rope.
Just let him talk.
With the State of the Union, we saw, and we've said this all along. Look, they can. You know how they carry the quarterback behind the stands, and they started putting tents up because they didn't want everybody to see what they were doing.
Right.
And they can do the same thing with these guys to get them going. But there's only so many times, and you have to give them time to come off of all this stuff. And that's why after these big events, you don't see them for a while.
Yeah.
And
it's also why when something breaks, they don't expect he can't get up and talk to us.
Yeah.
Because they weren't ready.
Right.
Yeah. So we'll come back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll continue. Well, you do have Biden's fictional resume. There's so many lies in it. It takes 6 minutes to go through all of them. Drew Barrymore says that we should want Kamala to be the mother of the nation.
That'd be great.
That's a dandy. We'll hit those and we'll come right back.
Rick and Bubba.
And here's what's so frustrating is we did, as far as the right for Trump, he did have record numbers. He almost had 75 million votes. So the votes did increase, but they just got more. And so the problem is I think he landed on it. A lot of Americans accepted the election. They're just confused and frustrated about, all right, we know something went on. Who's investigating it, and what do you do from there?
Well, the point I'm making is in the Senate races in Georgia.
Yeah, in Georgia, yeah.
The rural voters did not turn out with the same numbers they did for the presidential
election. Yeah, on the runoff,
election.
yeah. You're right.
Right. And again, what I would do if I was like coach of the team future, okay, first of all, I would say I'd like everybody to get off the roster of team past because I want to drop the phrase "it's not over," okay, and because that makes it sound like we think that Trump is going to be president somehow. And I don't think that's a good use of our energy and time.
Right.
I think there was a window, as Bubba said perfectly, going into the break. There was a window of these things that could be done, and all of them were tried, and they did not.
As that caller said, legally exhausted all the options.
So what I think our team should be called is not Team It Ain't Over. It should be Team Never Again.
Okay.
That's a good one.
I like that.
Yeah, and that means we're going to make sure that we don't fall into this trap again if we believe that something happened. I've said it 1,000 times. Nowadays, what I don't want, and I know I've said this again, but I have to say this. Please, those of you that lean more right in your political views as we do, okay, let's not become just a right-wing version of the left. And if Rick or Bubba or Speedy or anybody, Johnny Scratch-Off, happens to say, well, I disagree with you on this one point, instead of understanding what we're talking about, then we have to be canceled. Never listen to y'all again. Okay, well, that sounds very left-like. Okay? That's like almost being so close-minded that you don't want to even walk out and talk about and discuss things. So in other words, all you do is just cancel people who disagree with you, just like the left does.
Yeah.
So, or maybe just disagree on one point, or maybe don't even fully disagree on even that point, just see a different way. Or maybe more effective way. So I would drop all this "it ain't over" because that makes it sound like you think that Trump's going to be president again. Now, I know Dustin and that bunch, well, y'all can stay there because y'all think he's coming back March 4th. And if you're right, we'll celebrate, and I'll say, hey, I thankfully was wrong. Glad we don't have the Biden administration anymore. I'm not holding on to that a lot.
But what legal tool would do that?
I don't know, Bubba. No, I'm not going down into the conspiracy theory on that one because I don't fully understand it. Okay?
Yeah, well, I don't think there is an option.
But I know that somebody in their truck has it on their phone. I'll watch it later. but anyway, so what I would say is let's drop Team It Ain't Over and let's be Team Never Again.
That's good.
I like that.
And so then we're going to look to the future. One of the things that I have said a lot of times is we will not be pushed into a scared corner again. Oh no, the pandemic's going to get us. So we're not going to scrutinize elections and validate people the way we normally would because if they get COVID and died, we're all murderers. I'm not going to play that game again.
Let me ask you this: the rules that were changed for this election, are they still in play now?
I don't know. So
were they temporary or were they permanent?
I don't know. And see, that's a good place. That's a good place to spend energy. That's
never
team,
again.
That's team. It's never again. That's team trying to look ahead.
What's your logo like? Is it a big N and A?
Well, for some reason I want to put the Alamo on there, but I don't know why.
Alamo?
Remember the Alamo?
I like that.
But anyway, but team never
It's
again. But so team, it ain't over. We don't want to be on that team because it immediately make no one listens to you because they think you think Trump's going back in. So you can't get an audience. Mm-hmm. Don't say it's not over. Say never again. Because I'm just going to tell you, just like
I'll be honest with you, but if you look historically and you think this election was stolen, it's not the first one.
Right.
There's one, maybe two, that have been stolen in the past.
And I'm going to go back to this again. I know it's inconvenient. The left said Trump stole the election. Yeah. I mean, you can go back and find it.
Right,
4
right.
years. Yeah. So anyway,
if you're objecting to this election, I think what is safe to do is use the exact quote Nancy Pelosi did.
Right.
Use the exact quote that Hillary Clinton did.
Right.
Use their exact words and credit them with it.
But I like team never again.
Yeah,
because
I do too.
Because just like I will say to Lynn a minute ago, who says I'm not that I need to stand with Mike Lindell, which I do. I love Mike Lindell. But back to this. What Lynn said, it's one of those things. I understand it. I hate to keep going back to 1980 and the 2-point conversion. It's like looking at a football game. And Lynn, what you were basically saying is the team I don't like scored, but they shouldn't have scored. Why didn't somebody tackle him? Why didn't the end contain? Well, he didn't. Why didn't the outside linebacker get him? I guess he missed the tackle. What about the DBs? I guess they were out of position.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so we've covered a lot. If you missed any of the show today, be sure and catch it on the daily archives. You can watch those on our YouTube channel. There's a best of hour on Blaze TV as well for Blaze TV subscribers. Our podcast channel has audio archives every day, including a best of hour. So whatever you miss on the live option, go back and grab on the archive option. So a couple of videos we didn't get to in that segment, but still need to. Our president is constantly making up stories that never really happened. And he's created a life that is it sounds quite fascinating. The only problem is it didn't really happen. He places himself different places. He puts himself on different positions on the football field. He's done all kinds of things, including
been to a lot of different.
He's Latino, but also Irish, but also
been in a few mosques.
German, but also
Catholic,
Polish.
Get that.
At one time,
he lived in a ghetto. Then he's lived in several other places.
Right. Yeah. It's amazing. He's ridden the train from one end of the world to the other.
Yeah, like to Mars and back.
Yeah. But anyway, so here is Fox trying to go through and debunk everything in Biden's resume and his background that is a lie. It takes 6 minutes. We've trimmed it to 5. Okay, so here we go.
Let's start with his ethnic background. I think at this point he's claimed Italian, Puerto Rican, Greek, Irish, Jewish, Catholic heritage.
And raised in the black church.
Right.
By the way.
Oh, yeah.
Watch this.
I got my education for real in the black church. And that's not hyperbole, it's a fact. I was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community at home.
He said that he has gone by Bidenopolis.
Yes.
People referred to him as Bidenopolis
because he's so Greek.
He
was simultaneously raised in the black church and the Puerto Rican community.
Yeah, that's right.
In Scranton.
Right. He's also claimed affiliation and relationship with both the Italian community and the Jewish community.
Not hyperbole. Anytime someone tells you, not hyperbole,
it's
folks,
a fact.
Just a fact.
Right.
You ought to believe him. Here's, I think, what we believe the fact is.
Primarily associated with his Irish roots.
Which is what he also calls out is, hey, I'm Irish. Right. So he can be whatever he needs to be on any given day. It's a good pandering politician knows how to peddle a line. It's just when you're the president of the United States and you claim 6 or 7 different lineages, maybe we should call that into question.
All right, let's go now from his background.
Well, we're staying on background, just a different type.
Well, this is... Whenever he says true story, Pete says, if he says true story,
100%.
also your antennas need to go up. Yep. Because true story about his uncle, one could call it fantastical.
Mm-hmm. Shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there used to be There are a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
For real. It's always followed by a for real, or it's true, or I'm not joking, or it's not hyperbole. So Biden's account said his uncle, who's was part of a World War II crew, shot down, of course, not supported by any military reports or records. The Pentagon doesn't mention anything about cannibals, nor is there any evidence suggesting it. So maybe it was family myth and family lore. I don't know.
Yeah, Finnegan is his uncle's last name. Was shot down.
Hero.
Pentagon says over the ocean, no evidence of anything to do with cannibals. And this has put us a little bit at odds with New Guinea. They took a little exception.
New Guinea has not liked this. By the way, on a serious note, he said similar things about his son, Beau Biden, who he said was killed in Iraq, who he was tragically lost his life in another way. But on the military, he's been loose with things for a while.
All right, I think we're moving to his education now.
Oh, boy.
Joe Biden has quite the academic record, according to Joe Biden.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect. I went to law school on a full academic scholarship and, in fact, ended up in the top half of my class. I won the international moot court competition, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
How does Joe Biden today have more hair than Joe Biden in 1988? I don't know. It's magic. That is, he thinks a lot of himself in his academic
scholarship.
Full academic scholarship, okay? And he was very clear, high IQ, top of his class, top half of his class.
The academic scholarship was financial aid, right? and 76th out of 85 in his law school class.
I don't know. I'm not great at math, but that's definitely not the top 50 percentile. I think it's the bottom 10%, maybe bottom 15. By the way, he said full academic scholarship. You're right. It was a half financial aid. Which is a lot different than an academic scholarship.
Let's add this to his educational experience. He said, I was a runner-up at the state scoring championship in football. Don't laugh, man.
Did he say don't laugh, man?
Yeah.
There you go.
He was fifth in his conference.
Fifth in his conference?
Yeah.
That's like when I claimed to be an all-conference wide receiver. I think I was actually, by the way, Will. Look that up.
You were all-conference wide receiver?
All-conference wide receiver.
Not fifth in your conference.
Well, I was probably the 15th best receiver in my conference, but I was still all-conference.
Let's go to some more Joe Biden's experiences. He not only is the smartest guy you've ever met, but he's worked a blue-collar experience during his Irish, Puerto Rican, Greek upbringing.
You said it, Will. He's Forrest Gump.
Besides, I used to drive an 18-wheeler. About 1:30, container ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware in our trainer by car.
I had the great honor of being arrested with our UN ambassador on the streets of Soweto.
Wait, let's go through these. This is Forrest Gump.
This is great because the White House had to come out and say, officially confirm that Biden never drove an 18-wheeler.
They couldn't confirm.
They confirmed that he didn't
drive an 18-wheeler.
Never drove an 18-wheeler.
Think he sat in a semi-truck cab once?
That he drove a school bus a couple of times. And he once spent a night riding in a cargo truck, but he was not driving it. So you spend one night, and now you're an 18-wheel driver.
He says he took the train many times or the car over the Francis Scott Key Bridge. It doesn't have train tracks.
Well, he's Amtrak Joe. He should know, right? It doesn't have any train tracks.
He says he was arrested in Soweto. You know, this is in South Africa. There's no record of that. By the way, he said he was also arrested, as we pointed out, during the Civil Rights Movement. No record of that as well.
So all of that should lead you to wanting this. Where's the video?
4 more years. Pause. 4 more years. 4 more years.
Oh my! That's a good piece, right
there. You tell the day the shot doesn't get there.
Wow.
Pause.
Wow.
4 more years. Pause. Pause. Pause.
You can't even say 4 more years like excited. 4 more years.
Well, he's reading it. It's like Ron Burgundy. 4 more years. Pause.
Incredible. Just incredible.
4 more years. Pause. So there's our choice coming up. I know we can't believe it. None of us can, that it's down to these two. But even though it's down to these two, it seems to be a pretty easy choice, if for no other reason, to at least have someone who seems to have a grasp of their cognitive skills.
They know they're here.
Which is pretty important, by the way, when you're going to be in there. And I know he's not running the country. I have that, but the president's supposed to be involved. That's how it's supposed to be.
Theoretically.
I don't really want to live in a place where other people are running the country than the guy who stands behind the seal.
Right.
That doesn't, I mean,
Because you don't elect them.
Yeah,
and there's rules about them carrying on after a certain amount of time.
There's a reason we have elections, to your point, Bubba, so that people don't get to do it anyway, if it's not who you pick. So anyway, that's the situation, and it took quite a bit, and they're just scratching the surface, completely scratching the surface on this, but it does provide for a lot of radio gold. Top of the hour, if you're checking out, don't forget the daily archives that I just told you about. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll do a top of the hour break, then we'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba show will continue. We'll get more of your phone calls in, a few more stories to run down today. So if you are coming back, we will too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's trying to say is because he shouldn't have scored, I don't want him to have scored. Well, there's nothing. He did score. Okay, they're going to put 6 points. This is Biden's administration on the Democrat side. They won the election, and what you're saying is I want to change the score because I don't think they scored. They shouldn't have scored, but they did. So that's why we can't be team it ain't over. We got to be team never again. That's where your energy needs to be focused in the political world. Now, I would caution some of you, probably don't need to put as much hope in the political world as you do. Because some of the things y'all think they're going to change, they never do. Participate, be involved in it, but I wouldn't let that be the center of my universe.
No.
I would.
It will eventually let you down.
Yeah. Amen. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To Duck.
Crunchy, though. Crunchy.
And Albany, Georgia. Duck, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, good morning.
Hey, brother.
Monkey grass, green acres, 18 wheels of roll-up.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, I wanted to ask y'all if y'all got your new office chairs in.
New office chairs?
No.
Yeah, I kept reading comments on YouTube said y'all was leaning to the left a little bit. I figured it was the chairs problem.
Yeah, you know us. We're real leftists.
Yeah. Anybody that says we're leaning to the left, I would question where their measurements are coming from.
Their plumb bob.
Yeah, their plumb bob may be a hair off.
Let's go to Mike in Mobile. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
Great.
Great. I want to talk to Bubba, just ask him a quick question. He was talking about Stacey Abrams, and we need to do what she did and get out there and register folks to vote. The question I have is, if I do that, Bubba, are you going to recommend me for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Maybe.
Yeah, did she get nominated
I
for
don't
that?
know. Probably.
They also nominated people with burning cities. Down, so I can't really, take that serious, right?
Let's go to
The
Ryan.
definition of peace is a little different. Yeah.
Peace prize.
Ryan in Montgomery. Ryan, go ahead. I-92.
Hey, guys, two things. First of all, for all the people that are, saying about the past election, let it go. I mean, the Biden is the president. Watch. He'll screw it up enough where he might hack off enough Democrats where they'll vote Republican next time around. So, wait it out. Let's see what he does. He's the president. Let's wait it out. Secondly, on the voter thing, you have to have your ID and your utility bill to drop off trash at the landfill.
To prove that you're a citizen of that county. You're right. Thank you.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today on the Rick and Bubba Show. We start this hour with the national anthem.
associates everywhere, come on in to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. I really am feeling pretty good. But you know how when something happens that you just like, you tried to, you had an issue, you felt like you were losing it, then all of a sudden you got back on top of your game. I won the board game Clue last night.
Oh, well done.
Whew. At one time at my house, I was the king of Clue, and then young Broderick really, really devoted himself to saying, "I'm tired of Dad winning Clue." Mm-hmm. And I will say, masterfully put together a strategy that took me a while to figure out, and he went on a run. I mean, you couldn't do anything with him, and he was using this ploy that I picked up on. And so I started watching his moves, knowing what he was doing because I'd figured out a strategy. And I used his own strategy against him and beat him.
Well done.
And it felt fantastic.
But didn't he also team up with Brooks on some of this?
Yeah.
Where they would complain about
what strategy is this include?
Well, let me tell you what.
Other than deduction.
Let me tell you what young Broderick will do. And there's even been discussion, we even got the rules out, whether you can do this. And I know some Clue purists may say, well, I don't think you can do that. Uh-huh.
6 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being here. Here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go for a brand new hour. We hope you'll join us. We'll work some of your phone calls in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
A couple of stories out of the NFL. Out of the NFL. First of all, Bubba, did you know that Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms are out at CBS Sports?
Well, Rick, the anchor desk, I don't know if you've noticed it. They have 26 people on it now.
It is a little
much.
And
they all get to say about one sentence and then move on. And every time one of these stars retire, I think they all go through a panic. What if this is the guy that changes it? What if this is the... Right. So they keep signing people up. Well, eventually somebody's got to get bumped off, right?
48 years they've been with CBS if you combine their time. Yep. Both of them are out. Some of those that are, like you just mentioned, some talking about replacements. Matt Ryan's name is one replacement reportedly, since he is now retired from the Falcons. So we'll see, but you will not see Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms. Did you like them?
I think they both do very good analysis. It's very intellectual type analysis, kind of deep sometimes maybe. But they've been there the longest. That's the thing. So if as their playing days are further behind them, does that make them less relevant?
Well, it's according to who you are. It's almost like what they went through when they played. Is there a rookie out there that everybody is getting to?
Yeah, exactly.
So
you're always got to worry about that. Now, Roger Goodell made an appearance, Rick, on the Pat McAfee show.
Oh, of course, we all must.
And he was talking about some of the ideas he wants to see implemented in the NFL. Of course, it has to go through a board of commissioners and all that stuff. But he says he's not a fan of preseason. They currently have 2 preseason games. He would like to change one of those to a regular season game. That would carry the current schedule to 18 games total. And he would like to see the Super Bowl move back so that it coincides with President's Day weekend. We've long talked about how difficult it is to watch the Super Bowl on Sunday and go to work on Monday. And there was calls even for a national holiday. But he's saying, let's just move it back. It's only going to be moved back a week or two, and that will coincide with President's Day weekend, which everybody has a national holiday on Monday, and so that'll take care of that. Yeah. So that's an interesting idea.
It is.
They'll change the schedule and shift the season slightly. I really think they start playing too early. When it's August and it's 110 degrees, that just doesn't seem like football weather anyway.
No, I think all of our sports, with the exception maybe of basketball, should be put a little more, this baseball in winter. I'm talking about the high school and the colleges and all that.
Well, they're kind of, the high schools are kind of pressed with this graduation time, but for the other, I'm sure that it has to coincide with their semesters too. But you're right; there's too much overlap.
Yeah, and of course, where we live, football, you never have cold weather until it's over.
I know. So, you got to make it to the final.
Yeah,
You do.
yeah.
You do.
So
It's
anyway,
more like a beach sport for most.
Would
of the
you
year.
like that? I mean, I don't watch it enough for the regular season part to matter to me, but the Super Bowl is an.
I like
intriguing-
having the Monday off after the Super Bowl. I think.
Of course,
that's a
we
good
don't,
idea.
but
Well, we don't take it, but
right. But
on
people,
President's Day,
but people, is President's Day big enough? You know what I mean? It's almost like, but I guess most if you're the government
It's a
employees
federal holiday,
and the
yeah.
bank people won't be there,
Right.
You know?
Super Bowl's a reasonable start and end time, though. I never have not watched the Super Bowl. They start pretty early.
They do
end
start
pretty
early.
early.
I tell you, the one they need to work on is that national championship college game. That's the killer.
Yep.
100%. We're not kicking off till 8 Central.
But
During
like
the week?
in our case, we usually have friends over to watch the game, and if you get up early, it runs over, and then you got some cleanup and straightening up to do, whatever, before you can hit the sack. So it having that day, I think would they've talked about having a holiday, so I think Goodell knows they're not going to add one, so why don't we just scoot our schedule over and match up with one?
We all kind of like Hard Knocks, because preseason really is designed for those that are trying to make the roster and evaluation. For those that were signed and okay, what are we doing? We're keeping, we're cutting. All the pros, they normally sit out and play a series here or two. They're like maybe third weekend normally.
You mean the veterans?
Yeah, the veterans.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I don't know if we lose that. How do you evaluate your guys? I know a lot of inter squatting, and I know that there's times where you might go to another facility and practice them a lot, and so I'm sure there's times you can do that. But
I think that's what they would say. Look, y'all do it anyway. You put together your own practice games. Just put together more of those.
Yeah, I guess so.
If you need to. We just don't need to make it an official. Here's the stadium open.
Right. Stadium open, all the
TV coverage,
pomp and circumstance, and
like maybe one game.
The quality of play is not as good, and people want to see the stars.
Right.
Well, and then your team, you get the player hurt who did play the first series.
Oh, yeah.
And that infuriates people. The years you've lost them in a practice game. But you could lose them at practice. So, I mean.
Or you could lose them on the fourth play with Achilles.
Yeah, if you're in the New York Jets.
So how is he? Is he back? What's the rehab situation?
Oh, yeah.
I think so. There was rumors he was going to be back before the end of last season, so I'm sure he'll be back and ready.
Is he going to play? Is he all doing it, hyped up and all that? Who is Hard Knocks this time? Anybody know?
I don't know.
When do they announce that? Over the summer?
I don't think
they announced that over the summer.
I think they wait until they see who's where.
Who's y'all's prediction?
Just by
knowing the way the draft went and everything.
Vikings.
Just by the name Hard Knocks, shouldn't it be the Vikings every year?
For some reason, I feel like it'll be the Steelers.
That's what I was going to say because they got so much drama going on
with Russell and
the Falcons would be
Bears
interesting too with what they did.
Well,
Justin
have
Fields.
they done the Falcons before?
I don't know. I just feel like it'd be interesting we sign a big quarterback
Right.
for millions and then we draft one for millions. I mean,
Bubba,
that would be a good one.
What do you think about the Vikings kicker? Kid from Alabama.
Right. Look, he's got the pedigree. He's got the points. He's the highest.
Till y'all ruin him.
I saw they got
scoring player ever.
They got an A for their drafts.
Mm-hmm.
The club got an A.
Bubba got an A for a kicker.
No, just the whole draft.
No,
they
they got several players, but come on.
The jersey will ruin.
Well, hey, show me.
Right.
Show me something.
I'm seeing here that NFL Network says that the 2024 Hard Knocks will focus on an entire division rather than a single team.
Are we okay with that?
But this could be.
Are we okay with that?
I think you're all over this, Adler. I'm
looking
looking
okay?
it up too, and
do we want that?
That may be a prank.
It says it's no.
That's
good.
Could be a jury duty scam.
Yeah.
That's
no,
overwhelming.
I think you're all over this.
That's overwhelming. That's too much going on.
It's not sure which of the 8 divisions will be the subject of the docu-series.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm seeing this too.
All right. Well, there you go. Also, I'd forgotten about what kind of sports fans the city of Chicago has. Yeah. And when I was at O'Hare, and all of a sudden I hear behind me, no whispering at all. For some reason, they got into a discussion about the Steelers and Russell Wilson. Now, of course, there's no whispering. I mean, you have to become part of it.
You're in the conversation.
I don't care what you say. Russell Wilson's still Russell Wilson. He's got one Super Bowl. I mean, he's won one Super Bowl, but he's still Russell Wilson. I think it's a good move for the Steelers. I don't. I think it was stupid. He's done. And they're just, I mean, at one time, I thought they were shouting about something we should all be aware of.
Yeah.
And then I heard Russell Wilson's name. I'm like, they're just shouting at each other about Russell Wilson. And
so they ain't buying it.
And, of course, for some reason, the fact that they were sitting at the Chicago Black Hawk restaurant that's in the airport, it made it better.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and but real loud, super loud. But yeah, I thought for a minute, it's almost like they're inviting you to join in.
Now, what
do you think?
The Steelers, what happened to the kid from Pittsburgh? Is he there?
They've traded him.
Oh, did he get traded?
Or they cut him. I think they traded him. I don't know where he went.
Yeah, I thought he was their future.
Yeah.
Hey, that whole a year or two ago.
Listen, these rookie quarterbacks, they don't give them long no more.
No, you're right. They don't. All right, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next. Speedy goes to the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any topic available to you. The lines are waiting. You simply dial us, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we chat with you, America, when the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But what he will do is, and it's smart. I mean, it seems obvious, but sometimes you don't think about it. And he really mastered it. He will go and go to a room and choose a weapon that he has in his cards, and then he'll pick a person randomly, and then get you to say, "Well, that ain't I got that right here." He goes, "Oh, good. So I know that person, and so I know these two cards." He uses the stuff he's already have. Acts like he doesn't have it, and
to
then
throw you off,
and then starts picking up, like he'll run to a room, but he's got that room in his, and you start thinking, well, he thinks that room's it, but he really has it. He knows it's not it. He's tried to draw you out or away from where he wants to be, and also get information from you.
Okay,
because he knows some of the things, and then he starts figuring out these are things I know. I'm holding them in my hands, and y'all are giving me other things. And I picked up on
which is a good strategy.
It's a great strategy.
Yeah.
Of course, I used it against him and beat him. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't know. He started overthinking it. I bypassed the study, and he's like, if Dad's bypassing the study, then he's got the study, but I didn't have it. So I went another way. I acted like I had things I didn't have, and beat him.
So this is high level, Clue.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we play at a high level.
This is like 3-level chess here, huh?
Yeah. Do you trash talking, Clue?
Well, unfortunately, yes, and here was the problem we ran into. Number one, Sherry doesn't like when we do that, and it frustrates her. And then we made a mistake of my oldest son coming home for Christmas and brought his girlfriend who had never played Clue. And so here we are at this 400-level Clue,
right?
And somebody's just trying to have fun, and she didn't have fun. It was like somebody had thrown blood in the water, and there were sharks. Yeah. And she got treated pretty badly in Clue. Like her face was like, I have no idea what's going on. I'm not very good, and I feel like y'all didn't or haven't paid any attention that somebody that's never played before has showed up. There's a war going on here, and I'm getting caught in the middle of it. I just really wanted
crossfire.
I was really trying to get to know you, you guys, since you're my boyfriend's family. Yeah, I didn't expect to be destroyed and made to feel like I'm a loser.
What do you think? What? The rope? Did you not hear somebody show the rope wasn't in a minute ago? Are you not paying attention?
And all of a sudden you realize she's like, oh, my gosh. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Somebody has already said that, haven't they? Oh, I guess that was dumb. And then you would feel bad.
The rope.
And so.
Let me ask you a question. By the end of the night, did Sherry ask the famous, what's wrong with you?
Well, she just said, why do you have to take these board games so serious? And I said, no, you're just saying that because you're not winning.
Ooh.
If you were winning, you'd be all in.
Yeah.
That's the thing people say who can't win the game.
You said that out loud?
Well, in a moment, in a moment of enthusiasm.
It's that old thing like losers quote stats.
Oh yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is supposed to be fun. I tell you what's fun is winning. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I will give young Broderick credit. He wanted to run there where we couldn't do anything with him. Of course, I said two things I got to correct. See, I've corrected Clue, now I got to correct air hockey. I'm way behind on air hockey. My air hockey performance is unacceptable.
Isn't it just more hand-eye coordination?
Yeah, I'm just not doing it.
I mean, there's not a lot of strategy you can do. I know.
There is a little bit of strategy.
Age will hurt you.
Well, I mean, you can kind of try to draw people away from the goal, but
yeah, you want to use the sides a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you who's hard to handle in it, which is is Big Love. He's been the champion a couple times. And see, Blake did what I did in Clue. He came back this year ready.
Right.
And he found some arcade in New York or something. But
started reading up on it.
But Brooks' strategy would be more like our show. Brooks just goes on an all-out assault.
In
air hockey.
Yeah, you hit as hard and as fast as you can.
He hits it. He's got really quick hands, and he hits.
You're not even trying. You just want to keep it moving. Hope it goes in.
He'll be up 3-0, and you feel like you just now walked up and reached down to get the puck. Wow. But
Speedy, I hope you got some good Super Bowl commercials for us today.
Oh boy,
can't wait to see those.
Yeah, who would have ever thought they wouldn't be entertaining when everybody said, let's try not to be offensive. Let's don't do anything. Because now, if you walk into something saying, I don't want to offend anybody, unfortunately, the society that's been created now deems that impossible. Yeah. Because there's somebody that's offended by anything you can do and say. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk a little bit. Super Bowl coming up this weekend, or the big game, or whatever.
The big game!
Whatever.
Other side. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Phone calls coming in now. We'll chat with you if you want to join us. Bubba, we'll get started with one of our many Jordans.
All right, Jordan. Fire it in there.
Jordan is out of North Carolina. Jordan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy? Go.
I'm good. How are y'all doing?
We're good. That's all I know is being fired up, Jordan. I know no other way.
Yeah. I wanted to get you guys' thoughts this morning on the former president's trial that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see what y'all think about this and how you think other politicians are feeling.
Well, Jordan, we've talked about this a good bit. You may have missed that, and Bubba's made the point, and we've agreed. Where are we going with this? We look like a banana republic when we start using the judicial system as political weapons against opponents we don't like, or we don't want to run against, or we don't want to have a chance to run. And then you got to get into the people's tax money that's being used. So I think we're on dangerous ground right now, and I believe even politicians, if they're smart, if they can think about the point that Bubba's made several times, if I do this, the opposing party is just going to start doing this back to me. So do I think all of this is good for America? No. Do I think that presidents are above the law? No. Do I think our founding fathers established a certain amount of immunity so this wouldn't turn into a banana republic? Yes. And it has served us pretty well. So I think it's a dangerous precedent we're setting.
I think one of the more interesting parts of this is the Stormy Daniels, and we'll just talk about this particular case because there's plenty to go around. The Stormy Daniels payoff happened before the election that President Trump won back in, what was that election? Yeah. 2016 or 2016. So, and that was a topic then during that election. So if I don't think anybody's above the law, but if he broke the law, why wasn't it prosecuted then? We've waited 8 years to bring a court case when he just happens to be running again and leading in the polls. That looks banana republic.
Well, and if any of you have ever dealt with lawyers, there's a very popular lawyer tactic when you're saying, "Hey, I'm gonna stand up," and they'll say, "I'll tell you one thing: we'll file so many things against you, we'll tie you up with so much paperwork and so many lawyer fees, you'll be so miserable, you'll finally give in."
Yeah.
Now it's unfortunate that is available to people who have no moral opposition to that kind of behavior. And so isn't this it feels like a version of that. Yeah. We just tie you up in so many court cases, so many accusations, so many things.
Look, if no one's above the law, if someone's broke the law, charge them, let them have their day in court and play it out.
But this is the things that look bad. The timing of it. If you have a district attorney that they run their whole election campaign on, I'm going to get Trump when they don't even know the evidence.
Right.
Things like that always look very suspicious to me.
Yeah. To Casey in Tennessee. Casey, go ahead.
Hey, this one is actually for Adler. I know he was feeling really stupid when, before he kind of pulled that bait and switch. But he did quite a service. If you keep a scammer on the phone, you are depriving them of their income. And especially if you know that it's a scam, you want to keep them on the phone. And you don't want to mess with them too much, because then they'll know that you're messing with them. But, if you have the time, you want to keep them on the phone to keep them from being able to reach more gullible people. So good on you, Adler.
So I'm pretty much a hero.
You did us a service.
Pretty much a hero. Don't need a parade or anything.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Yeah. No. Yeah, and you're not bragging. That's just what happens.
Yeah.
Some of them wear hair buns.
Right.
Yes.
It's all a big plan.
Justin in Georgia. Justin, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I was going to see if y'all had heard about there's a 911 call, and there's a man claiming to be Jesus, and he broke into a Pizza Hut, and it's up there with man eating beard. It is hilarious.
Oh.
Yeah, see, that's one of those things you know immediately. So that's important to know Scripture, because you know that Jesus doesn't need to steal pizza.
No.
He's been on record that bread, fish, he can crank this stuff out with baskets left over for thousands of people.
That's right.
Not once, but twice.
On
On record, which means he may have done even more than that. But we recorded two of them. So
had a pretty good little meal for the disciples there on the beach.
Yep, yeah, he sure did. And so he doesn't have an issue of needing to buy a pizza. He could just create one.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not familiar with that story. I'm not. Yeah. We continue.
Unless Rick mysteriously, and I don't know.
Right.
A Pizza Hut is now built on the Mount of Olives.
Right.
And I don't know.
Yeah. But Bubba and I have laughed often, and one guy wrote a book about it. We interviewed him. I can't remember who wrote that book. That how Jesus is so frustrated with the disciples when they question him on how they're going to eat again after they have already seen it. He's like, does anybody recall the thousands of people that I fed? And you're thinking we may not end up finding something to eat today? Are you serious? Do you not remember that? And of course that I'm giving you the message, their version of it, but that's basically what he said. Chris in Florida. Chris, go ahead.
Green grass and monkey acres. I have a question for you. Am I speaking with Richard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Careful, Rick.
Okay. Good morning. How are you today?
Good. Thank you. I'm good, sir.
This might be a scam, Rick.
Good. God bless you. I have a question. I see that you have Medicare. Do you have Medicare Parts A and B?
That's really good.
You got them down, buddy. That is really, really good impression. JR in Alabama. JR, go ahead.
Morning, boys. How y'all doing?
Great. Good.
Great.
Okay, Adler might want to rethink this thing that he had going on Friday. I think it's pretty much straight up, because I was coming up 65 earlier this morning, and a Shelby County Sheriff car passed me, and on the trunk it says, proudly sponsored by Winn-Dixie, Coinstar, and Walgreens.
I got to run, guys. I got to go handle some stuff. I'll be back.
Oh, that's great. Robert in North Carolina. Roberto, go.
Bubba, have you seen the new TV show UFO Cowboys?
No, I have not.
UFO Cowboys?
Yeah, it's on the Roku channel app.
I'm not familiar.
Aliens versus Cowboys?
That was a movie.
No. Is this?
Never saw it.
Do they go after looking? Is it like the Bigfoot people, but UFO edition, and we're cowboys?
Thank you, Rick.
Yep.
Okay.
Ride their horses.
In search of UFOs?
Unusual sightings.
But by
They
horseback.
have their farms, crop circles.
But by horseback?
Do they chase them on horses with hats?
Are they going to catch one in a lasso? I mean,
Please don't stop asking.
Are they hoping the UFO will be intimidated by barrel riding? Well, I mean, what are we? What are we talking about?
Thank you for trying. Do they have rodeo clowns to distract the little grays when they lasso them?
And Robert, I'd finished the antibiotics before I'd called the show. Bottom. Go ahead and finish that whole Z-Pack.
Yeah.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Supposed to call it. So the GOAT is ready to go, but this whole deal with the Chiefs and COVID, and can I tell this thing of this world we're living in now, and it's making it harder and harder to do what we do for a living. It's making it harder and harder for people to do anything. When you see that the Super Bowl is using the term and the advertisers walking the tightrope, Bubba, the Super Bowl and the advertisers.
You know what that has, Rick? A chilling effect on creativity.
Yeah. Bubba, the Super Bowl advertisers and everybody involved with the Super Bowl putting it together. You know what they're trying to do, guys? Are y'all ready? Strike the right tone.
Strike the right tone.
Tone's everything now.
Oh yes,
I remember the first time that
and tent's not.
When I saw Jerry Seinfeld's "I'm Back and I'm 65" routine.
Yeah.
When he made that comment, he goes, "I didn't know I had a tone." he goes, "Until I got married, I didn't know this. I don't like your tone."
We got a lot of people that need to lighten up Francis out there. And they're not. They can't deal with anything.
Bubba,
you've heard some of them call the show.
Do you mind if we call next year's CD "Lighten Up Francis"? But I don't know how to tell everybody at the Super Bowl and those that are going to put on these uniforms. I know there's some highly paid folks. You are a football game, and the tone that you're striking is entertainment. And for people to have some escapism away from the problems of the world.
Right.
That's your tone.
Rick, I would agree to that lighten up Francis. I like having working titles as we go through the year to keep the pressure from coming up with all of it at one time. Mm-hmm. Right now, my favorite is the attic is better than the basement.
That's good.
And then maybe lighten up Francis right there as a close second.
We're working. I mean, it's early.
Yeah, it's a work in progress.
All right. So
you've seen the calendar. It's February.
So tell me a little bit about we had a person who was the barber for the Chiefs.
Yeah, apparently
that nearly cost us a Super Bowl.
Apparently, the barber gets tested, along with everybody else, and he tested positive. So that's why they have two people that are. Being watched right now. Although we had another story, it was confusing yesterday about exactly how many people are in the protocol for the Chiefs. But what's really bad, I saw yesterday where 18 to 20 of these players were scheduled to go to him that day, and they got delayed. And the two that went to him are two that are in the being held out. Did you hear something different?
No, I'm just wondering. You got a couple of weeks to the game. Can you wait on your haircut?
Right.
Let's eliminate the barber.
But think about this.
You're bringing people in, and you're trying to keep out of touch. I think I start with the barber.
Right.
But Greg, think about this.
Barber.
Everybody wants to look sharp for the Super Bowl because they know the cameras.
How did you look
and the
before
eyes
that?
of the world.
So everybody was to the point that their hair was out of control.
No, it's like prom or getting married or whatever. You're going to get that haircut before the big event.
Not in the pandemic. You're not. I'm just saying, if I'm going to be in contact with people, okay, there's my staff. This guy's necessary. This guy, the barber. Look, guys, I'm sorry if you don't like your hair at this moment, but you're just going to have to go with it. You're going to have a helmet on anyway.
But apparently he's the Chiefs barber. I mean, he's
I get that.
with he's part of the staff.
But he would be moved out.
But I would deem him, I would agree with Greg, I would say this week, because we're trying to make sure that we actually play the game, we don't need any COVID problems, and the barber is not essential.
Do you
he's
realize
in close contact with everybody that he cuts their hair?
Do you realize?
Be careful.
And the story was that the people scheduled to be there later in the day included Mahomes, Kelsey, Hill, all of those.
They were
guys.
in the team.
They were going to
numbers.
Yeah, they were going to. Their whole offense was basically going to be quarantined if they had gone to that barber.
Right. So hey guys, look, I know Super Bowl's coming up, but let's say if your hair's not cut up to this point after this positive test, we're not getting haircuts till after the game. Sorry. Because that's just one less person we got to be around.
Yeah,
plus, let's say you got that many players coming in. Let's say one player has it, he infects the barber, and then that barber infects it. I mean, that's just the haircut thing. I don't understand. You don't need a haircut.
Not the week of the Super Bowl.
They were saying that this barber was in their bubble. So, but still, I'm like you. Take away unnecessarily things,
guys.
Mid haircut.
Because Kansas City did not go to Miami, right?
Somewhere.
Kansas City has not gone to Miami.
No, they go in, I think, 24 hours.
Like Saturday or Friday night.
Yeah, they're not doing like you normally all the
All right,
festivities.
so I'm not going to do the festivities because why? Because I'm trying to cut down on my exposure to non-essential people, but the barber still made it.
Well, like Speedy said, they had a bubble, and they thought they could operate in that bubble. I mean, you wouldn't go and say, "Hey, trainer, you can't take me. You may have COVID, so I'm going to." I mean, that's
trainer or barber, I don't put them in the same category.
Well,
I tell you this, I cut
bubble.
the training staff to the minimum.
Yeah, my training staff be down to minimum folks.
But barber, because he's going to be in contact with so many people, and I mean, he is just a spreader.
Y'all, and too, when you're talking about athletes at this level, most of them probably think they can't get it anyway. I mean, how.
Anybody asked the barber where he might have got it? Evidently, he broke a rule. If he was in a bubble, he got outside that bubble, or we got somebody
the
in
bubble
the
got punctured somewhere, didn't
it? Yeah,
maybe.
Well,
"35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. Another great organization that we teamed up with just recently is Ma'oz Israel. We talked with the CEO, and he was pretty clear, Kobe Ferguson, about what was going on. This is a group of Messianic Jewish people. They have recognized Christ as Messiah. But they still feel a call that they are to help those who, whether they believe or not, that are still working through this, their fellow Israelis. And boy, the IsraelNeedsMe.com. I know a lot of you said, what can we do to help our brothers and sisters in Israel? And this is it. IsraelNeedsMe.com. Emergency war relief is needed. And check out some of the needs there at IsraelNeedsMe.com. Make a positive impact. People are being hunted down in the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes, soldiers, women, the elderly, children. Some of them still are not back in their homes after the October attack, the world pressures that are going on, what's happening with Iran, and then, they're surrounded. And that shouldn't surprise us, especially if we have a biblical worldview. But we are called to help them. And so if you want to find out more, over 50 years they've been in operation, go to IsraelNeedsMe.com, IsraelNeedsMe.com, or you can go to RickandBubba.com and look there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we know that when we were, 12 years, we were over at our own studio in a plaza. Was it 12 years we were there in the broadcast plaza, something like that?
About that. Yeah, from
so,
2007.
So then, we're now in our third year here, and this one's a little different because we're sharing not only a building with other businesses and other offices and a bathroom as well, as we've been well documented, but we're also sharing with all the other radio stations owned by the company that is our partner that has the rights to the show. So, and I know this next thing is going to be a little socially awkward. It's nobody's fault, and I just don't know what my next step should be. And Bubba, you don't really have a dog in this hunt because it's coffee.
Yep.
But picture you as an only child if it was something you cared about.
Yeah.
And I know you're the only child, and you would be saying, Rick, I don't know how this ever even happened. You should have never made this even a possibility because only children don't do that.
Right.
They keep their stuff in their place.
Well, we expect it to be where it was when we put it down,
and we lock our doors, and no one can see it without permission. And I probably should have done that, but when we got here, unlike the old place, the coffee pot. And by the way, you go in there and it's like a graveyard of various coffee pots that die. They just die. Yeah. They people just leave them there.
Yes. There's different coffee makers.
Yeah. So when we first got here, the setup was as follows: there were K-cup machines. Is it Keurig? Is that how you say it?
Keurig. Yeah. Keurig.
There were multiple 2 Keurig machines, and there were pods in there all the time, and people usually use those.
I like that setup,
if they weren't part of our show.
I know.
Yeah.
And
So we
used them too.
We did.
Yeah, if we wanted to, because that was what we called, that was available to anybody that worked for this company.
That's right. Well, and we even bought Dana bought those. I guess where you could put our coffee in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have had
more of a hassle.
We have been with BuzzBox Coffee for a number of years, and and they help raise money for the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, and so we receive coffee from them every month to drink as a staff, and that's been going on for years. This is where Bubba will perk up as an only child, and I don't mean to be legalistic about it, but it's our coffee.
Yeah.
It isn't anyone else's coffee.
Oh, here we go.
And so there was a time when the company provided coffee for all the other employees, so nobody messed with our coffee.
You know, they're listening in the building. Just
Right,
FYI.
and so our supply is based on 6 people, and really 5, because Bubba doesn't drink any of it. 5 people using the coffee. It's not the supply that comes in isn't based on 20 people using it. It's an amount for 5 people to work through in a month, and so. And now, at first, I was like, well, at least I recognize this person that's getting some of the coffee, because all the K-Cup machines have died. They haven't been replaced. No longer are there pods. No longer is there coffee provided by the company. And mistakenly, the company now thinks this coffee is being provided to everyone here. And it's not, and I'm in an awkward position. I don't know whether I become Bubba with an only child and I now hide the coffee.
Oh.
I put it in our office, but the coffee pot is still out there, so that makes that weird.
Yeah.
Every time I got to make coffee, I got to take the bag of coffee out there and then prepare it. And so I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to say something.
Well, Rick, I want to say, as you pointed out, since I don't drink coffee, I want to donate my coffee to the building. My cup. I want everyone to partake and enjoy my cup of coffee.
That's
funny. What I've noticed with this coffee is my first reaction to the people that work here that I actually know. Oh. I felt good about that being an option for them while all the other options were available. But then what I'm seeing with our coffee is what Bubba and I call the T-shirt phenomenon, the free T-shirt phenomenon. One of the legends of our industry, Robbie McAlpine, is here with one of his clients who's going to advertise with the show. And he knows this because he was once a salesperson for this show. He's very familiar with the free T-shirt phenomenon.
Yeah.
And that is, if people know that the shirt is free, they will ask for 5. It's never, hey, I should probably only take 1. Bubba and I have actually watched people eat Chick-fil-A sandwiches while stuffing 3 more in their pockets because they were free. We've seen that with our own eyes.
You could actually call it the golden ticket seat phenomenon.
Right. It's very similar.
Now. Yeah.
Well, and I actually had a church that was trying to be kind and let everybody come to something for free. And they said 800 people signed up and 400 people showed up. And I said it should have never been free.
Mm-hmm.
If they charge them something. Because they'll take them and reserve them and then not use them. We had the same problem with the golden ticket seats because there's no value in them. So what makes it sad, though, like that church, they cut off registration because they think they're full, and then people want to come, can't come in the week of the event, only to find out they could have come because the people that took the seat didn't use it. And so we started running into that here at the golden ticket seat, so we tried to call that too. So what's happened now is the word is out, I think, coffee available, and to their credit, I mean, just someone they don't know where it comes from. They
probably don't.
It's out there. They think the company's providing it, but they're rolling.
So I should have put that sign up.
No, you should not. But when I decided to say something is one day there's a guy I keep seeing, and he's really cranking out pots. I don't know who this person is. I've never seen them. They might even be from another company in the building and knows the code on the door. I don't know who this man is, and he's making coffee a lot.
Well,
I've never seen him before.
Let me say
who is he?
I think I know who
I do. I think I do too. But here's what I will say.
He wears a button down most days.
Yeah. Okay. So we all know him.
Okay.
Who's been here a while, Rick?
Who is he?
He's been here a while,
a long time.
and you've probably talked to him before.
Not this guy. I've never seen this guy.
You must be on a different person. Because you would know the guy.
So I will say this: there's probably 4 more people in the building over the last 3 months that drink coffee, and we haven't had that.
New people?
There's 2 new, one that has come back to this building that drinks a lot, and then this gentleman you're talking about, if it's the same person, he drinks a lot of coffee.
And I have nothing to say to Mike because he can't see what he's getting. I mean, he doesn't know that the coffee's changed because he has the eyesight problem. So what I'm saying is Mike's just drinking whatever coffee's in there.
By the way, I wasn't even including him in my assessment.
Right, Mike. But what I'm saying is this. What's happened now.
They don't need a text or email me.
Here's what happens.
Go straight to Rick.
Well, no, I can't get on. I love Mike. But what I'm saying is this. Looking back, and I'm sure I'd love this guy. I don't know who it is. Now, I didn't know he'd drink this much coffee.
He does drink a lot of coffee.
He drinks a lot of. He'll make a pot.
See him there a lot.
I see him making pots throughout the day when I'm up here in the afternoons.
I think we're talking about the same
He's still
guy.
making it. But what's happened is
Really
the company who, and companies, let's face it, they can be cheap. So what's happened is they've realized we're providing coffee, so now they have no motivation to bring the coffee back.
Yeah.
So now we're providing coffee for the entire company.
Yeah.
And I did happen. It just, and I don't know how to address it.
Should we should we go get a coffee maker and bring it in our own wing?
Well,
I don't know.
We could do that.
Water,
That would be
back
an
and
easy
forth with
solution.
water.
But
Well,
then you're
there's
going to
be
worry
a
about
handle note.
the back and forth.
There's going to
with
be a
water.
handle at some point.
I think we actually just get our own pot.
Right.
And every morning we take the extra 20 steps and go in there and fill it up and bring it back in here.
Because it's top 1% Arabica.
Please look at Greg's face.
It's top 1%.
He doesn't want to have to deal with it.
No, I
Just put the pot in Greg's office.
Right,
The only thing that makes
I
me
understand.
mad on this spot out here is when the moron gets the last cup and there's just a little bit in the bottom, they leave the burner on.
Oh, yeah.
Then I go in there the next morning because I'm the first guy up that makes coffee every morning, and it's burnt up because some idiot.
Right.
So now we've called them morons and idiots.
Well, and that whoever's doing that is stupid.
Oh, and stupid.
There's no reason to do that. There's not enough for a cup. There's hardly any there, but I'm gonna leave the burner on. I'm not just gonna ignore it and don't rinse it out. I don't care if you rinse it out.
Rick,
Just
I'm
turn
sorry.
the
I'm
dadgum
sorry.
burner off.
Rick, you tried so delicately to talk about
Huh?
it.
Did he though? He didn't really talk.
Sort
about
of
it.
in a kind of nice way.
I don't care that they're partaking in the coffee.
Bubba
Just
is
turn the
not
dang
the
burner.
coffee
off.
I don't know whether to awkwardly go in and say, I know y'all are not aware of this, but we're providing coffee apparently for the entire company. And now the company doesn't provide coffee anymore or have any kind of motivation to fix the broken Keurig.
I think we just do our own.
Do we
That
just
solves
we just
all
bring
the
it in
issues.
here, put a Mr. Coffee?
What's the broken
Keurig?
what?
Is that what they're called?
Keurig, yeah.
Keurig machines.
I
I don't
saw-
drink them because they're of the devil.
I saw the guy with the button down with drinking coffee the other day. I said, "How's it going, man?" He goes, "Good. I'm just making a difference one cup at a time." Is what he said.
That's good. That's fantastic.
That's good, buddy.
Fantastic.
That's funny.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So what
For a
if
minute, I forgot you got scammed.
What if-
No, yeah, me
Who do
too.
y'all think the idiot is that's leaving the burner on?
Well,
Since we're narrowing it down.
no, I will tell you, there's kind of a
we know
general,
who's drinking it. I want to know who's leaving the burner on.
Well, in society, there is a standard. I'm done with what I needed, so I leave a mess behind, and I really couldn't care less what happens next. There's no.
Y'all try to get that crust out of it.
Oh, I know. So
Talk out loud about it.
Oh,
I don't know. So
cuss.
I mean, I don't want to be the person that hides coffee and all that. Should I leave now out like the cards where they could click on it and they could start being monthly subscribers?
Why don't we run down here and get a big tub of Maxwell House and set it in?
We could just contact management and say, hey, y'all need to start buying coffee.
Well, I don't know. I mean, is that not an option anymore? I don't know. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or went to the grocery store. I don't know.
What if you're the
And
guy
that
in
was the
charge
question.
of keeping the barber in the bubble?
Ooh, man.
That was the question I'd ask earlier, with the Super Bowl. What if one team gets hit? What if they had 25, 30, 40 people come down? What do you do?
Guys,
Something can't happen.
I decided, by the way, I got a funny one. But I've talked to people that have tested positive for COVID. And sometimes they'll say, yeah, well, this, and this happened. I said, I got it. I've talked to people that say, I have no idea. I got it.
Yeah.
I couldn't even tell you how I got it. I have no idea.
I mean, I got a pretty good idea.
Hey, you have a great idea. But I'm talking about these are these. I wore my mask. I did my stuff. I only did essential stuff, and I still got it. Don't know how I got it.
Right.
And so I don't know.
So at what point do they quit testing them and go, "You're good. We're locked in"? You
Probably
can play.
Saturday. Or
They're gonna go
Sunday
that
morning.
late?
Surely they're going to do it Sunday.
No, I'd be done.
They've
now.
been doing it twice a day.
I'd be already done.
Yeah, I believe I'd knock that off on Thursday, wouldn't you?
I get the
Bubba,
barber.
I'm already done.
Unless you're running a fever, I ain't giving you a look.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go, guys. We'll deal with it after the game.
Yeah.
Picture it though, if you're getting your hair cut and your barber's pulled out mid haircut.
Did you see
You're
the
out.
guy? I don't know if that was the guy who was actually getting his hair cut or they did that as a joke, but I saw a picture of one of the Chiefs and his hair was like cut down on one side and the other side was still big. I mean, he was like getting it all cut off. And they said they literally got the barber mid haircut.
Mid profile pic, he says.
But is this somebody?
Now
I know that's what I'm saying. Is he really?
If I remember,
making fun
I remember Kilmore being one of the guys.
You can't believe anything you see on anything anymore.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I'm asking because I don't know what to believe anymore either. I'm like, I read a bunch of stuff and you go, well, half of it ain't true.
Right. Well, the good news is if he was
Daniel Kilmore was one of the guys. DeMarcus Robinson and Daniel Kilmore were on the COVID-19 list. I think they were the ones getting the haircuts.
Well, the good news about this guy, it looks like he was shaving his head.
Yeah.
You can go back to whoever you're staying with in the team facility, and he can finish.
Oh yeah, you can do that in the shower right there.
Or he's kind of got a cool look. He'll get a lot of shots on TV if he has that haircut, and they'll talk about he was the guy that the barber got pulled out mid-cut.
Well, how about he's a center too? That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it is. So will we get through this Super Bowl? It's not. We're not there yet, guys.
Well, I hope we do.
No, we're not.
That's my concern. I mean, are we going to wake up and all of us be getting our chips out Sunday at lunch, and they go, well, we got bad news. Tom Brady's not playing in the Super Bowl, or so-and-so's not playing.
And then they put a new NFL films together. The autumn wind is a virus.
Yeah.
The autumn wind blows on high.
And this
the autumn wind is a virus.
And you'll hate this, Rick. I mean, you're going to hate what I'm about to say.
Look, my hate account is full.
It's going to bother you. It's going to bother you.
There's so many things I can't stand right now. Do what?
What these teams have had to go through in college football, I know it's turned you off with the crowd and you can't get into it.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I think it's even more impressive what they've been able to accomplish because of the guidelines and trying to keep everybody healthy and what the coaches are going through, and they don't know what players they got until 24 hours before the game. I mean, it's pretty impressive what they've been able to pull off. Now, I am ready for it to move on.
I know.
But what they've been able to accomplish when they're not – guys, they don't even know until Friday morning in college football who's even eligible for the weekend.
Yeah. Well, that adds to me not liking it, though.
Let me give him some advice to help him do away with the barber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Rick,
And work over it.
We got a bit of breaking news.
What you got,
here.
buddy?
Apparently, the judge has found Trump in contempt and has fined him $9,000 for violating the gag order multiple times and warns he could face jail.
Adler, so you and the Trump.
I've been trying to tell him.
Yeah,
I warned him.
This is where they really have tried to get him, and it's working, and that is everybody can accuse him and talk about him and the case, but he can't defend himself publicly.
Right.
Where he can't go on social media or do interviews and then talk about the case, bash the judge, whatever.
Same thing happened to me.
The judge also told Trump to remove offending posts, which included calling potential witnesses Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels sleazeballs.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's
so you can't do that.
No, Greg. Not if you have a gag order. Ask Adler.
But he's proceeding
Was
to.
it a federal gag order like Adler?
Yeah, same one.
The same thing.
Y'all, for real, at one point I was like, man, first they got Trump, now they're getting me.
Yeah, I tell you, you can't get a break.
What happened to America?
What happened to America?
At least you were still carrying.
Yes.
That's right. And
Don't
no
forget
Brazilian
that.
jiu-jitsu.
Yes.
Yeah, right. So anyway, so that's breaking news. Ferguson out of Boaz, or as Bubba and I have named it years ago, Bose, Alabama. Ferguson's got a question. Ferg, go ahead.
Hey guys, Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, Fergie. All right, what's on your mind?
Hey, I was just wondering, the way Joe Biden's health is going, if they was to come out like next week and say he cannot go any further and they made Kamala the president, would she be the one running for president against Trump, or how would that work?
No, all of that is actually decided by the convention, and you have delegates that go to the convention and a lot. So the bottom line is the convention that meets this summer can nominate whoever they want to. And if Biden was unable to run, he would free his delegates to vote for whomever they wanted to.
Yeah, so there's a game plan. They easily, because of the way they set at their convention, like Bubba said, if you don't believe that, ask Bernie Sanders. They can put in whoever they want, and many believe that he will be replaced in June. With their new candidate, who then won't have to face any primaries. So
and each state has different laws as to what their delegates can and can't do and all of that. So in some states, they're bound by who wins the popular vote.
Right.
Other states, they're not.
Right.
So him releasing them officially would be important if he was in a physical condition to do that. If he couldn't run, I guess it would be automatically released.
Right. So Kamala Harris, though, according to Drew Barrymore, this should be someone maybe we should desire to be the mother of our country. Here she goes.
I've been thinking that we really all need a tremendous hug in the world right now. But in our country, we need you to be Mamala of the country.
Mamala. Yeah, rest of the world be shivering in the boots.
Do you think they worked on that line in practice?
Mamala.
Yeah. Hey, Drew.
Have you seen the clip
here.
I mentioned?
Country been pretty good to you. I know that you don't live in the real world, and this is and God bless you.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your innocence and apparently your inability to have any idea what's going on. But Mamala is something we're going to take a pass on. Even your own party.
I'll take a Nopala on that.
Yeah. Even your own
Add me Nopala.
I would rather have an Oompa Loompa than a Mamala. But no, even your own party, she has exceeded their concerns about her.
Yeah. I mentioned to y'all in the break, I don't know if you've ever seen the clip, but before she was an elected official and well known, she actually was the escort of Montel Williams on the red carpet at one of the events. Have you ever seen that clip?
You told me, though, that she was not by herself. There were two women
There
with
was two women escorting him, and she was one of them. And when asked by the press, he even says who she is.
I think the other woman was the daughter.
Was it?
Montel's
I was
daughter.
about to say, did they explain?
Well, I don't know. He had two dates with him.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There you go.
Montel's daughter. One's actually his mom.
And that's the future vice president.
Yep.
You think that's Mamala?
Okay.
Mamala.
What was funny, they're on the red carpet. Everybody knows Montel. Nobody knows who she is.
Right.
He even has to tell the press who she is.
You kind of wish you'd have stayed that way.
I bet if you told him then she'd be vice president one day, he'd have laughed.
He probably would have. Well,
I said, you're going to be Mamala one day.
Mamala.
Whatever happened to Montel Williams? He died.
We had him on the show a couple of times. Remember?
Didn't he pass away?
No, I think he had like MS.
I know you kill everybody off, Rick, but let me see. I
thought when he was on the show with us that time, he did a great job. He was very nice.
He's 67. Had him dead.
Well, no, I know I do that. I'm sorry.
Well, he is suffering from something. Does it say what it is, Speedy?
I think he got MS.
You ain't got to say it like
I may have made that up, but I think it, honestly, I'm serious.
Greg, I've never seen that before. That was the most confident MS that you had me in, and then you backed off a little bit. There was a little bit of doubt that crept in.
Relapsing, remitting MS.
Right again.
He was diagnosed at 43.
I thought it was 44, but I knew I was close.
So he's had it for a minute.
Yeah,
you did. He is. He's 60. Be what? 64 now.
He's 67.
67.
Yeah. So there you go.
Take a sip, Greg.
I don't remember about his show that much.
I don't either.
Huh?
Are y'all like me when it comes to these daytime talk shows? Like when I'm going in there trying to check how much coffee's left, and I realize we're running out.
It's just boiling.
You're right, and I come by, and there's a TV that's always on in there. And I look up and I see like daytime talk shows that I didn't even know existed. I looked up and I'm like, so that Sherry woman's got a talk show?
Yeah. Everybody's got
not mine, the actress.
I know you're talking about.
Rick, they're all, it's almost like the staff and the producers are the same. They just go to a different town.
It's like the judge shows.
The sets look the same. The guests kind of look the same. The way they do everything is the same.
Sherry
it's just a
Shepherd.
different.
What's her name? Sherry Shepherd.
Sherry Shepherd replaced Wendy Williams.
Wendy Williams. I had Wendy.
That was another show
that was
I
a disturbing
never,
documentary.
It was.
Boy,
I look at one day. Kelly Clarkson's got a show.
Oh, yeah.
She's had long
one.
time.
Everybody knew that.
I didn't know that.
She sings on it all the
She
time.
got a talk show. I kept thinking, shouldn't she be singing?
She
and
sings
good
on it.
for her on the weight
I think
loss.
she actually does a pretty good job on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's a decent show.
Yeah. Good for her.
The Kelly Clarkson.
You like it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't sit down and watch it every day, but I've seen clips, and I'm like, I'd probably like this.
I tell you,
Never
if you're
seen an
ever,
episode.
If you're ever sick,
I didn't want to admit that because you were sitting right beside me.
if you're
I didn't
ever,
realize you was that in the. I mean,
if you're ever sick and have to stay at home all day and see all of those on the judge shows, it'll make you want to get back to work.
How many judge shows do we need?
Oh, we got so many justices you can't believe it.
And then if you top it off, watch Maury Povich. Find out who's the daddy and who ain't. You got to do that.
It feels like Trump is on one of the judge shows right now.
It does.
Oh, well, it really does, doesn't it?
He's on all of them.
Yeah. All right. If you're leaving us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Stick around. We'll be back. Catch the archives on any part you missed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.